Good morning, everybody. Welcome. I'm Ada Kay. Welcome, courtroom junkies. How are you doing? We are having a fabulous morning. Good morning, Haley Mouse. Good morning, Yanni. And good morning, Miss Virginia Little in comments. Thank you so much for hopping on with us. I got my nice cup of hot coffee. I'm so ready to start drinking it again. And I'm waiting for the trial feed to come in. So, yes, we are ready for day 4 of this trial. It's been a little interesting, I will tell you. It started off with the prosecution raring and ready to go, and the defense putting the brakes on and saying, hey, well, wait a minute. We want to have this expert witness. Last minute. And the expert witness was at a Daubert hearing. He was found to be an expert witness, but could not use his testimony because it was past a deadline. So that's how it all started. Let's go over. They just popped on and let them do their recap. And I'll add in if I need to. How about that? I hope this finds everybody well this morning.
Chen murder trial, focusing, of course, on the tragic death of Jasmine Pace, a 22-year-old UTC student whose body was found wrapped up in a suitcase on the side of Suck Creek Road. I want to get right in as we wait for testimony to begin this morning, again from the prosecution. We're expecting that in about 6 minutes or so. You can see the live camera just below me here. Let's do a quick recap of what happened yesterday in court from News Channel 9's Meg Doyle.
Evidence presented to the jury and more examination of important details during the third day of Jason Chen's murder trial. Thanks for joining us. I'm Kim Chapman-Whitfield.
And I'm Josh Rowe, Chattanooga Police crime scene investigator, taking the stand for most of the day today. The prosecution bringing out more evidence and zeroing in on details from Chen's apartment today.
That must have smelled
a piece of bloody carpet from the apartment and presented that to the jury.
Attorneys for the state also showed a picture of a knife at the side of Chen's bed.
Welcome, my love.
The defense said during opening statements that the knife was in the bedroom because Chen and Pace used it to open bottles of wine. When cross-examined, the investigator admitted on the stand they did not test the knife, which was unbroken.
The knife that they are looking for this victim has a broken tip. This knife is not the actual unaliving weapon.
But the prosecutor then revealed that the tip of a knife was found during Jasmine's autopsy. He had the investigator compare the knife by the bed to that broken piece of knife. And during cross-examination, the investigator admitted the crime scene could have been contaminated. Do you remember Jasmine Pace's mother admitted they went inside before police?
Isn't it possible that the individuals walking through the apartment could have tracked blood, cleaning agents, debris, or any of these other substances across various areas in the apartment?
It's possible.
Our newest mod is Miss Yana. And Bama Green Eyes is also a new mod.
I don't think any transfer came from that particular group.
The prosecution also showed fragments of glass found in Chen's apartment.
Well, let's now go live to News Channel 9's Meg Doyle to find out why that's significant and her report after this third day in court. Meg.
Kim, Josh, day 3 in court is still ongoing with testimonies from crime scene investigators. Now, those glass fragments were just one of several items found in Jason Chen's apartment that was recovered as evidence. The only sounds in the courtroom is this section of stained carpet from Jason Chen's apartment being removed from its evidence box. CPD crime scene investigator Michelle Johnson described the 2 large stains on this carpet.
A stain that's, I guess, at least
Might be a little more than 5 feet.
a little bit more than 5 feet, so there's a separation between the 2 stains.
Investigators used blue star spray to identify any other blood stains in Chen's apartment that may not be detectable at first glance.
How would you describe the blue star reaction that you yourself observed inside Mr. Chen's apartment?
It was very intense and long duration. It was probably the the most I've ever seen on reaction used on the crime scene.
Of those 15 times that you've seen it.
Yes.
But the defense questioned Johnson on why CSI didn't use additional testing to confirm it was blood.
Why wouldn't you use any of these alternative tests?
I know the tools that we have at our use.
Chen's attorney, Joshua Weiss, revealed this theory during opening statements.
Jasmine attacked Jason with an empty wine bottle. And in reaction, Jason kicked her, and she fell backwards, knocking over wine glasses. She picked up one of the wine glasses and ran towards Jason.
Investigator Johnson described the only glass found in the apartment.
Those are the fragments?
Yes.
Any clue where that came from?
I do not.
Are they? You describe them as large?
No, they were very small.
Okay. Did you find, I guess, the stem of a wine glass?
No.
Johnson also testified that she found this knife on Jason Chen's bed. But during cross-examination, the defense asked if the knife was tested for DNA by the TBI.
This is the gray knife found on Jason Chen's bed. Was this tested?
It does not look like it was, no.
The prosecutor then revealing why that particular knife may not have been a top priority to test.
Have you seen that item before?
Yes.
Do you know what it is?
Yes. Broken knife blade.
Can you look at it? Do you know where it came from?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a broken knife blade recovered during autopsy of Jasmine Pace.
Johnson did say they are only allowed to send 10 items to the TBI at a time, and the lead detective on the case decides which of those items gets tested. Reporting in Chattanooga, I'm Meg Doyle, News Channel 9.
Okay, so it looks like court is starting for the day. We're going to switch over to that live stream. And just a quick note here, we have sent a message to the TBI asking if in murder cases, they're only able to submit 10 items and why, and if there is any exception to that. When we get that answer, we'll let you know. For now, let's go to court day 4 as it begins.
Okay, guys, here we are. We're getting ready for court to begin. Mods, I am now in live communication, ready if anything happens. Communicate with me there. For the new mods in Discord, if anything happens or need to talk to me in live stream, do so only in live communication if it's pertaining to what's happening now. Yana, I got it. Thank you so much for the catch. All is fixed.
So what I'll say is that your motion is for the state.
Great catch, love.
On, remove it.
I'm dyslexic as hell.
The relevance of the picture with Dr. Cox.
Literally.
Okay. I'm not going to answer the state as far as the time they want. And the jurors, I need to listen to what's being said, and then look back at the photo for their own education.
And I'm not asking her to impose on the state's right to do that. I'm just asking for that. Third, based on pretrial hearings, I know that this has been discussed in this court. We are under the impression that Dr. Cogswell will testify to opinions not contained in this report. We're moving at this time that the state not be excluded from asking Dr. Cogswell any opinions that are not contained in this report.
So what specific opinions are you thinking?
Mods and everybody, hit that like button and put the comments I like so you can be in the drawing. The giveaway.
And that statement is not contained in Dr. Cogswell's report at all. It does, the only thing that is relevant to that is Dr. Cogswell's report says that her Jasmine Pace's body was in the fetal position, but never said while shackled. In fact, we would argue for proof display or wouldn't show that anyway. So it could have been addressed on cross-examination, but it's fundamentally unfair to the defense to provide us a report from the medical examiner, and then have
But Your Honor, it's unfair.
by ambush with opinions not contained in his original report, and no further stuff.
We discussed this in December, though, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's right here. All right. Well, I think the time frame is certainly not equivalent to a trial by ambush. I think that if I'm guessing here, if the testimony is going to be that there's chafing around where the cuffs were to show that she was alive, or there's blood that was coming from her wrists, meaning she was alive when she was shackled, I don't think that's so far outside the realm of what the defense was expecting to preclude the state from going down that direction. If there's something specific about time, or that gets a little further afield to that, then you can renew your motion. But is the state planning on offering anything specific beyond that type of testimony?
Your Honor, the state intends to ask Dr. Cogswell his opinions regarding the condition of Jasmine Pace's body. As an expert, he's allowed to examine other items of evidence that we have in this case, and other opinions that are within the scope of his field of expertise, which we hinder him as a forensic pathologist. So I would submit to the court that this motion is untimely. I understand the counsel is attempting to, in essence, choke off the prosecution's case. I think that if there is something that he finds objectionable, he can raise that objection at that time in the state can make specific argument. But it's difficult for me to comprehend what the defense is actually trying to exclude. So I don't really know how to respond to the things.
If I understood it, Mr. Wise is objecting to Dr. Cogswell testifying about an opinion whether or not Ms. Jasmine was shackled while she was still alive.
I think if he can render an opinion, he can. I don't know that he will. But candidly, Judge, if that is his expert opinion, I think he will find against that.
Well, again, I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. So this narrow field of expertise, I guess, regarding whether or not the victim was alive when she was shackled seems to fall within the general realm of expertise.
Another
we talked
hearing
about
on an
it
expert
in
witness?
December.
Come on now.
We talked about it in December. I'm sure people are aware before our hearing date. And again, I don't think that's so far outside the realm of what a medical examiner.
Hey, Jen, welcome.
So at this point,
I need to make the letters. Let me see how many it got. I think it got maybe. Jen, do me a favor. Put ILIKET all one word, just to be sure that it got you just like this. Just to make sure it got you.
Can you clarify that for us?
Yes. Earlier, we had the hearing on whether or not your expert could testify. While there was no 12.2 violation to be found with the defense filing it on the Friday afternoon, we did put the state in a position where that's described a lot in the commission notes of where the state could be unfairly surprised. I don't think that you filing the motion on Friday necessarily is, ran up or crossed a deadline. However, since counsel represented that the primary reason
you got it got you, babe,
was in response to the state getting admitted that demonstrative exhibit where the picture of the victim's body in fetal position was overlaid on a large blood spot on the carpet.
It's to be entered into a monthly giveaway.
Apartment. I ruled the workaround would be that the state could not use that picture, and then that obviated the necessity of a large apartment of the defense's reason that they wanted the expert in. So that demonstrative exhibit cannot come in.
Thanks. And Your Honor, the state has removed that demonstrative exhibit from its plans it has to introduce. I've submitted to counsel the photographs the state intends to introduce, but I think that Dr. Cogswell, within the scope of his expertise, can opine that the one pattern on the physical evidence that we have here in front of us was created by Jasmine Pace's body.
He certainly can, and if the state wants to put the, I'm sorry, yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, the defense, I mean, that would be a proper, I'm not agreeing with it necessarily, but that wouldn't be an improper use by Dr. Cogswell, so we're not.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir. And I've also looked at the composite of the x-rays as well, consistent with what's wrong.
Okay. Anything else before we bring yours in?
Well, thank you very much, Jen. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for visiting. Thanks for being here. Hello, Jane. How were we doing? Put the I liked in all one word, please. I'll just leave this up here. Do it like this, so it will count you. Let me see if it got you. No, has to be all one word, y'all. Sorry. It's very picky, but that's okay. Just type it in again, Jane. Welcome. No problem, Toxic. We got it. Hi, Tash. They're discussing and cussing over the medical examiner. There you go, Jane. It got you. I saw it. It popped up. Wonderful.
They've moved a trash can in front of the defendant and brought little napkins over here. If it applies to the gallery that there can be no outbursts, Mr. Chen also needs to keep himself composed during this testimony, or he can exit the courtroom as well.
Ooh, getting a little spicy, are we, my love?
Indicated that
I'm going up the peppers, man.
That's prejudicial as well, Judge.
Well, everyone has to comport themselves with maintain the quorum of this particular proceeding. So that includes counsel, defendants. However, this is going to be very graphic and personal testimony. These that are coming in. So everyone needs to maintain their composure. Per your request, Mr. Weiss, if there is anyone in the gallery that feels they cannot maintain their composure, this particular witness, it is best we go ahead and leave right now. You know what's happening about to be displayed on the screen. So that admonition does extend to Mr. Chen, if you can. Of course, if for whatever reason, Mr. Weiss, you feel that we need a recess for him to compose himself, let us know. Anything else before we bring the jury?
You may bring the jury.
By the way, somebody asked about my earrings. These are two that I combined. This is the first one. This is the second one. I just looped it through. You can see from the back to create the double. Yeah, people were giving me hell over my earrings. So I joined them together. Because I'll be honest with you, most of these courtrooms are not live streamed like this. So that's why they don't have the best of mics. Okay, Benny, I've gained it up 100%. So you guys might need to let me know if you can still hear me. Y'all, please don't forget to subscribe. I'd love to hit 3,000 in the next 2 months.
Good morning, jurors. Hope everyone's adjusting to their new surroundings and get a little more sleep than the first couple of nights. Hope you're rested today.
The jury is requester, FYI.
Of course, admonition to refrain from speaking about this case with anyone close to me and reflect nodding their heads. I was given a note.
You won't believe this. I just looked at my numbers. I'm missing 80 subscribers. YouTube, if you dumped 80 of my subscribers, I'm going to be pissed. I've dropped 80 subscribers since yesterday, and I don't think 80 people came in here and clicked off of me. YouTube, give me back my subscribers. I don't know why YouTube does that.
One of the jurors, will the jurors be permitted to ask the state or defense teams questions at any point throughout the trial? Answer is no, as we talked about in our preliminary jury instructions. While the lawyers present evidence, we will argue what that evidence means and how you should take it. The lawyer statements themselves do not constitute evidence. So evidence that I think you're going to be able to make the decision on. Okay. All right, gentlemen, our next witness.
Dr. Stephen Cogswell, you're on.
Solemnly swear from the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good morning, sir. Would you please state your full name for the record and spell your last?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Stephen Cogswell. Last name is spelled Cogswell.
What is your profession?
Pisses me off.
I'm a forensic pathologist.
I'm
and
small. I
medical
fight for
examiner
every one of
for
you.
Hamilton County.
I work hard for
What
you.
are the duties and responsibilities of the medical
Not
examiner?
for you, but to gain you.
Each one of our 95 counties has an appointed medical examiner.
The jury is from a different town. So they had to bus them in. So they're staying at a hotel. If they lived in that community, they wouldn't be. But because they are from another community, they have to basically sequester them.
Examiner. That person's job is to investigate traumatic deaths and suspicious deaths and deaths that have no medical history. In other words, unknown sorts of death. We have a number of other duties that involve cremation approvals, et cetera, but those aren't really germane to this.
Thank you, Yana.
In Tennessee, all forensic pathology autopsies or medical examiner autopsies must be done at one of the 5 regional forensic centers. And those 5 are located here in Chattanooga, Johnson City, Knoxville, Nashville, of course, and also Memphis. So every forensic autopsy in Tennessee gets done at one of those 5 places. And that is where your state's forensic pathologists are. Even though all 95 counties have a medical examiner, not all of the medical examiners are forensic pathologists. So our job is basically, excuse me, to investigate those deaths that have some sort of legal bearing and determine cause, manner, and circumstances of death.
Would that be a function that in other states might be called a coroner?
Yes, sir, it is. And in other states where I've worked, I was in fact an elected coroner.
Are there educational requirements to be a medical examiner?
Well, if we say forensic pathologist, because it sort of arose by any other name situation. Just as most of our medical examiners in Tennessee are not forensic pathologists. Forensic pathologists are a relatively scarce breed. There's only about 400 of us in the whole country. And in order to become a forensic pathologist, you must first graduate from medical school and then do a residency program in pathology. Typically, that's anatomic and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology being study of tissues. Whenever you go get a biopsy done and it's sent to the lab, that's anatomic pathology. The other major division is clinical pathology, and that would be fluids. So whenever you pee in a cup or get your blood drawn and get sent to the lab, that would be clinical pathology. Under the great pathology umbrella are multiple My subspecialty is forensic pathology, and we are primarily focused on unnatural and trauma deaths. And so forensic pathology, being a subspecialty, you cannot do a forensic pathology fellowship program until you have finished a pathology residency program. So we're talking medical school residency and then
it builds upon builds upon builds on layers and layers.
Hence why there's only about 400 of us in the country. In addition, there are obviously, as in every other field, board examinations that
Gene, get me to 10K and I will dye my hair purple.
Specialty or subspecialty groups.
Or pink. I don't want to be like somebody else. I don't want to get in trouble.
At the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston.
Hey, give me to 10K, I'll dye it pink. Give me to 20K, I'll dye it pink and purple.
Do you have any experience working
100K, I'll shave my head.
forensic pathology other than the Hamilton County?
I'll cut it, but I won't shave
Yes,
it.
sir. That's basically all I've ever done. So I'm closing in on 40 years of full-time forensic pathology.
Where did you work before?
I did my fellowship in Miami, Florida, at the medical examiner's office there, and then went on active duty with the Air Force and was assigned to the Armed Forces Medical Examiner's Office until 1998. Their job
Get rid of the
is basically
spicy.
to
It's
act
not
as the
spicy
federal
no more.
government's medical examiners, both military and State Department and other federal cases. From there, I went to Louisiana and was deputy coroner in Shreveport and coroner in Bossier City, which is right next door, just across the Red River. From there, I went to the central part of Florida, just above Orlando, in the Ocala area. I was medical examiner there for 4 or 5 years, I believe, and then went to Lubbock, Texas.
Lubbock.
From Lubbock.
I know Lubbock. Welcome, Texas boy.
Forensic pathology group there closed down, so I moved to Knoxville, and from Knoxville was asked to come here to Chattanooga and have been here since 2013.
Is one of the things that a forensic pathologist does perform autopsies?
Yes, sir.
Explain to the jury what an autopsy is.
An autopsy basically is an examination of a dead person, both external and internal, with an eye toward documenting natural disease, trauma, and ultimately coming up with a conclusion as to the cause of death and the manner of death, as well as the circumstances of death. An autopsy is only one part of a death investigation. And basically, it's generating the data to go into that investigation in order for the whole picture to become clear. So the autopsy in and of itself doesn't really tell you the whole story of the person's death. It also requires an investigation. We always say you can't do autopsies in a black box and come up with a good answer.
What type of other things would you want to look at besides just the autopsy as a forensic pathologist?
Well, we're basically doing the very same thing that your doctors do when you go to your doctor. We take a history and a physical. And our history is what is the history, not only of the death, but what is this person's history? If we have a young, healthy person with no natural disease that is known, we don't expect them to die of natural disease, but there may be something hidden in there that we may find at autopsy. On the other hand, if we take an old, broke-down fat guy like me, we expect hypertension, diabetes, a lot of natural disease, and that has to weigh into the conclusion if we're looking at how much trauma is going to be associated with death. In a young, healthy, strong, strapping person, it's going to take a lot of trauma to kill them. In an elderly, frail person, it may take only a very little amount of trauma to cause their death. And so we not only look at the person as far as what their
Oh, be
state of health was
Michigan, take care.
Just like when you go to your doctor's office and they say, what diseases do you have? And you check that whole box thing. We're pretty much doing the same thing. But we're also more concerned with the circumstances surrounding the death, just as you are when you go to the doctor's office and they say, well, why are you here? You know, I have this pain here, or whatever the reason is that you came here, they're going to investigate that more deeply. We do that as well. We rely to a large degree on law enforcement as an adjunct to the medical examiner investigators. We don't just have forensic pathologists, we also have trained medical examiner investigators who do the medical part of the death investigation, while law enforcement looks at the evidence and legal part of the death investigation. Ultimately, then, all of the medical information, the pathology information, gets collated with the law enforcement investigation to come up with a coherent picture.
In all, sir, how many autopsy examinations have you performed over the entirety of your career?
Honestly, I have lost count long ago. It is definitely somewhere north of 5,000, probably not quite 10,000. So I usually settle on a middle ground of around 7,000.
On those prior occasions where you performed autopsy examinations, they included stab and incised wounds?
Many times, yes, sir.
Would you be able to place a number on that?
I would say it's at least multiple dozens, perhaps as many as 100, maybe not quite that high, but certainly multiple dozens.
Have you received any sort of specialized training that assists you in conducting autopsy examinations?
Well, that's basically the bread and butter of forensic pathology. During the fellowship program, you're trained not only to do the actual physical part of an autopsy, but also to interpret the findings that you see during autopsy. And much of it is didactic training, other parts are hands-on, and other parts are basically experience combined with that training and, quite frankly, a lot of reading. But that really is what the whole Forensic Pathology Fellowship is. That's why it's a year-long program.
Are you a member of any professional organizations dedicated to the study of forensic science?
Yes, sir. The American Academy of Forensic Sciences is a multidisciplinary and, in fact, international, despite the American name, group of forensic scientists, not just pathologists, from around the world. There are subsections. I'm a member of the pathology biology section, but there's also sections for criminalistics and jurisprudence, in which there are attorneys, even psychiatry. So we have a very broad range of people networking at these meetings, and in this in the group of probably 10,000 or so, perhaps more. I don't really know exactly the number of Academy members.
How long have you been a member of the Academy?
Really since residency, so that would be 1986 or 7.
So nearly 40 years.
Roughly, yes, sir.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in court?
Yes, sir, multiple times in multiple different venues.
How many times?
Probably over 100 at this point.
And mentioned multiple venues?
Yes, sir.
Those
would be state courts in each of the states in which I've worked, being actually South Carolina, where I did my residency training, as well as Florida, Tennessee, naturally, Texas, and Louisiana, as well as federal court and military courts martial.
On those prior occasions where you have given testimony in all of those various courts, have you always been called by the prosecution?
Not always.
In fact, sir, did you have an opportunity to testify as a defense expert fairly recently in Bradford County?
I did, yes, sir.
In a case where I was the prosecutor?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Sir, is there anything about your background that makes you particularly suited to conduct autopsy examinations in this particular case?
Well, again, this is part of the forensic pathology training. We not only look at cases of drug overdoses and natural deaths, but also the traumas associated with stab wounds, gunshot wounds, motor vehicle collisions, airplane crashes, house fires, etc. Basically, any of the kind of trauma that you would expect to see in a fairly busy jurisdiction, city, I would say. That's what forensic pathologists are trained to do. So it's part and parcel of our training. Some folks like to semi-specialize, sub-specialize, I suppose, in various areas of forensic pathology. We have some folks who are particularly interested in cardiac pathology. These would be the ones that when you have a sudden cardiac death of someone who's apparently healthy and simply drops dead. Others are more interested in the trauma pathology, and I happen to be one of those. I have a fairly extensive experience in plane crashes and automobile crashes, as well as sharp force and gunshot wound cases.
You mentioned jurisdictions keeping you busy. Does this jurisdiction keep you busy?
It does, yes.
How many autopsies do you perform over the course of a typical week?
It varies widely. Generally speaking, since at this point I am the only medical examiner or forensic pathologist in Hamilton County, last year we did approximately 100 autopsies, and that's about our average, but it fluctuates from the high 70s to as many as 200 per year, not per week. That would be impossible.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, at this time, the state would consider Dr. Cogswell as an expert in forensic pathology.
Yes. Should the witness be recognized as an expert in forensic pathology?
How is the volume? Can y'all hear him well and hear me equally as well?
Your duty as a forensic pathologist, do you sometimes get called to locations to assist in an investigation of the death?
Yes, sir.
Were you working on December the 1st of 2022?
I was.
On that day, did you have an occasion to respond to a location in reference to an item that had been found?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall where you went, sir?
To Suck Creek Road.
Where's Suck Creek Road?
It's borders the Tennessee River and is a bit north and west down to where we are right now in downtown Chattanooga.
Is that in Hamilton County?
It is.
What did you see when you got there?
Perfect. Because I'm really having to
Obviously, there were
pop
quite
this
a few
volume so y'all can hear
vehicles, and off to the side of the road, adjacent to the river, was a hard shell suitcase.
I don't want to be that loud
was
in
laying
here.
in the brushwood area just off the shoulder of the road. Near that area were actually a couple of deer carcasses that had been tossed out there after butchering. But in particular, this suitcase was basically the kind that you would take on a relatively extended trip. Large suitcase, on wheels, handle, etc. After all of the documentation, photographic and location issues were resolved by the police department so that they could place it exactly, then the question came up, well, what is in the suitcase? And at that point, the cover of the suitcase, the lid was opened. Inside was a black plastic trash bag. And so using basically just hands, I could feel along the contents of the bag and say, yes, this is not animal or something, this is a human being inside there. At which point then the suitcase was closed back up, it was transported to the medical examiner's office, and at that point we further examined not just the suitcase, but also the contents.
Sir, I'm removing from this box item 173, exhibit 173 to the trial. You recognize this, sir?
Yes, sir. This is the suitcase that was brought to the medical examiner's office.
Is this the same suitcase that you observed along Suck Creek Road adjacent to the Tennessee River?
Yes, sir. It appears to be.
So you take this item with what you felt as human remains inside a garbage bag back to your office. What did you do when you returned to your office?
At that point, before we do anything else, then we're going to start doing photographs and x-rays, because we're going to document everything we're doing as we're doing it in a stepwise fashion, because we don't want to lose evidence. So in x-raying, we basically just laid the suitcase on top of the x-ray plates and x-rayed through the suitcase. And looking at those x-rays, it was evident that there is a deceased person inside, basically in a fetal position, that is drawn with the knees drawn up and the arms crossed across the chest, and fitted into.
No, it's been a hard show.
In addition, along with all of the hardware in the suitcase that shows up on x-ray, there's also a triangular metallic density piece that showed up in the area of the chest. And it's something that obviously didn't belong to the suitcase, because there's a very regular arrangement of support bars, rivets, etc., that is fairly symmetrical. So after the x-raying was done, then the body was lifted out of the suitcase, and again, it was in black plastic trash bags. And at that point, then the suitcase is laid off to the side. That's no longer a medical exam.
I was working on it when you popped it. Good job, Yana.
And then I
Great,
proceeded to cut each of the black plastic trash bags along one side and along the bottom, and remove each of those in turn. Turns out there were 3. And as happens to be fairly common, at least in the bodies that I've done, in cases in which I've autopsied, where people have been disposed of in trash bags, it seems like the interior bag is always pulled up from the feet toward the head, and then there's another one down from the head toward the feet, and then there may be a third one, again, feet toward the head. In this case, turns out it was exactly that same way. I guess that's just how humans think. But so each of those bags is cut off, removed, and that reveals the body of a young woman who is in a fetal position, has no clothing on the top half of her body, and is shackled and handcuffed. Obviously, there's a lot of blood involved in this, and multiple stab wounds and size wounds. And if I may go on a slight tangent here, when we talk in forensic pathology about stab wounds and size wounds, those are 2 different things to us. A stab wound is deeper than it is long, and an incised wound is longer than it is deep. And size wound is basically a cut. And that tells us 2 different things. You know, we're not dealing with just a sharp, pointy object, but we're dealing with a sharp, pointy object that has an edge. On the other hand, if you just have an object with an edge, like say, for example, a piece of sheet metal, that can cut you very deeply, but it's not really going to stab unless it's pointy. So that's the distinction that we talk about. So when you hear me go on automatically about stab versus incise, that's what I'm talking about. Incise is a cut.
Thank you, sir. And you described the process that you went through when you returned to the lab. Do you document those observations and your activities and findings?
Yep.
Document?
Yes, sir. Every autopsy case.
Y'all, there's 20 of you in there, and we only have 13 likes.
And that report basically
this up and
is
you
an objective
like and then enter I like all one
finding,
word for the end of the day
series of
giveaway
findings
entry to the end of the month
describing
drawing for a
what I
$50
saw.
Starbucks card or wherever you want.
Some people tend to put in interpretations into their autopsy report. I was trained that the autopsy report is purely an objective thing. I saw this.
I smell my toast. Let me go see if it's
and
done.
we leave what it means to later. In addition, we're going to take photographs because photographs are the best way to document things. We all know that. Picture's worth 1,000 words. So we have photographs documenting not only body position and clothing and personal effects, everything on the body, but also the wounds. And we'll photograph them, as we say, dirty, that is, without cleaning the wound, and then clean so that we can actually see the characteristics, contours, and details of the wounds themselves. Some of the things that we look for in wounds of any kind is this wound an antemortem, perimortem, or postmortem wound? And by that I mean antemortem is guaranteed before death. And what we'll see in those wounds is there will be bleeding into the surrounding fat and soft tissue. We all know that. We've all cut ourselves and we bleed. And there's bleeding into the surrounding soft tissue as well as out, leaking out of your body. Perimortem, well, let me skip to postmortem. Postmortem wounds occur after death. There is no blood pressure. If there's no blood pressure, you don't bleed. It's pretty simple. So those will not have bleeding into the surrounding fat and soft tissue. A perimortem wound, peri means around. So we have antemortem, perimortem around the time of death, and postmortem after death. Perimortem wounds can have some characteristics of an antemortem wound, but they're not definitively antemortem. And so for those, we say, yes, it occurred at or around the time of death, but not definitively before death. Because when your heart stops beating, you don't stop. Your blood pressure doesn't drop to zero everywhere because you have all these little capillaries everywhere. So you can still leak into your wounds a little bit around the time of death. This is complicated in stab wounds, particularly those where the cause of death, as it is in all sharp force injuries, is hemorrhage, or I should say the mechanism of death. Basically, all stab wounds, unless they actually hit your brain or central nervous system, cause death by making you bleed. That's the mechanism. So we look at, all right, what is the blood volume in your average person of this size? And it goes by size. So in a person who is the size of Jasmine Pace, just under 100 pounds, her blood volume is approximately 4 liters or 4 quarts of blood, so a gallon of blood. Now, if you lose about 20 to 30% of your blood volume, that is sufficient to make you unconscious. Anything above 30% is sufficient to actually cause death. So when we look at someone who has 4 quarts of blood, if we lose 1.5 quarts, that's sufficient to cause death. So there should still be some blood left inside the body, but it's going to be spread around in the body and the capillaries. The blood that's in the big toe is going to remain in the big toe. So what we're actually looking at is, where is that 1.5 quarts of blood? And when I'm teaching classes on sharp force injuries, look for the blood, because 1.5 quarts of blood goes a long way. And I use the analogy, everyone has painted a wall sometime in their life. That's a gallon of blood. That's 4 quarts. You can paint a room with a gallon of blood. So if you see a spot of blood this big, and someone is dead, there's more blood somewhere else. Maybe it's inside the body, but maybe it's also at another scene. So that's why we say, look for the blood, because until you have found all that blood, you don't really know where the bleeding occurred.
Sir, did you prepare an autopsy report of your examination of the body you found in the suitcase?
I did.
He's a teacher, so that's how he's going to talk.
Handy was been marked for identification as Exhibit 202. You had an opportunity to review this document.
Yes, sir. This is
I'm liking
a
him.
copy of my autopsy report on Jasmine Pace.
And is that something that is prepared and kept in the regular course of your activities as the medical examiner for Hamilton County?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I would move to admit into evidence Exhibit 202, the autopsy report.
So many.
And sir, specifically this autopsy report, who is the person that was examined?
Jasmine Nicole Pace.
Thank you, sir. You also mentioned, as you were testifying a little while ago, that you took x-rays of the suitcase.
Yes, sir.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as a collective exhibit 1 to 4, number 203. Would you take a look at those?
Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate y'all. We got 15 likes and we got 21 people watching. Woohoo, good. Thank you.
Yes, sir. These are copies of the x-rays that were taken at the medical examiner's office.
At the time of Jasmine Pace's autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence 203, 1 through 4 as a collective exhibit. And finally, sir, you mentioned the taking of photographs as part of the autopsy examination. Would you mind taking a look at this collective exhibit, number 1 to 27?
All righty then. Sorry. He explains it more clearly in the defense of forensic pathology on day 1. I would not be sitting in there if that was my child. You've been through what, love?
These are some of the photographs that were taken at the time of Jasmine Pace's autopsy at the medical examiner's office.
Did they fairly and accurately reflect what you observed during your autopsy examination of Jasmine Pace?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence 204, collective 1 to 27.
So moved.
Okay. Sure. Doctor, there's a couple of terms throughout your autopsy report that I think would be helpful. You've already explained a stab versus an incised wound. What does superficial mean?
Superficial means that it does not go very deep into the body. It stays on the surface. And these are injuries that basically, for the most part, we would just stick a Band-Aid on it and move along. Some of them may verge, of course, in the continuum from superficial to shallow, and then shallow may require some stitches, or deep. And the deep wounds would, of course, require actual repair, surgical repair or surgical intervention of some sort. So just as we divide stab wound or sharp force wounds into stabs and incised, we also have superficial, shallow, and deep wounds.
So a superficial incised would be a
Yeah, and I have a twin brother.
shallow.
Uh,
Right. Well, more specifically, a long but very shallow cut.
Long but shallow.
Yes.
What about penetrating?
A penetrating wound is simply one that goes into the body. Again, we have our own verbiage and jargon. Penetrating wounds go into the body, but they don't come out. Perforating wounds come into the body, go through the body, and come out. So sometimes those are called, particularly in gunshot wound cases, they're called through and through. But that's not really a term that we like to use because it doesn't really tell you. So penetrating goes in, and
So true.
goes
So true.
in, through, and out.
Is there a particular way that when you were describing injuries on the body that you can differentiate between right, left, up, down on the victim's body? Like how would you orient a person that you're conducting an autopsy examination on?
Every description that we do starts in a standardized fashion. That way, any forensic pathologist in the world really can look at my autopsy report and know what I'm talking about. So we have everything done according to what we call standard anatomic position. And that is standing upright, arms down to your sides, palms toward the front. Now, most people don't stand like this, but the reason we do that is because no bones are crossed. If we have our palms toward the back, we're actually crossing the forearm bones. That's the only reason that it's done like that. But everything is done in reference or described in reference to standard anatomic position. So when I say the wound is on the right, that means it's the decedent's right, not my right. Occasionally gets a little dyslexic confusion when you're looking at somebody, but that's what we mean when we say right versus left. We mean the body's right versus left.
Thank you, sir. And with that, did you take those x-rays that you made evidence as Exhibit 203 before or after the body was removed from the suitcase?
Before.
I'm displaying on the screen behind you, and there's a power, a laser pointer. This is 203-1. Could you please tell the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Well, we can see the outline of the rim of the suitcase. Here are the zippers here. Part of a handle mechanism here, one of the latches. This is a bracing rod in the shell of the suitcase. This area here is the logo on the top or the lid of the suitcase. And here you can see this is obviously a human skeleton in here.
You would think.
in the fetal position, this is an arm, thank you. This is the arm. Here's the spine coming down here, the ribs we can see here. And here is the triangular metallic object that doesn't belong there. It's not part of the suitcase. We see another arm here and a couple of the rivets and screws, etc., that go up to making up the suitcase itself.
So you mentioned the metallic logo that is the rectangular object. It looks like in the middle portion. So, would you mind pointing it out on Exhibit 173?
That is actually this logo here inset into the lid of the suitcase.
So Jasmine Pace's body was oriented head up if the suitcase was on its wheels.
Correct. In the position the suitcase is right now, her body is with the head upward, facing toward the courtroom.
So I'm now showing you 203-2. Could you orient us to this photograph?
This photo is moving over a little bit to, if I can point to the suitcase, to this area here that we're x-raying. And again, we see another one of these reinforcing ribs, a few more rivets, et cetera, a zipper pull on the inside. And here we have a knee. You can see the kneecap here and the lower leg, the shin and the fibula that goes along with it. This is the thigh bone. Here you see a hand, or the bones of a hand, and you can see the top of the skull as well here.
Thank you, sir. Now 203-3.
And we're moving downward on the suitcase in basically counterclockwise fashion to this area down toward the wheel on the side closest to the courtroom. And we see again that reinforcing rib, zippers, rivets, etc. But we also see handcuffs and shackles, as well as another metallic device here, which is actually a bracelet. But you can see on this one, there is a chain that extends here, and there is no chain coming off of this particular one. And we're down here to feet. These are the foot bones, feet and ankle bones down here. So we have forearm here, two forearm bones, and arm and forearm bones here. And so we're down here. This is her buttocks.
203-4, sir.
And we're moving over, obviously, to the last part, which is down here. And again, we have all the accoutrements or the hardware of the suitcase. We see a bit of pelvis bone here.
Yeah,
lumbar spine.
Good one,
here.
Mama Green Eyes.
Again, one of those
Good one.
shackles that we saw in the previous X-ray. And so we have basically, by going counterclockwise, we have a complete picture of a small individual. At this point, we didn't know male or female because still inside the suitcase, still inside those black plastic bags.
Now, turning to your autopsy examination report, specifically the second page, you provide a description of the decedent in the fetal position inside the suitcase with 3 bags, and the victim was then removed from those bags. Was the removal process documented?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now showing you has been previously admitted into evidence as Exhibit 181-1. You recognize the individual on the right?
Yes, sir, that would be me. And here is actually the body of Jasmine Pace still inside the trash bags. I'm cutting, as I said, along one side and along the closed end so that the bags can be sequentially lifted off and removed from her body.
showing you 181.2, is that a continuation of this process?
Yes, sir, it is.
And 181.3.
And here we are actually getting to the inner trash bag. And now we actually can see, obviously, a hand, right hand, handcuffs, and this is an ankle and foot.
Thank you, sir. Going now to another portion of your autopsy report. Is it broken down into various sections?
It is. Typically, what we'll do in order to make it more readable is at the very beginning, we have.
He sure is looking down a lot. I'm glad he is. I mean, that's pretty gruesome what he did.
And then we go
I
into an
wouldn't want to
injury
see it.
section where we separate the injuries. Sometimes we do this by body locations, such as head and neck, and then another paragraph for torso injuries, and then another for extremity injuries. In other cases, like particularly for gunshot wounds, we'll take one gunshot wound and we'll say gunshot wound A enters here, goes through this body cavity, does this damage, exits here, and then move on to gunshot wound B. But we try to keep everything sort of in a logical, readable progression. And in a traumatic death, the injuries are the most important part of this autopsy. So that section comes first, right after the outline. And then we go to the normal, if you will, dissection part of the individual organ weights and what they look like and were they healthy or not healthy. And then at the very end, we'll get to what specimens were taken and what findings we got from that.
So in this case, you indicated that the handcuff and shackles were a part of the general evidence.
That's correct.
Were there photographs taken of the shackles and handcuffs, sir?
There were, yes, sir.
Showing you and the jury 204-1. What are we looking at here?
These are the handcuffs. And you can see this is Jasmine Pace's right wrist and left ankle. And these are handcuffed together. And you can see these are not law enforcement handcuffs. These are what you buy at Spencer's or something like this. This is not heavy duty at all. And in fact, they have actually started to rust. In addition, you can see over here, we have a better photo of it later, the shackle that is actually connected or was connected to this shackle over here on the other ankle and the area of the right elbow or right forearm and elbow.
Now, sir, what's the significance of the white item that somebody is holding towards the bottom of this photograph?
This is our case number and ruler. Because we're interested in documenting everything, all of our photos, almost without exception, are going to have a scale of measure in them. And the 6-inch gray plastic ruler is a standard throughout the profession. And we're also going to put our case number on it. Now, we have a case number system or a database system that automatically assigns case numbers. We get a call for a death, we assign a case number to it. It generates it based on the year, which is 2022, the month, which is December, and the date, the 1st. And then the following 3 numbers are randomly generated, so the 666 just happens to be generated that way. So all of our photos, except for very, very close-up photos, will have the scale and the case number in them.
Thank you, sir. Now, 204-2, what are these items?
These are the handcuffs that you just saw a picture of on her body. And again, you can see that these are not the typical law enforcement handcuffs. In fact, there's a little lever on each side that can be used to release them. So these, again, are something that would be novelty items as opposed to anything that was used for serious purposes.
Sir, I'm handing you a warrant for identification. That's 205. You recognize this?
The labeling on this bag is not is not medical examiner, it's law enforcement labeling, but I do recognize the description of that.
Would opening it help familiarize yourself with the contents?
Certainly, we can do that.
Others will threaten the next if he needs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This internal clear plastic bag has the label from the medical examiner's office with the description handcuffs Jasmine Pace, along with our label and the seal, etc. Would you like me to actually remove the handcuffs?
Yes, sir.
They are still wrapped in the surgical towel that came from the medical examiner's office.
Do we see that towel in 2042?
Yes, sir. That's actually what those are lying on. You can see the edge of the towel up here. And again, these are not the typical law enforcement handcuffs. They're simply cheap steel, chrome plated.
Thank you. And those are the same cuffs that we saw on the screen.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
The same cuffs that we can see here. Appears to be right hand, right foot.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks, sir. There's another item up there, 206, sir. If you wouldn't mind going through the same process with it.
2 minutes.
I'll move to admit it to evidence 205.
And within this paper bag, we have again a clear plastic bag with the medical examiner's office label marked as Shackles Jasmine Pace.
Welcome.
And these would be
Yeah.
those that were the shackles that were removed from her body at the time of autopsy. Handcuffs would have a short chain on them.
Welcome. We got a new member.
Would
Welcome,
have
Jen.
a longer chain. Basically, the intent is to allow.
And I love
them
him.
to walk
I'm
through
just
shackles.
enthralled. I'm just listening.
So you can't handcuff someone's ankles together. They can't walk.
Thank you,
But
Natalie.
by the same token, if you shackle someone's wrist together, that gives them a fair amount of space. So the chain length would be basically the big distinction. There's obviously many different models, types of shackles, but these, like the handcuffs, are not the typical heavy-duty law enforcement type. They're, again, the sort of novelty type of cheap chrome-plated steel. And you can see that it's basically almost a lamp chain as opposed to a heavy-duty chain. And these would fit together like that. So the chain length isn't very long, and these both of these have still some blood and rust on them.
So, sir, I'm now showing you 204.3 are the shackles that you just held up to the jury, the same ones depicted in 204-3.
Yes, sir.
Where were the shackles?
This is the best testimony of the trial, y'all.
Jasmine Pace's.
And you guys, if you're just hopping on for the first time,
the case of the shackles.
if you're just hopping on for the first time, and I'm Ada K. I am your wacky host for the day. Please click the like button to be entered into the end of the month drawing for a $50 gift card to Starbucks or whatever chain of your choice. Once you hit the liked button, I need you to put this in the comments. ILIKED, all one word, doesn't have to be caps. It's catching it to be entered. Okay, guys, let's get back to the courtroom.
It was not to the left arm, but it was to the right elbow or the forearm just below the elbow. So her left hand and arm were actually free. They were not bound.
I'm showing you the admitted into evidence is 204-19. Could you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
Toxa, please go to Discord.
This is Jasmine Pace's right elbow area. You can see this would be the tattoo on her shoulder. This is her actual elbow here. And you can see two lines of rust, basically, along with
Thank you for joining. We appreciate everybody being here today.
Again, with a rust pattern showing where the shackle was. And in fact, you can see, I think, where the double part of the shackle is over here, right at the inside crook of the elbow.
Sir, what is the substance darker in color that's adjacent?
Toxic, please go to Discord.
Measuring device that you have held up the elbow.
This right
Yes,
here is blood that has dried. The lighter, more yellowish is rust. Now, some of this is rust and blood mixed because, again, her body is wet, and so the blood tends to creep everywhere by capillary action. So basically, the entire outside of her body has a thin layer of blood on it. And blood being very oxidizing, I guess is the best way of putting it, does prompt rust. So it's not surprising then that these handcuffs rusted in a wet environment being exposed to blood.
Thank you, sir. Going on to the external examination of Ms. Jasmine Pace. The 62 inches is what in feet?
5 feet 2 inches.
98 pounds, obviously is just measurement of weight. How would you describe Miss Jasmine Pace's build?
She's a small, fairly thin young female.
You also described down here genitalia atraumatic with a menstrual pad in place. What's that mean, sir?
The external genitalia, that would be obviously the labia minora, majora, etc. Atraumatic means there's no trauma visible. So there's no damage, there's no
intimate
lacerations, abrasions, etc.
She
There is,
wasn't
of course, blood
intimately
because
assaulted.
there's a menstrual pad in place. So rather than a tampon, she's actually wearing a pad.
Was that item collected?
It was, yes, sir.
Turned over to the police department?
Yes, sir.
Sir Manny, it's been marked for identification as 207. Please tell us what item 207 is. You don't have to pull the move it, just you recognize the item.
I do. This is the gray underwear that Jasmine Pace was wearing at the time of autopsy, and in it is the menstrual pad that's adherent to the crotch of the panties.
Your Honor, I would move to admit it to evidence 207 and 206. So then, during your autopsy examination, were you able to determine whether Miss Pace was on the menstrual cycle?
She was, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned in your autopsy report on page 2. that
Yes,
the
I would love a
locations
sidebar
are
sound.
Consistent with the decedent's fetal body position as found. I'm going to show you now 204-4. Is this the condition and positioning of Miss Pace after the final?
Would love a
interior
sidebar sound.
Garbage bag, I think it's garbage bag number 3, was removed from her body?
Well, it's actually open. She's lying on it, so it hasn't quite been removed. At this point, because she's not even 100 pounds, I just picked her up, moved her off to the side so that we wouldn't disturb any of the garbage bags. So just physically lifted her, but this is her position. And you can see from the x-rays that this position is documented by the x-rays that we took of her.
Yay, look what I just created.
But this is obviously a fetal body position.
I'm learning, y'all.
Knees drawn up, arms drawn up.
Now I can do this.
In as small a size as possible.
Yeah, thank you.
Now showing you 204-5. What does this photograph depict, sir?
This is after she's actually been removed from the plastic bags and is laid on the autopsy table itself before removing her clothing, the handcuff shackles, etc. Here you can see the position that she's in, where her right arm, you can see just the edge of the shackle around her elbow area. Her right arm and wrist is tucked between her knees, crossed at the ankles, and her left arm is basically free.
So when you wrote down that I want to make sure I don't misquote you.
What was the second
Entry
one?
locations are
Hold on.
consistent.
Oh, got it.
Positioning as found.
Gabby.
I don't see any stab wounds up there.
Can
you explain that?
Oh.
Well, this is actually
I will
showing,
download those.
as you can see, this is the left side of Jasmine Pace's body. The stab wounds are virtually all on the other side of her body. And when we look at the other side of her body, in this position, basically we just rolled her over. All of those stab wounds and incised wounds are clustered in the area.
You'll need to email those to me because I can't take them out. Let me put my email up for you.
Torso. They're just all on the other side of the body. So this side of the body, as you can see, basically has no injuries.
So when you say
Here's my email in the runner. Email those to me, Gabby. Those are fabulous.
Well, if we have in a fetal position, by tucking our legs up and
did y'all hear that?
Ourselves into a small.
Did y'all hear that? Can you hear this? Did y'all hear that? Didn't know you could hear that.
All as possible. Some areas of our body are protected, relatively speaking. Others are exposed. And if you have your knees drawn up, obviously she's not quite as tightly compacted as she was inside that suitcase. If you have your knees drawn up, you're basically protecting your abdomen and the lower part of your chest. If you have your arms crossed, again, you're protecting your chest. But what you're doing is exposing your shoulders and your back. And so the stab wounds
cowbell would be great.
On the other side of her body are all in that area that is exposed if she's in that position. And they're all pretty much about from the area of where your rib cage comes together at your solar plexus up. In fact, there's very little that's even below the level of, say, the armpit. So this is all from head, neck, shoulder, upper chest, well, upper back, really. And virtually nothing below that except for that free left arm. Because that free left arm, if we roll her over, that free left arm is up here. The right arm is way down here, as you can see, tucked in between the legs, and there's no injury down there on the legs. So that's protected. It's out of the way. The left arm, however, is not. It's free and it's folded up across the chest.
Sir, you mentioned earlier that part of your job as a forensic pathologist when conducting an autopsy report is to look not only at the physical examination of the decedent, but also other evidence.
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity in this case to look at other items of evidence?
I have, yes, sir.
Is one of them a photograph of a blood stain?
It is.
I'm showing you the admitted into evidence as 127-4. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is there any medical significance to the stain that we see in item 127 to the physical evidence that we have as 173? I'm sorry, not 173. 158. Carpet.
When I first saw this photograph,
thank you, love.
It immediately struck me, and I think I actually blurted out, that looks like a Shroud of Turin.
I'm working on something. I'll be right.
What I saw here was basically a recreation of the bloodstain pattern or a bloodstain pattern that I would expect to see if someone is bleeding in that fetal position that we saw. Because we have the feet and legs down here with the knees drawn up.
What's Jasmine last name?
Arm here, head here. Now, obviously, it's not exact because it's being absorbed and spread a little bit, but the shape is very, very consistent with not only the positioning of Jasmine Pace's body, but also the size of her body. And so if we look at the size of her body, the positioning of her body, and look at the stain, they overlay fairly well, actually very well. Now, can I say that's absolutely her blood? No, I don't know what testing was done to match that to her. But the stain is extremely consistent with her body as found.
Based upon your anatomical observations of her size and shape?
Yes, sir. Because the dimensions of her from her head down to her buttocks and from her back to her knees and feet, etc., that matches this very well. And as you can see, we have scales of measure on this piece of evidence, which was done by law enforcement, as well as the scales of measure that we have at autopsy. So it's very easy to match sizes because we have a scale of measure in both different photographs.
So, sir, you mentioned both different photographs. I'm now displaying 204 and 127-4. You mentioned no measurements. Do you see no measurements on the left 204-4?
Yes, sir. In fact, we have two of our rulers in this photograph. So if you were to basically flip Jasmine Pace's body over, rotating it on her feet, and just flip it over, she would fit into this stain very nicely.
So, sir, in your expert opinion,
thank you so much, y'all.
Exhibit 158. Where's Jasmine Pace's head?
On this actual exhibit,
yes, sir.
Her head is.
Yours. Feel free to stand up if you want a better view.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
If we look here at this area, that's this area right here, and that's where her head is going to be. Her head and shoulders are right in this area.
You mentioned legs and buttocks.
And similarly, this is going to be her back with her knees drawn up. There's a foot, knee, and arm.
Specifically, which arm?
That's most likely going to be her left arm.
And why would you say most likely be her left arm?
Well, that's the arm that not only has the injuries, but it's also the arm that is lying, or is, excuse me, I said left arm, I meant right arm. That's the arm that's got the injuries. The left hand and wrist has injuries. The right shoulder has injuries. So this would be most consistent with the left wrist area. I believe I said that correctly without confusing myself.
Thank you. During your external examination of Ms. Pace's body at autopsy, were there signs of obvious injuries?
There were.
Let's start with the head and neck. Do you, in your autopsy report, work from head down?
Yes, sir.
First injury you document, sir, on page 2 of your autopsy report is a 1.5-inch, slightly curvilinear stab incised wound at the vertex of the scalp. What would a curvilinear stab and incised wound look like?
Well, we have our stab incised wound, and obviously since we have stabs and we have incised wounds, there's got to be sort of a middle ground where it's kind of stabbing and cutting as well. And so that is a stab incise wound. Curvilinear means it's not absolutely straight, but it's curved. And it's not irregular, it's linear. So we have a curved but linear wound that is a combination of a stab and incise wound. And the measurements all refer to the length of that wound. And the vertex scalp is the top of the head. It's at the vertex, the most vertical part of the body. So at the top of the head, we have this wound on the scalp.
I'm showing you now 204-6. Is that injury depicted here?
It is. If we look, here is her forehead. Here's her nose. So just to orient you, so this is forward. And here's that wound. You can see that it's got stabbing characteristic here, and then it slices. So that's where you get the curvilinear stab inside.
Wow.
So the blade's going in, it doesn't penetrate the bone, it just goes down to the skull, and then it cuts backward.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I wanted
Next
you to get it.
injury you describe is a 1 3/4 inch stab incise wound on the right forehead above the eye. Sir, I'm going to show you 204-7. Would you mind pointing that out to the jury?
That would be this wound that we see here. And here, obviously, now we've got what we call clean pictures because we've removed this, washed away as much of the blood as we can. And now we can see the characteristics of the wound itself. This is that wound that we're talking about.
The reason why it's so dark is they have all the lights off in the courtroom so people can see the screen better. That's what they do. They turn down the lights because if they have them on, it's old school equipment and they cannot see the projected images as well. So they turn off the lights. It's not turn off the lights, the party's over.
Talking about.
Oh, do you know what? I used to do this and I got away from it, but I'm going to start doing it again. We're going to take a moment of silence for the victim. I think this is important. Jasmine Pace, born May 29th of 2000, unalive November 23rd of 2022. May you rest in peace, and may your family find comfort during these times. Back to trial.
You see there's a blush of bleeding around these wounds. So again, these are wounds that have some blood pressure with them, but you also see the underlying fat here. Our fat is yellow. It looks like chicken fat, quite frankly. And so when we see yellow fat, that's indicative of not much bleeding going into that area. So a combination of that blush of blood and the yellow fat would mean this is more likely a perimortem wound.
And again, what's perimortem?
Perimortem is at or around the time of death. There's not full blood pressure at that time. So she's bled enough to drop her blood pressure down. She's in the dying process, but she's not yet dead.
Thank you, sir. Next injury you describe is a 1 1/8-inch stab incise wound to the left forehead. I'm now showing you 204-8. Could you please describe this injury to the jury?
Here is that injury. It basically cuts across the eyebrow and goes under the brow ridge itself into the eyeball itself, so that her eyeball is actually ruptured. So the wound track here is downward and backward.
I just forgot about it. I'm going to start doing it again.
Next injury is a half-inch irregular stab wound. What is an irregular stab wound?
That's going to be one that isn't linear, doesn't have the usual characteristics of a straight stab wound. We've all cut up our food and prepared food. If you take your knife and you stab it into the roast beef, that's going to be a typical stab wound. If on the other hand you sort of wiggle the knife around as you're doing it, that's going to leave an irregular stab wound.
Now showing you 204-9. Please describe the injury to the jury.
The philtrum, by the way, is that ditch in the middle of your upper lip coming down from the nose. And here you can see it goes here, then curves, then goes down, and then curves. So this is a knife that is, it's a stab wound, but it's hitting bone and being deflected. So that's why you get this curvilinear thing. In addition, that skin is not uniformly smooth because you have the philtrum. So you have a peak and a valley and then another peak coming up, as well as the bottom edge of the nostril. So the contours of the face are very irregular and you're hitting bone, but not penetrating deeply into it. That's what makes it an irregular stab.
Thanks. The next injury is a 3/8 inch stab wound to the chin, just left of midline. I'm showing you 204-10.
And this is that stab wound, and you can see it's very regular, very consistent, very smooth, very linear, but it's not very big, so it doesn't go very deep.
It's more of a slash instead of a stab.
But this also has that blush of hemorrhage around it.
And when you say hemorrhage, you just mean bleeding?
Bleeding, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
The hemorrhage means bleeding.
Thank you, sir. Next, sir, you go on to describe a large number of stabs to the side of the head and neck. And for this, you may need your autopsy report to explain them. So here's Exhibit 202. I'm now showing you, sir, 204-11. Could you orient the jury to which side of Jasmine Pace are we looking at?
Obviously, this is the right side of her head, right ear, eye, top of the shoulder down here. Here you see her left hand, which we'll get to momentarily. But you can see all of these individual stab wounds and stab incised wounds that are occupying the right side of her head and face. These don't go any deeper, basically, than what you see. They don't penetrate into the skull.
We're so glad to have you,
Until we
TK.
get down to neck wounds.
AK Swan.
Even this double stab wound in the ear here.
A lot of pent up
only
rage.
goes to skull. So her brain is remaining intact.
I need to get me some
So
Ollie
there's
tea
no
right now.
actual brain injury at this point. These are basically stabbing into muscle, soft tissue, etc.
And because it's not penetrating the skull, would any of these
This is the
injuries
hardest day of trial.
immediately fatal?
It wouldn't be immediately fatal, but obviously with this number of stab wounds, there's going to be a lot of bleeding coming from them because the head is a very vascular part of our body.
Yep.
And any one of
Bleeds
us,
like a
particularly
mofo.
bald people who have bashed your heads
Bleeds like a mofo.
scalp wounds bleed. They bleed a lot. And facial wounds also bleed. So these are going to do quite a bit of bleeding. When we get down to these wounds in particular, these are significantly deeper. This one just behind the ear and at the lower edge of the jaw. They don't cut into large arteries or veins, but they do go deeper, and so they do cut through a lot more muscle.
Doctor, are these injuries that we see on the screen, 204-11, slashings?
Well, they're mostly stab wounds. Some have stab incise characteristics. That is, the blade comes in, and as it's coming out, it doesn't come straight out, but it cuts its way out and back. So instead of going straight in and out, it's in and then out at an angle. So you have more of an incised characteristic to, say, for example, this one. In this particular wound, this is a good example of where you have that little curved edge here, which would be the initial penetration, and then the cut coming out as the blade deflects, hitting skull, etc. So when you see this little fishtail,
when you say a fishtail, what are you talking about?
this little double peak thing that you see along here, we don't see it in every stab wound. What we're looking for is basically the contour of the knife, the cross section, if you will. We look for a blunt edge, that's going to be the spine of the blade or the back of the blade. In a single edge knife, a double edge knife, of course, will not have a blunt edge, but a thin single edge blade frequently doesn't show you a good blunt edge. The other thing we're going to look for are the fishtails, as you can see here and here. And that's because things are in motion. As the knife comes in, it creates one of those little fishtails, and then a little bit of motion as it's coming out creates the other fishtail. So you have one coming in, and then a little rotation, and one coming out. So that tells you the edged part of the blade, or the edge of the blade. Even if you don't have a good blunt edge to see, that tells you where your sharp edge is.
Sir, if Miss Jasmine Pace was in the fetal position at the time of the infliction of the injuries, are you able to tell anything about the, I guess, direction from which the penetration stab occurred?
Well, these are all going away from us, and with variable degrees of forward and backward or downward.
If you're new and joining us, thank you so much. If you push the like button, this I like to be entered into the drawing for the end of the month giveaway.
It's hard to get a good directionality, but they are all coming from her right to her left, and for the most part, a bit downward.
Next, sir, you described a injury to the right side of the neck with a 1/4 inch stab wound, with 1/8 inch anterior blunt edge. It penetrates completely through the neck before exiting and transecting the thyroid horn as well as the jugular.
Y'all, this is a content warning. Oh, I need to put that up again. It came off.
What's been admitted into evidence is 204-12. Can you please tell us what we're looking at here?
Well, for orientation, here we have the top of the left shoulder. Obviously, this is the neck. Here's that stab wound on the chin that we saw before. This is actually one wound pathway. It comes in here and exits here. In the course of this, it actually cuts across the larynx or the voice box, and your larynx has two cartilage horns that stick up. Those are called the laryngeal horns, and they're about the size of a pencil lead. And the one on this side, the left side, is completely severed. In addition, the jugular vein, which sits right next to the carotid artery, is also transected. By transected would be cut in half. So it's completely divided. The blade actually goes through the top of the larynx and cuts through the epiglottis. The epiglottis is what closes off your airway so that you don't choke to death on food. So it's basically a thin flap of cartilage about the size of your thumbnail. And as you swallow, it flips down to close the larynx and the trachea so you don't get water into your lungs. So that is cutting right through there. The interesting thing is that it doesn't actually cut through carotid arteries, even though the carotid runs right next to the jugular. So it misses the carotid and it severs the jugular. The important thing to that is the jugular vein is a large volume of blood, but it's at low pressure. So you don't bleed as fast from a cut of the jugular vein. In movies and TV and books and stuff, they always talk about, oh, he cut his jugular vein
It
and
doesn't
blood spurted out. No,
without
blood
pressure.
doesn't spurt from a jugular
oozes.
vein or a vein cut, it flows out.
Yep.
Arteries are the ones that are under pressure, and that's where the blood spurts. In this case, the arteries were not damaged in the neck.
Mm-hmm.
Now, doctor, can you tell, since it was a entrance on to our left, okay, on the screen, and exiting on the right side of the screen in 204-12, are we able to glean anything about the size of the knife?
The knife is going to have a relatively broad blade, but relatively thin. By a broad blade, I mean that from the spine to the cutting edge is going to be wider. So this is not your average steak knife or anything like that. It's what most people would call a butcher knife. Actually, it's a chef's knife. And it's the kind that when you're watching the cooking shows on TV, when they're rapidly chopping their onions, that's what they're using, is a chef's knife. And so those are going to have a fairly wide and fairly long blade. And the reason for that wide blade is to get the handle up off of the cutting board. That's the only real reason that it's that shape. The skinny blades are going to be more slicers. And if you're a knife nerd, then you know exactly what I'm talking about, but most people are not.
I showed you 204-13. What is this?
This is actually the exit side of that wound, and you can actually see through it to the autopsy table on the other side. Here is part of the larynx at the base of the tongue itself, the root of the membrane that holds the tongue. And you can see there's a couple of ragged areas here. So the blade is not a quick in-out, it's an in with some motion. Not necessarily twisting, but some relative motion. Not a lot, because as you can see, this is a pretty symmetrical wound coming out. But it's coming in from the right-hand side and coming out toward us.
Doctor, the injuries that we just saw on the screen, it bisected the larynx with a hole on both sides. Did that affect the person's ability to vocalize, talk?
You're above the vocal cords themselves. Those are buried down in the larynx. So you can actually make sounds, but because the sounds that you would make are not just made by your vocal cords, they're made also by the back of the throat and the tongue. But you now have that air escaping out of the sides. And so what used to be one pathway is now three. So in combination with that, we have bleeding and a fair amount of bleeding. And so that blood pouring into that area is also going to affect the ability to vocalize, at least vocalize in anything intelligible other than just sounds, wheezing, gasping, bubbling, that sort of thing.
You also mentioned damage to the thumbnail-sized flap, I forget the term,
The epiglottis,
the epiglottis, that was damaged as well because of that wound.
yes.
What would the end result of that be with blood beginning to come out of the jugular vein?
Well, you're not able now to close off your airway. So now the blood is flowing down in your airway from that jugular vein. Of course, it's also coming out of the neck on both sides, but it's flowing down into your airway as well, down your trachea into your lungs. So that's going to fill your lungs with blood. It's
Thank you, Mama Green. We've never done that.
Drowning in your own blood.
Ooh,
If
Jean
you
Mead,
are inhaling blood and
juror.
filling your lungs with blood.
I like that, Mama Green. We've never done that, or just started
Next
doing it the
injury
last
you
couple of days.
described
Thank you.
is an injury to the left posterior neck with a 2.1/8-inch stab wound without an identifiable blunt edge. I'm now showing 204-14.
Hello, Dr. Bullbutter.
This
Hope
is
you're
the
feeling
back
better.
of Jasmine Pace's head and neck. We're obviously just within the hairline here, so we're up at about this level. And you can see this is, again, a stab in size kind of a wound where you can see the layers of skin, fat, muscle, and you're almost down to skull. But there's a lot of muscle back here in the back of your neck. And so this does not actually go down to damage the skull. So this is basically as far to the left as the injuries get. And certainly given her position, and this being right across the back of the head and neck, it can easily be done from the right-hand side as well.
Are we able to tell anything from the coloration of the wound and the area skin around the wound that we see on the screen?
Yes, this is one of those that would be certainly a perimortem wound. You don't see any blush in the skin around it. The skin itself, the cut edge, shows almost no bleeding, a little bit up here. The underlying fat is still quite yellow. And the superficial layers here of the fibrous tissue have almost no bleeding in there. So this is definitely going to be a perimortem wound. It's possible that it's even postmortem. But again, this is just a gradation. There's no rigid distinctions between them.
Sorry.
Because obviously when you're bleeding to death, you don't bleed to death all at once. It takes a little while.
That is true.
Next, sir, you begin to describe injuries to Jasmine Pace's torso. And you describe it as a cluster of stab wounds on the right upper back, from the base of the neck to the axilla. You then describe the individual injuries themselves. Showing you now 204-15. Could you please show the jury where those injuries are?
Well, we've already discussed the head injuries. We haven't yet discussed the arm injuries. So we're in this area right here. So from the base of the neck down to what's called the posterior axillary area. The axilla is your armpit. And you have two folds of skin, the anterior or the front and the posterior or the back. And you can see that when you lift your arm up and look at yourself in the mirror, you've got basically two columns that define the front and back of your armpit. So this would be the posterior axillary area. And so we're looking at this cluster of stab wounds.
So, sir, the cluster of incised wounds.
I want to take a little break. That's getting a little, we're getting in really deep into, no pun intended, into the wounds. I have a dear friend who's had a Great Dane who she loved dearly, bit her in the face and lost a lot of teeth. Had to have surgery. I mean, sewed her up. This was last year. And what you saw me going, about it, she finally got her teeth put in and she's got her smile back and she looks beautiful. So I was excited about that. I want to thank everybody for being on and joining me today. I appreciate it. Maj, you're doing an amazing job. We have, you haven't hit the like button and then put I liked in the comments, just like this here. Yes, I did see that, Dr. Bullbutter. I was going to talk about that on break. And, I know it was terrible. They had to put the dog down. It's awful. But anyway, please put I liked for the entry for the chance to be in the drawing for the end of the year. I mean, end of the month giveaway. I always give away something at the end of the month. Usually it's a Starbucks tumbler, but I am giving away a $50 Starbucks gift card or a gift card to a place of your choice if you do not like coffee or have one nearby. So stand up, everybody. Get a little. We're going to have a little break. Come on, get up. We got the drums going. Kind of move around a little bit. This is going to be a long trial day. We got to get that blood flowing. Okay, now we're back.
On the upper back with a 1 1/4 inch horizontal stab with a discernible fork edge at the web of the neck would be where?
We're in this area right here.
So that's the injury that you described there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next, you describe a horizontal 3-inch incised wound and a similar horizontal 1 3/16 inch stab.
That is not a burlesque.
Which are above the scapula.
Y'all, that is not a striptease.
Fairly large wound here. You can see it's
that is not a hole.
Still fairly regular, but it has some irregularity to its contours.
You did mention a pair of horizontal 7/8 and 9/16 inch wounds just below the spine of the scapula.
Those are these wounds here. When we talk about the spine of the scapula is your shoulder blade. And we're not talking about the spine of your back, but the shoulder blade is a sort of triangular shaped bone. And in its upper portion, it has a ridge of bone that goes sideways. That's what supports the back of your shoulder. Your shoulder is not actually
y'all make the money rain
connected to anything other than your scapula and your collarbone. So that ridge of bone that runs horizontally is called the spine of the scapula. So we're not talking about the spine of the body, but of that one bone. And that runs in this area right about here. And on some people, you can see it if they're thin enough. You can see that spine of the scapula. You can sometimes even make out the shape of the scapula itself. But that's what we're talking about.
And finally, sir, you described an oblique 1 5/8 inch stab wound in the posterior axillary fold.
That would be back here.
So that wound right there.
Yes.
Sir, are you able to tell anything from the direction of the knife into Miss Jasmine Pace's body if Miss Pace was in the fetal position as found?
Well, the position that you're seeing here would be the wounds are all following the same basic directionality. They're all going from right to left, variable degrees of front to back, and variable degrees of up and down, but not deviating very far. So there's not any that are going sharply downward or sharply upward. They're going basically right to left, some a little forward, most of them not really backward at all until we get to some of these other wounds here. But these, including the neck, would be going to the left and a little bit forward, which would be in that position downward relative to the ground if she's in that fetal position.
So doctor, what we see on the screen with 204-15, given the fact that this is the underside of the carpet, would Jasmine Pace's body be oriented so that her head and right shoulder would actually be up?
Well, up from what we're looking at is the back of the carpet, so everything is flipped. So
Mama, are you
her
Green
right
Eyes? Are you
side,
part of my
the side that we're
Discord?
seeing here would be the side that is actually touching the fuzzy side of the carpet, the side that you walk on.
So we would need to flip it over.
Yes, what we're doing is we're looking at the reversed image, if you will, because we're looking at the back of that carpet. So if we make the carpet transparent, if you will, and then lay it here, that's what we're seeing.
So if we were to fold the carpet,
If
we were to fold the carpet back over, you described the wounds as touching the fuzzy part of this physical exhibit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So if we were to flip it back again, just to orient ourselves, you described your head as being here,
Correct.
Gotcha.
meaning that Jasmine Pace's head would be at this location, but the injuries would be down.
Correct.
Fair to say that she was not at this location when she was stabbed.
Not during the stabbing, but placed there while she was bleeding heavily. So if she's there during the stabbing, I mean, the blood's going to flow out of her. But if she's lying on her left side, as opposed to her right side, the blood is going to flow into her body cavities because there's no holes for it to flow out of the body cavities on the left side of the body. So she has to be actually stabbed and
All
then
mods,
rolled
please
into
go
that
to mod
position.
corner in this chat.
And then the blood
In
flows out.
Discord. All mods.
Now, she could have very
mod
easily
corner
been
in Discord.
a foot over this way and
Thank
simply
you.
rolled over and after she was stabbed, but obviously you can't stab from underneath the carpet, but we have to have a pathway for her blood to come out. And so that means that she has to have the right side of her body, all of these injuries, to allow the blood to leak out of her body or flow out of her body. So that puts her with this side of her body against that while she's actually bleeding to death.
Thank you, sir. Next, you describe a gaping complex wound with an oblique 2 3/8-inch stab wound crossed by 2 vertical stab wounds of 1 1/2 inches in the mid-scapular region. You describe the blade penetrating the scapula, entering the oral cavity through the 3rd intercostal space and the 4th rib, which is splintered. You then state that the end of the knife fractured off and remains in the lung. I'm now showing you 204-1. Would you please point out that knife blade to the jury?
This is the end of the knife. It's a little bit rotated. It's not flat on, but this is where it is in her lung.
Thank you, sir. Now going back to 204-15, you will point out the gaping complex wound that you described earlier.
That's this wound right here. And you can see you've got one pathway here, one there, and then there's another here. So you've got the big wound and then the 2 crossing wounds And the dark area here is actually going into the chest cavity, the pleural cavity. So when we perforate the scapula, as it goes in and comes out again, and it hits the third intercostal space. The intercostals are the muscles in between the ribs. So the third rib has the third intercostal space below it, right above the fourth rib. So when we say the third rib down and the third intercostal space, and then the fourth rib, what we're talking about is the area of muscle in between the third and fourth ribs. And then the fourth rib is actually splintered by the blade. So it's not just a cut through, but it's splintered in multiple fragments.
Sir, are there any vital organs inside the pleural cavity?
Certainly the heart and lungs. In this case, the knife blade actually goes into the right lung and it's snapped off with the end of the blade actually propped up against the fourth rib with the tip of the blade still embedded in the lung.
How deep into Jasmine Pace's chest did that knife blade penetrate?
Well, if we look at the end of the knife blade that's broken off, I believe it's 2 inches, if I'm not mistaken. Fractured section. So we have the 2-inch long section that is embedded in the lung, plus the chest wall, or the ribs, plus the chest wall, plus the scapula, plus the muscle and skin of the back. So we're looking at 3 inches or so of the knife actually going in.
Well, thank you.
The 2-inch section of blade.
Oh my God, you're so awesome.
Completely within.
Thank you. 10 more entries. You just got 10 more entries for Super Chat. You get 10 additional entries into the month giveaway. Thank you, beloved.
So I'm going to draw your attention to another injury that we see closest to the ruler. I have a photograph of it. It's 204/27. Are we able to infer anything?
Thank you.
This is one of those stab wounds that doesn't really have a good blunt edge to it. Again, this is going pretty deeply into the body, and I believe this one is the
okay, Kelly, we'll help you. Oh, Gabby, thank you. Let's help you after the live, Kelly, in Discord. We'll get you there. Oh, thank you, Gabby.
Goes into the shoulder, just above the axilla.
This pays the electric bill.
The second rib.
I got to pay the electric and internet.
Posterolaterally, and that means the back side, or the side and back of the rib. So what we're looking at here, here's the armpit right here. And so this blade is going forward and
thank you, Gabby.
A little bit upward, and it hits the back of the second rib and breaks it.
And when you say upward, is that using the standard anatomical description, like up towards head, or are we talking up from? Right?
No, we're talking up towards head. Again, standard anatomical position.
Just wanted to make sure I wasn't confused. Doctor, were you ultimately able to recover the knife blade from Jasmine Pace's chest?
I was, yes, sir.
So I'm handing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 177. Do you mind opening that up?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, y'all. Love the little unicorn. Love the little unicorn. And why are you handling this without a glove, medical examiner? Attention. Glove, please. Gabby, that would be a great sound. Attention. Glove, please.
This is the cup that contains the broken end of the knife blade as recovered.
Now he gets the gloves.
At the time of autopsy
Yo.
from the medical examiner's office. And you can see that it has the general contour of what you'd expect to see from a chef's knife. I can't tell you exactly how long that blade is because they vary in how wide they are. But you can see the very tip end of it is broken off.
The fatty
and
tip.
That was not recovered at autopsy.
I got a bad thing I want to say so bad.
Part of the blade
it is so
all the way
bad. I would get in trouble.
In the chest. If we assume that my fingers are ribs, then in this case the knife isn't.
It would be so bad, guys.
The ribs. If the lung is here, the knife is actually, or the tip of the end of the knife is actually all the way in and propped up against the inside of the ribs.
That may not work. Let me see.
Embedded all the way into the lung.
That injury failed?
It's certainly likely to be eventually because there is a large hole from the chest wall into the pleural cavity, that is the chest cavity. There's no longer a vacuum in there. And our lungs rely on having a vacuum inside our chest cavity to expand. As our diaphragm goes down when we breathe, it creates more vacuum and air gets sucked in that way. If you make a hole in there, we no longer have a vacuum. So then that right lung basically becomes non-functional. There's still blood flowing to it, so of course it's bleeding, but it's not doing you any good in exchanging air because you can't get any air into that collapsed lung. So the only lung that's working for you is your left lung.
You're going to hate me. Gabby, it has to be an MP3. It can't be an MP4. It has to be an MP3.
You already described, Doctor. I'm sorry.
Next,
you describe a contusion 3.5 by 1 inch.
And you sent me an MP4.
Right chest.
I apologize, dear one. Can you send it as an MP3?
Many things evidence is 2 of 417. Can you please point out the large contusion 3.5 by 1 inch?
That's this contusion here. It actually has a little blood blister in the middle of it.
I wonder.
This is the back of Jasmine Pace's torso. Her front is here. You can see her armpit here. And this is the right upper arm. Here is this large pink to red contusion.
Do contusions form?
Tash, welcome! Yay!
Well, blood has to flow into a bruise. A contusion is a bruise, and so blood has to flow into the area because what you're doing to make a bruise is crushing tissue. And when you crush tissue, you actually rupture capillaries, and the capillaries leak into that area. That's how we get a bruise. And so you actually have to have blood pressure to flow into the area
you're
of
good.
Damage before you get it.
On the green again. Just like feeling on the green
How long does it
again.
take for a
I'm tired.
contusion such as that to form?
It can be a matter of minutes, depends on what the blood pressure is. and how much damage is done. Obviously, you damage more capillaries, you're going to get more bleeding, and so the contusion is going to become visible. The other thing that matters in the formation of a contusion is how deep is it, which again goes back to how much tissue did you crush. A small bump may not pop up a bruise until later on that day, possibly even the next day. But you fall off a ladder and you give yourself a really good whack, you're going to have that contusion by the time you pick yourself up.
You got a good whack on your leg, you're going to have a bruise or contusion.
Or how much damage is done will depend on how quickly the contusion or bruise shows up.
Sir, in this case, how deep was this contusion?
This one goes through skin, through the subcutaneous fat, and just to the outer layer of chest wall muscle. So this is a fairly deep contusion. It's not one that involves a lot of the chest wall muscle, but it's not trivial either.
When you say it's not trivial either, are you able to describe the amount of force that would cause that kind of injury?
Well, the amount of force is frequently asked, and as forensic pathologists, we don't like to do that because there's a lot of variables involved. In this case, we have a thin young woman who doesn't have a lot of subcutaneous fat, so the amount of force it would take to cause that contusion may be different than a robust male or an older person, et cetera, et cetera. So this is, again, not something that is likely to come up in her from just bumping into the counter. This is going to be like a fall against a counter or a blow or something that is going to get her attention, if you will, not one of those where you hit your elbow and you didn't notice it, and then
sorry, Gabby,
later on you realize, oh crap, I gave myself a bruise.
You mentioned get her attention. What kind of, I guess, physical effects could an impact like that have on a person?
Well, it depends again on the amount of force and whether you're ready for it, if you will. But certainly it's going to stagger you for a bit. It's not necessarily going to knock you out or anything, but there are other bruises on her, particularly on her neck area, that would be more likely to cause, if not unconsciousness, at least semi-consciousness.
Could it knock the wind out of you?
It could. Typically, that's caused by a spasm of your diaphragm, but a blow there can cause you to have that wind knocked out of you effect, which is
I don't know how to do that.
Moving.
Well, wait a minute, may have got it.
The nerve
Hold on.
in it has been overloaded and basically gets short-term electrocuted, and so it spasms down. That's why you can't breathe, because your diaphragm doesn't work.
Did y'all hear that?
Thank you, sir. You mentioned bruising to the neck.
Yes, sir. On the front of Jasmine Pace's neck, there's a number of abrasions and faint bruises, but the abrasions aren't associated with any stab wounds. And typically, this would be an indicator of we need to go and do a
Did you hear this?
Formal layer-wise neck dissection, looking for things like manual strangulation. But if you already have a stab wound that goes clear through the neck, there's going to be bleeding into those neck muscles that we would be looking for. And so that basically negates the use of those neck muscles. We call them strap muscles because they're thin and flat. And the only other things we would be able to use would be the larynx, typically those thyroid horns that we talked about that stick up and are about the size of a pencil lead, or the hyoid bone. And
I'm not hearing it. You should hear it here. Y'all should hear that. Are you hearing that? I hope y'all heard that because I don't know why you
In
wouldn't
young
otherwise.
people, that's problematic because young people are flexible. We all know this. And in a young person, your hyoid bone isn't yet fused. It's still in 3 pieces. So it's very flexible. You can squeeze it from the side and it won't break. The larynx is the same way, very flexible. You can squeeze it. When you get old and you start to calcify these things, then they become rigid and brittle. And that's where we'll see fracture. So in her case, in Jasmine's case, there's no fracture of the hyoid bone. But it is quite flexible, and there's no fracture of the thyroid cartilage, except for the knife blade cutting off that thyroid horn. But again, she has a very flexible larynx. So can I tell you that she was manually strangled? No, I cannot. The only thing I've got is the abrasions on the outside of her neck, a little bit of surrounding contusion that may be associated with it, but don't have to be.
I'm showing you 204-12, do you mind pointing out those observations that you just made to the jury?
This is what we're talking about here. You can see these reddening areas along here. Those are bruises, because bruises, again, is just bleeding into that area. You can see it around here too, where we have that blush of hemorrhage. And we actually have some abrasion on the front of the neck. And remember, there's no clothing on. So we have unexplained bruises and abrasions on the front of her neck. They may indicate a degree of manual strangulation or choking, but I can't tell you definitively that that is what happened. It's simply that that's a marker that is consistent with that and frequently seen during that.
Thank you, Doc. Next, moving on to the extremities, you described an injury to the right shoulder with a 3.5 by 1 1/4 complex incised wound compromising 4 incisions. I'm now showing you 204-15. Could you please point out the injury you're describing there?
This is that injury, and you can see that it doesn't go very deep. These are slices. And you can count them in there. There's 1, 2, and you can see how it slices up here. So we're actually slicing up sections of skin and underlying subcutaneous fat and a little bit of muscle of the actual shoulder itself.
Now, Doctor, I'm going to zoom in. Are you able to tell us anything about the color of the injuries and redness to the surrounding area?
Well, if you look at these areas in here, there's more redness to it. You can see this is nice and red here. This is the one that goes all the way through the neck. But look at how yellow this is relative to the amount of yellow fat displayed in this one. So this is going to be more of the antemortem side of that wound. So we have, that gradation going across from antemortem to perimortem. In her case, I don't see any definitive post-mortem wounds. I see perimortem wounds that are probably right near death. But again, death doesn't occur instantaneously. You're bleeding to death, and so it's a relatively slow process.
Thank you, Doc. Next, you describe mid portion of the shoulder with a complex 1 3/4 by 1 1/2 stab wound with 4 separate.
Can you hear that music?
Going back to that same photograph, 204-15, can you describe the location of that?
This is actually that wound.
I may have to be out of the program for you to hear it.
But you can see there's 1, 2, 3, and then
you don't hear the music?
Right there. This wound is actually one of the more damaging wounds because unlike this wound here, which is more dramatic, if you will, this time the knife actually penetrates into the armpit. And in your armpit, you not only have a bundle of nerves called the brachial plexus, you also have artery and vein going into your arm and providing blood to your hand. So in this case, not only the nerves of the brachial plexus, but also the artery and vein of the brachial artery and vein are damaged and severed. So now we have not just venous blood under low pressure, large volume, but arterial blood, high pressure. So this wound is going to bleed pretty significantly. A lot of that blood is going to be internal, but it's going to work its way out. And the internal bleeding is going to come about because the multiple layers of muscle will sort of close over and block off a lot of that bleeding. But because we have that Z shape, where you're cutting not only with the muscle fibers, but across the muscle fibers, that's going to be more open and allow more bleeding to occur. So this one is going to bleed pretty significantly.
Thank you, sir. Next, we describe just below the complex wound, a blade 1 3/8-inch stab wound with a 1/8-inch blunt edge. Both this stab and the complex wound penetrate the axilla as described to the jury. So showing you, going back to the same picture.
I'm going to take a quick comfort break. I'll be right back.
There we have this wound, which goes upward in the arm and actually gets into the axilla as well. So these two are creating a fairly large amount of damage into the muscle of the upper arm going into the axilla or the armpit area and doing a lot of damage to the vasculature and nerves in that area.
Next, we describe an injury to the right elbow with a 1/4-inch superficial incised wound with surrounding abrasion. I don't believe that we have a photograph of that, do we, doctor?
I don't believe so, but it's actually on the elbow itself, superficial wound, a little bit of abrasion around it.
Would it be a fatal?
It would not be, no, sir.
Next, sir, you describe a right wrist with a 2 3/4-inch incised braided contusion on the ulnar aspect with a 1/2-inch contusion on the radial aspect. I'm showing you 204/18. Would you mind pointing that out for us?
This is the contusion on the ulnar aspect. Actually, here, this is the one we were just talking about.
Oh, okay.
The bones of the forearm are the ulna and the radius. The radius goes to the thumb. And so the thumb side is the radius and the ulna, the little finger side is the ulna. So if we look at the outside of our forearm, that's the ulnar side. And so this bruise here, this contusion, is going to be the one on the ulnar side. There's also another one on the radial side or the thumb side.
You mentioned the thumb side with a 1/2-inch contusion on radial aspects. Sir, would you mind pointing it out?
That's right here.
Thank you, Gabby.
Next to the tattoo.
Next to the tattoo with the handcuff.
Judge, it's 204/20. Sir. Next, sir, you describe a incised wound to the right palm with a 1 1/4 horizontal incised wound with the distal undetermined just proximal to the ring in the fingers.
No, I did not.
Sir, would you mind pointing out that injury?
This is that injury. You notice all the wrinkles.
I need you to resend them again.
That whenever we're in water, we all see it. We call it washer.
Never mind, I got it.
More formally, it's immersion.
I meant to download them.
But the undermining is what we call the word term used when the blade scoops under the skin and cuts. And we've all done it to ourselves. But in this case, you have sort of a curvilinear shape here, and instead of a stab going in and through, it's more of a slice. But it doesn't come this way, it comes this way. It comes from the palm toward the fingertips. So that's what that distal is. Distal means toward the outside, proximal means toward the core of the body.
Only within my bank.
So distal undermining means that the wound itself is cut this way.
Is that the only injury to the right arm and hand?
Can I send it to
Yes, sir.
Ellie?
I'll have Zell
Next, we move on to the left arm. No injuries to the upper arm and forearm.
Isaac.
You describe a 1/4 inch superficial stab wound to the right wrist, showing you, or I'm sorry, the left wrist, showing you 204-25.
I have to have an account with them.
That's this wound here. You can see it's relatively small. And the anterior surface, again, using that standard anatomic position, anterior means front. So our hands, palms of the hands are toward the front. So the anterior surface, it's also called the ventral surface. The back is the dorsum, the belly of something is called the ventral. When we go fishing, the fish have a vent. That's on their ventral side. That's this wound, and it does not go in very deep and does not sever the tendons that go to the arm or the hand rather.
The next injury described is a injury to the wrist, 1/4 inch vertical stab wound, showing you 204-22.
That's on the ulnar surface there. Again, you can see that this is the outside, the little finger side of the hand.
The how do you pronounce that word?
Posterior ulnar. What that means is the ulnar or the little finger side and the posterior or the back. So the back little finger side of the wrist, which would be this area right here.
Has a 2 1/4 by 3/4 inch stab wound comprised of 3 separate stabs in an arrowhead shape. They penetrate the ulnar. Is that a bone, sir?
That is a bone.
And inside the ulnar artery. Sir, I'm now showing you 204-15. Would you mind pointing out where that wound complex is?
That's this wound here. And again, we have an injury to an artery. And the ulnar artery is not a real big artery, but you can sometimes feel your pulse in that. Most people, when they feel the pulse in the wrist, they go for the radial artery. But there's also one at the ulnar artery. And so this is cut as well. So not only do you have fracture of the bone and incised wounds of the area of the wrist, you've also got an incision through an artery. So we have the jugular vein in the neck. We have the axillary artery in the armpit, and now we have the ulnar artery in the wrist. So we have 2 sources of arterial bleeding and 1 source of significant venous bleeding. The jugular vein is, as you would expect, a quite large vein, since it brings blood back from the head.
Now showing you 204-23. You describe an arrowhead shape. Can you point that out to the jury?
That's actually, we could probably see it a little better in the other picture, but basically we're talking about this area here.
Thank you, sir. Next, we describe a 5/16 inch superficial stab wound at the junction of thumb and wrist, showing you 204-24.
And that's this. You can see a little bit of skin that's actually pulled up because the tip of the blade doesn't go in very far. and just lifts up a little bit of the skin. This doesn't go in deeply. It doesn't hit any major vasculature or bone.
You describe a 1 3/8 inch stab wound with a 1/16 inch blunt edge just below the distal wrist, and it goes completely through the hand, exiting the palm with a 1 1/4 inch wound. Would you mind pointing it out to the jury on 204-23?
That's this wound here, and you can see the depth of that wound, and that actually goes all the way through and comes out on the palm side of the hand right through here.
Showing now 204-25, the injury you described is at the, I guess, center of the photograph.
That's correct, yes, right here.
Thank you. You then describe a 1 1/2 incised wound exiting through the back of the palm. Is that what we see in 204-23?
That's this wound here. Basically, it's a slice across the little finger side of the hand that goes all the way through this area of muscle along here.
I'm now showing you the back of the hand, 204-25. Doctor, are you able to tell from looking at this which direction the hand was facing at the time of the incised wound?
Cappy, go to this
So
board, please.
It's basically horizontal or across the long axis of the hand. So it could be like this, it could be like this, depending on how the wrist is turned, would depend on the, or would vary the angle of the knife. So it's just an incised wound, it's not a stab.
What about the preceding injury that went through and through? Don't use the term, I'm sorry. That entered on the dorsal side and exited on the ventral side.
That actually obviously is coming from the back or back of the hand toward the palm. And so if we take the left hand and put it in the position, then the wound is coming in this way. If we put it in this position, then it's different from all of our other wounds that are on the right-hand side. So if we lay that left hand out, then we've got to turn it over for the blade to go in the back and come out the palm. So we have
I've been sitting here, I forgot to turn the camera on, my bad.
We can have the direction of the knife going relative to
Now I got to
the
pull
body,
again back.
depending on where the arm is and where the hand is and how it's rotated. So because that left arm and hand are free, that is, they can move in any direction that you can normally move your hand and arm, you can't lock her into a rigid position for that wound. Now, if we put her hand where we found it, when she when the bags were unwrapped from around her body, it's in this position. So a blade coming from the right is going to be able to go through this hand if you bend the wrist like this. Or if it's facing this way, it can come this from right and going upward. And again, that would fit with the other wounds that we see that are all going from the right to the left and a little bit upward, sometimes a little bit downward, and not much in the way of forward or backward, but some variation on those.
Thank you, Doctor. You then describe a quarter-inch superficial stab wound above the back of the hand in reference to the fifth metacarpal. By pointing that out to it, or I'm sorry, Dr. Cottrell.
That's this wound here. The metacarpals are our hand bones. The carpals are our wrist bones, metacarpals are our hand bones, and our fingers are called phalanges. So the hand bones are actually, when you look at an x-ray, what looks like a hand or what looks like your fingers is actually your metacarpals for the most part. And so that's over the bone leading to your little finger. That's the 5th metacarpal.
You then describe, sir, a horizontal 3/4 inch stab wound between the 4th and 5th metacarpals, going completely through the hand, incising bone and tendon, and exiting through the 5/16 inch wound on the palm. Sir, I'm showing you 2 and 4/23. Which one after that?
That's this wound. You can actually see the end of a severed tendon right here. And obviously this would be the 5th and the 4th metacarpals.
You describe it exiting the palm. Please point out the exit.
And that's the exit right here in the wrinkled surface of the palm.
You describe a perforating stab wound of the index finger entering the back of the finger through a 9/16 inch wound. The incises tendon and bone of the first phalanx, exiting the palmar aspect of the finger through a 5/16 inch wound. Returning to 204/23, point that out.
That's this wound here. It's on the first joint or the first phalanx of the phalange of the index finger. And this one goes through the finger and comes out on the palm surface. You can see, here's the thumb and the index finger here, and this is where it comes out.
You're welcome, TK.
Doctor, you said earlier.
General, I can catch up. Not first. Not first.
Yes.
Okay, guys, I am going to, unfortunately, have to run to the bank. Unfortunately. Oh, I see it, Gabby. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it works. Gotta download it first. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time with this. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be a hard time.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 minutes after 12. We did not get a mid-morning break. I want to get to as much as possible. So we're going to take our lunch break at this point. It's 5 minutes after 12. We'll try to resume this jury trial at 1:20.
So I'll stay with you through the lunch, and then once the court hops back on. Let me rename it. I love the accent on that sidebar. Where did you go? Where did you go? So y'all can't hear any of this? Could you guys not hear that? How could you not hear that? I got to figure out why y'all are not hearing those sounds, because that's pretty freaking awesome. That pretty awesome, dude. I can only have 8. Center. Uh-oh, laugh. Oh my God, pitch, a voice. Sentiment bound. I'm looking to see if there's anything I want to get rid of. Oh, clear door closing. Clear pad. And then I'll rename this one. I'm adding some sounds to, because everyone says I have the same sounds as everybody else, and I'm copying them. So we've got our own. What does that one say? Oh. That one. Yep. Why? Oh, why won't that one go in? So what I'm doing is somebody sent me two fabulous sound things. I don't know if y'all could hear that one or not. Didn't know if you could hear that one or not. But that one is cool. But I have to be careful when I use those ones, you know. I can get Misa in some trouble with the you-know-who's. I don't need to be a Misa, so no trouble. I don't need to be in trouble, man. Misa don't want no trouble. Misa wants to be able to keep doing this. Misa likes it. Mode set is done. Grazie. All mode set is done. Yahoo! Okay, now let's see if I got it. This is not easy to redo your sound pads. Okay, come on. Let me, computer, quit telling me where to put my stuff. Oh, yeah. So what I'm going to have to do, let me put this. Can y'all hear this? Hold on.
You bastards.
Could you hear that?
Sidebar.
Let me know if you heard those. What it said. Or at least the last one. Oh, yeah, baby. We heard them. Yeah, we got them. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. We did it.
There about that. So we can dive
So
into
when we
that
got the
a little
Karen
bit
Reed trial
deeper.
going on.
But so far this
And
morning,
Proctor's up on the stand.
we have seen a lot of testimony from the medical examiner. Let's go through some of the highlights that we know from his testimony so far. So this is Dr. Stephen Cogswell. He's the Hamilton County
Did you hear
medical
this?
examiner. The first thing that they did when they brought him into court this morning was to go over some of his credentials. He said he had performed about 7,000 autopsies in his career. Multiple dozens of them on stab victims. And he said he actually was called to the scene on Suck Creek Road on December 1st of 2022 when Jasmine Pace's body was found inside that suitcase. And that suitcase was one of the things that they brought into testimony today. You could see the prosecutor holding it up in front of Dr. Cogswell there, asking him if that was the suitcase that he saw there on Suck Creek Road, and then if it was the same one that was later transported to the medical examiner's office. He said that it was. Then we walked through some of the highlights of the autopsy. Again, very graphic. We know that Jasmine Pace had more than 60 stab wounds on her body. They were detailing today that they were on her scalp, her face, her neck, her arm, and her torso. And that's just to the part that we've gotten to so far. They said Dr. Cogswell testified that her jugular vein was cut in half. And then he started talking about the type of blade that was used to make some of these stab wounds. He said it was a broad blade. And he described it as what most people would call a butcher knife. He called it a chef's knife and talked about the wide blade there. He also talked about how Jasmine's body was found inside that suitcase in what he called a fetal position. And we know from both opening statements and now from his testimony that there were handcuffs and shackles on his body. Now, Attorney Bill Speak is joining us once again to kind of talk about some of the developments in the case this morning. Bill, thanks so much for your time.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy to be here.
Well, I had.
And Bill, we have been talking, you've been telling us about how this will be one of the key days and some of the key testimony in the case when Dr. Cogswell takes the stand. What we're seeing now is a very detailed description of all of these stab wounds. And like you told us, they're talking a lot about the words post-mortem and peri-mortem around the time of death.
Yep.
What are they trying to establish with that time frame?
Well, the two terms, obviously, post-mortem means.
Okay, could you hear this? I need some feedback. We're going to take a quick mental break. I've got my Stream Deck up and running. They did an update. I was having some glitches with it, and so I think they did an update. Why are y'all not able to hear these noises? I know I have them set right. Let me pull up the controller. Got it. Let me hit this to keep playing while I work on
death.
it.
Perimortem means prior to death. Now, a lot of these wounds might be perimortem, but they're happening, contemporaneously with the stabbings that are taking place. Some of the stuff that I thought was real interesting is as they talk about the different stabs and they talk about the length and the type of stab it is, they're also going into issues of, was she in a fetal position? I think from previous testimony, we'd heard that she was in a fetal position, even when she was with the handcuffs and inside the suitcase. So, they may be trying to establish kind of the position she was in, and maybe that these occurred after the handcuffs were already on her, which would certainly go towards premeditation. Those are the key stuff that we're paying attention to, listening to with Cogswell. He's a very detailed medical examiner, very knowledgeable, very experienced, and he's going to go through each of these wounds and give an expert opinion on them that both sides can use to argue their case later.
And we heard him say about his report that he was taught to.
All right, guys, I'm switching my speaker over to a different mode. I need someone to tell me if they can hear me. Can you hear me? Yes or no? You can hear me. Okay. Okay. All right. Because I'm having a little issue. Now let's go to this. Can you hear this? I can't hear that. I can't hear it. That means you can't hear it. No. That should be a no. That should be a no. That should be a no. Wait. Tell me if you can hear violin. Put violin if you hear violin. I'm not hearing it. Now I'm hearing it. Okay. I may have to uninstall and reinstall. Dagnabbit.
Make these forensic autopsy reports with just observations and descriptions and not opinions.
No, I can't hear that. Nope,
do we think at the end of this questioning, they will then ask him his expert opinion about whether the wounds were given before death, after death, that sort of thing?
Guys.
Yes, and the rationale for Dr. Cogswell is that he's not going into an examination with an opinion already formed. He is observing facts. He's observing the body in its present condition. He's looking at stab wounds, making notes of how deep they go, if there's slashing wounds. Certainly, there'll be a lot of testimony over perimortem and postmortem.
That's what I'm doing, Gabby.
And after that examination is conducted, he will then be allowed to formulate opinions. Now, some of these opinions that he might have may be objected to by the defense. They may have been objected to prior to the trial, and he may be limited somewhat of what he can testify. A lot of those issues do get flushed out and clarified prior to the trial. But he is an expert. He is allowed to give an expert opinion, and so based on the facts that he observes and his experience, he may be asked opinions on how long prior to her actually passing away? Do you think this wound took place? He may be asked a lot of opinions, that tries to move towards the premeditation argument that the state is going to focus on.
And one of the other things we saw used this morning as kind of a visual object for him is this piece of carpet that we've seen in the past few days, and him actually using one of those laser pointers and drawing out with that where he thought her body was laying on this particular carpet and how much it was bleeding at that time. Again, possibly pointing to when those wounds were given to her, correct?
Yeah, correct. And as a medical examiner, with his degree and experience, he's certainly going to understand a lot about body blood flow, even while the heart is or is not pumping. There'll be two different types of blood flow. And so seeing a blood pattern on a rug and knowing the type of injuries she had, he'll form an opinion as to where the body was and possibly even the position the body could be in. It just depends on how detailed of a report he's going to get into. But he'll certainly be able to say the amount of blood, because he knows how much blood a human body has. He knows how much blood a human body will lose. And he'll be able to form an opinion as to, the actual cause, the actual position, maybe not of the body, but certainly where the body was in relation to the amount of blood found on that carpet.
And here we see again something we saw with crime scene investigator Michelle Johnson yesterday. And this is the piece of that knife that the autopsy report says was broken off in Jasmine Pace's lung. He actually gave a very descriptive view of the fact that it got caught in her ribs, he believes, and that's why it broke off. Again, seeing this, and we talked about earlier before you joined us, the images were so graphic. We did not show them, and we're not showing them in our live stream. We know how hard this is for the families. We know both mothers, Jason Chen's mother and Katrina Pace, both removed themselves from the courtroom. And the jury, obviously, it's their job to look at some of these really hard images, the most difficult part, you might say, for a jury during these kind of murder trials.
Absolutely. An autopsy, whenever you deal with a homicide, you're dealing with forensic examination of the body. Autopsy photographs, having tried many of these cases, they're unsettling, and so it would be difficult for people to sit through, especially with your loved one being the one that's being examined. But it's a necessary element of the case. They're establishing death. They're establishing, that this wasn't an accidental death. I know we presume already that it's not an accidental death, but these are still elements that the state must kind of check off to make sure that the jury understands we're dealing with a murder. Certainly, we're going to glean from some of his examination anything that can be used to argue premeditation. He's going to be an expert on bruising patterns. He's going to be an expert on blood flow. He's going to be an expert on what type of wound causes what type of injury. And so there's a lot more to come with this expert, but they're just getting into it right now, and it is unsettling. It is unsettling, but it's a necessary part of the state proving their case, and that's what they're doing, is methodically going through the case like they've done the last couple of days.
And real quick, I want to bring in Mary Beth Mangrum. She was in the courtroom and has been this morning. Mary Beth, talk to us about the jury's demeanor as they have to look at these pretty graphic and very hard to see images.
Right. Yeah. Well, before we even started this morning, there were several warnings given out, one by Judge Boyd Patterson himself. The state also warned of the graphic imagery they were about to see, as well as the defense, requesting that it not be left up any longer than it needed to be. And then whenever we did get into that process, I did see those jury members very attentive. They also, whenever there was the opportunity to compare that blood stain on the carpet versus the positioning of Jasmine Pace, I did see almost all of those jurors stand up to get a better look at that stain and that comparison that they were potentially discussing. So there's been a lot of attention to detail today by the jury.
And Mary Beth, as we said, not all of the family members have been able to watch this. Some of them have removed themselves from that courtroom today.
Right. Yes, I would say that today I have seen the least amount of family members, both for Jason Chen and for Jasmine Pace. This is, a very difficult day. They're going through some very hard pieces of evidence here. And so the family members that I did see, a lot of them were coming in and out of the courtroom with tissues available.
All right, Mary Beth, thanks so much. We'll see you again later in the day as we wrap up more coverage. Bill, we talked about the knife a little bit. I also want to talk about the handcuffs and the shackles that they talked about. And one piece of an argument that we heard before the jury came in this morning was whether they were going to allow some talk and some opinion about the rubbing of the handcuffs and when they were put on. So again, that's something that it seems like they're kind of
that's a critical piece of the case. Those ghosts, a lot of what we're hearing right now is disturbing, but it's really not an issue. We understand that she was killed. We understand that it's a homicide. We understand that he did it. Those are elements that they're establishing, which they need to establish, and they've done a good job of establishing.
They have.
But the issue on premeditation is going to be an underlying issue all the way through this trial. And when you deal with the issue of handcuffs, having dealt with Cogswell before, the body reacts differently to bruising.
There we go.
If blood is flowing through the body, or if there's bruising that is post-mortem. And there's indications to a medical examiner of whether a particular injury to the body occurred after the heart stopped beating.
Right.
And that would certainly be post-mortem, or whether it was perimortem. And those are going to be important issues, because this whole case is going to come down to the premeditation argument, not necessarily the fact that she was killed, which is what a lot of the evidence right now is establishing, that she was killed and it was a homicide.
And one last question for you, Bill. Right before you joined us here, we did let people know that we just received into our newsroom a wrongful death lawsuit that has pretty recently been filed by the Pace family against Jason Chen and his parents. Can you tell us, and we've dealt with this before in several cases, when we have a civil case filed, when a criminal case is going on.
I don't understand.
These are two separate things, right? This one does not affect the other here.
Yeah. So in the criminal matter, the remedy for the criminal matter is basically incarceration. It's punishment to the defendant who did it. The civil matter is not punishment to the individual. It is monetary damages caused by his actions. And so it's not unusual, having handled many homicide cases, that there is a joint civil case that seeks money damages for the injury and loss that was caused. Now, there's a statute of limitations on civil cases, so they can't always wait until the conclusion of the criminal case, because that may take several years. There's a statute of limitation that requires it to be filed within a certain time of the death. So sometimes these cases, it's not unusual to get a civil case filed before the conclusion of the criminal case.
All right. Thanks so much, Bill. As always, thanks for your insight. We really appreciate it. And we'll check back in with you after court this afternoon.
Very good. Very good.
All right. We do have a question here, and I want to bring that question there up on the screen, because it is something that we've been asking our crew in the courtroom, and it's something that we've been able to see just a little bit today. This is a dark photograph because it's been dark in the courtroom as they have been watching and looking at these graphic autopsy photos this morning. But as far as Jason Chen, from what we could see, and the courtroom camera is positioned behind the suspect and the attorneys there. So we can really only see this very side profile of him. But what we do know is that as those images were being gone through this morning in court, he had his head down most of the time. It appears he is having his eyes down as well. Of course, we can't see the front of his face, only when he walks in and walks out. So we haven't seen a lot or been able to tell what his demeanor really is. One thing we did hear from the defense this morning is that right before he walked in, they said he was feeling unwell, and the prosecution actually brought up the fact that they moved a trash can closer to him and gave him tissues. And District Attorney Cody Wamp telling the judge, listen, if we're going to ask the people in the gallery of the courtroom to maintain their composure, we're going to ask Jason Chen to do the same thing. So again, we can't see a lot from him. But that's what we've seen from him this morning as he's come into the courtroom. So as we've done over the past few days here, we are going to play for you some of the testimony while people are on lunch break. The jury is eating lunch right now. The attorneys and the family and everyone involved is out of the courtroom. You can see that we're monitoring that live camera just below me here. So as we do that, we're going to replay some of the testimony for you from yesterday so you can get caught back up. Also, you can always go to our News Channel 9 YouTube channel yourself and walk through everything from opening statements. This is pretty much gavel to gavel coverage of everything that's happening in the courtroom, as well as our wrap ups here during breaks and after testimony.
I'm trying to fix my soundboard.
Also, we're minute by minute updating our web story there at newschannel9.com with the testimony of the day, as well as this new lawsuit story that just hit our website.
I have a Stream Deck and I'm struggling. Okay, they're back. Oh, this is her playing it. Okay, never mind. They're not back. I have a Stream Deck and y'all are not hearing the sounds, are you? Can you hear that? What does it say? Yeah, I don't know why you're not hearing the Stream Deck.
All exhibits will go back with you if you feel the need to.
Yeah,
This is biohazard, so you need gloves, and perhaps even course that may be important.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step back up. Not showing the jury what's been admitted into evidence is 127. Actually, is that stain that the jury can see in the physical evidence sitting in front of them?
Yes.
So as it was in Mr. Chen's apartment, what's closest to the jury?
Now let's see. Can you hear it?
Flat.
Oh, wait.
Fairly straight edge, not ragged.
That's not what I'm looking for.
Against the north wall.
You're still free to stand up.
Correct.
Other?
And the stain would have run from the north wall back towards the east wall. I'm sorry, back towards the south wall. Is that correct?
Yes.
What the hell happened?
Now show you 127-4.
But that's not.
Is it the photograph of the same piece of carpet that we have in evidence right here?
Yes.
What are the yellow and black items on the left-hand side of this photograph?
Scale tape.
You know what I'm going to have to do? I'm just going to have to delete them all and reprogram this baby.
In 127-4.
Oh, this sucks.
Are these in centimeters or inches?
Inches.
So, ma'am, could you tell the jury the approximate size of the stain on the carpet that we see in 127-4 and on the ground?
Oh, shoot. I'm having to reinstall everything.
32 inches.
It's okay. Kelly Lynn, welcome, new member. Yay. Welcome, beloved. You guys are so awesome. I so appreciate you.
Maybe a little more than 5 feet.
A little bit more than 5 feet. So a stain, there's a separation between the two stains. What kind of gap are we looking at between the stain that we see on the right side?
Now I got to go and add a ton of sound to the Stream Deck. Oh, that's okay. Gives me an opportunity to reorganize. How about that? Let's take this as a positive. Eliminate the negative accent.
Approximately 6 inches.
Not 6 inches. So the main stain would be approximately.
Stop it, Sensei.
3.5 by 32. 3.5 feet by 32 inches.
Ma'am, are you aware of a suitcase having been collected in this case?
Yes.
You had an opportunity to examine that suitcase that was collected in this case?
Minimally.
Minimally?
Yes.
In addition to collecting the carpet, did you take swabs of anything?
Yes, I believe I collected 2 forms.
Showing you 127-5. Do you see the area that you swabbed in these photographs?
I'd have to check my evidence report, but I believe it was these areas right here.
What areas? I'm sorry. The stains on the actual wooden subfloor.
Yes, I'd have to refer to the evidence report to be certain.
Would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, or the item itself.
For the item itself? Oh, okay.
Yes, they were collected from the sofa.
Is your recollection refreshed, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Where were the swabs collected from?
From the subfloor.
Those 2 stains that we see in 127-5?
Yes.
And those seem silly, but I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as 159 and 160. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, they're the swab samples I collected from the bedroom under the carpet on the subfloor.
Did we see in exhibit 127-5?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence item 159, swab from bedroom under carpet on subfloor, exhibit 160, swab bedroom under carpet subfloor. Thank you, Your Honor. Then you agree that all of the items that we've just admitted into evidence, the swabs and the carpet, came from a single room?
Correct.
Why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon.
Oh
AI.
my God. You would think that they would not have commercials on their, well, they are news station. Sorry.
By pairing Amazon.
There we go.
Were you working on that day?
Oh my God.
The Chattanooga Police Department crime scene unit.
On the afternoon of the first, were you sent to another location?
I was contacted by the homicide division and notified that they believed they had found a suitcase possibly containing human remains off of Creek Road.
Did you respond to that location?
I did.
When you arrived, who all was present?
There were several people present, and there were several officers as well as several individuals from the homicide unit. Shortly after I arrived, the medical examiner also arrived.
Did you have an opportunity to look at the suitcase?
I did. It was pulled up onto level ground by the time I had arrived on scene, but I did observe it and document and photograph that and collect evidence from that area.
Ma'am, I'm now going to retrieve from what's been previously marked for identification only as 173. Please tell me if you recognize this item.
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is the suitcase that was recovered at Creek Road.
Where I move at this time, item 173 into evidence. Where did this suitcase go after Sup Creek Road?
Because we believed it had human remains inside of it, the medical examiner wanted it transported as is. So Hamilton County EMS came out to the scene. They loaded the suitcase onto the EMS truck and transported it to the medical examiner's office.
Where did you go to medical examiner's office as well?
Yes, I did.
And what happened when you all arrived at the medical examiner's office?
The medical examiner x-rayed the suitcase, and then once determining what was inside, I began documenting as we removed these remains.
application as exhibit 181, 135. You authorize yourself with those? Generally, what do those photographs show?
This is a series of photos that shows the process. Once we remove the victim from the suitcase while inside the bags, we place them on the table. And this is a series of photos to show the process of taking each layer of the garbage bags off. And so it depicts that process.
Your Honor, the state would go to advance and then so then, Your Honor, I would also give an admonition that at least one of these photos, some people may not.
Morning, Miss Christie. How you doing?
Indicated it's going to be graphic in nature. If it's something that is require you to leave the courtroom, you probably should do that. I'll allow the media of the court's admonition earlier.
Listen, if you've been in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this AI app.
Really?
instead. That's what I did, and that's how I got this $140,000 check in less than 30 seconds. Listen, I know it sounds
Showing you 181, 1. You recognize the individual shown on the right side of this photograph?
Yes, I do. That is Dr. Cogswell. He's the
Are you hearing that sound at all?
And what are we looking at in the center of this photograph now?
This is the bags with the victim's remains in it outside of the suitcase.
In all, how many layers of bags were there?
There were 3.
1812. What does this photograph show?
This is looking into layer number 2. We had just cut.
Oh, no, I'm playing with the sounds and I just didn't want y'all to hear it.
Here, and on the inside, you can see the second layer.
I'm trying to reset my sound deck. I have to reload the entire freaking thing.
Innermost layer, the 3rd layer of the
Oh.
Ma'am, there appears to be a metallic object towards the center of this photograph. Can you identify those for us?
This is the set of handcuffs, one to her wrist and one to her ankle.
On which side?
Her right side.
1814.
This is Dr. Cogswell peeling back each layer of the garbage bag.
And the one judge that you could probably find most disturbing, 1815. What are we looking at here?
This is just another view as we're getting through the layers of garbage bags to the victim. And you can see I believe it's the shackle on the left side.
Left shackle.
And the left, around the left ankle.
What's the difference between the handcuffs and the shackle?
Well, the handcuff had 2 locations. So there was one to attach to her hand and one to her ankle. The shackle only had 1 cinch and then a chain.
Were you present for the entirety of the autopsy?
I was not. I was there to collect the suitcase as well as the garbage bags after they were removed. They needed to dry out, so I took custody of those items and I left. I did not stay further.
Now, again, with the mark for identifications, item 182. You see item 182.
Yes, this is the garbage bag, number 1, the most exterior.
So going back to exhibit 181, 1, that would be the garbage bag that we see in its entirety. That's the only bag that we can see in this
That's correct.
And you collected that from the medical examiner's office?
That's correct.
Placed that item into evidence?
It was hung to dry. Once it was finished processing, yes, it did go to process.
That's the same bag?
Yes, it is.
Move 182 into evidence, Your Honor. Penny, the mark of identification is 183. Recognize this item?
Yes, I do. This is the middle garbage bag, the second layer.
So if we're looking at 181-2, can we see it in that photo?
It would have been this layer here.
Thank you, ma'am. That's the same garbage bag shown in that photograph in the middle.
Yes, it is.
I'll move 183 into evidence, Your Honor. So moved. Finally, ma'am. Please take a look at this. I'm using it for.
This is layer number 3. So this would have been the one closest to the victim.
Going now to 181-3. Where would that be? Thank you. Now, ma'am, you mentioned a drying process. Where was that done?
We had set up a drying area in our vehicle processing bay. We hung string from the ceiling, and we were able to document like which bag was which, and then hang them to dry with butcher paper below them to catch anything that would fall from them.
And the mark for identification is 185. You recognize that photograph?
Yes, it is.
What does it depict?
This is what the bags look like in the vehicle processing bag after they hung.
Fairly accurately show that?
Yes, it does.
Loose in evidence, I'm sorry, but got it myself.
We got winning enforcement, is that correct?
Oh, I'm sorry, 184 would be the garbage bag, I'll put that into evidence, 185. Could you please tell us which bag is number 1, which one's number 2, and which one's number 3 in this photograph?
Well, it's hard to see. I had actually drawn it on this, and I believe they were labeled at some point. But I believe this is the outermost, the middle is the middle, and then this was the innermost.
Okay. And after they were dried out, did you package them?
After they were dried out, they were swabbed for DNA and processed for fingerprints, and then they were packaged.
So after that process, they were packaged and placed into evidence.
That's correct.
Now, since we're on the topic of DNA, did you take any swabs of the suitcase?
Yes, I did.
Specifically, ma'am, what parts of that suitcase did you swab?
I believe I swabbed all of the handled areas, the pull-up handle, the zipper area. I was, again, looking for areas that are high-touch areas on the suitcase that might have the highest probability to produce any DNA.
Now I'm handing you what's been marked is 186. Seen that before?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the swab from the suitcases. I called it the pull-out handle because I'm not exactly sure what it's called, but the handle that pulls up from the back.
Yes, please. I'm being very quiet because I want y'all to hear this again. And I got to redo my entire Stream Deck. Yeah, I'm not happy.
Okay, so that's a pull-up handle.
That's what I call it.
Sure. Okay. And Judge, may she stay there?
I'm turning the microphone around so you can hear better.
Next, ma'am, I'm handing you, what's been marked is Exhibit 187. You know where that came from?
The cold areas of bag number 1.
Okay. And what would that be?
That would be the garbage bag.
So that came from garbage bag number 1 being exhibit number 182. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And did you collect that using the same process that you described earlier?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm handing you what I will mark as exhibit 188. You recognize that?
I gotta set all this. Oh, geez. Let's see. Can y'all hear this?
Swab from the areas that appear to be pulled.
Did y'all hear that?
Bag number 2, the garbage bag.
For the record, bag number 2 is which item?
That is 191. It's the middle bag.
And as far as exhibit is concerned?
183.
Okay. Thanks, ma'am. Handing you now 189 for identification.
How about this one?
This is a swab from bag number 3, again in the areas that look to have been stretched or pulled.
That should be irritating as hell. If you heard it, you know you heard it.
Number 3 is exhibit number what?
184.
Thank you. You may.
Let me try this. I don't know why y'all aren't hearing this when I am sitting here reprogramming everything. I'm hearing it in my ears.
Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car.
I don't understand it.
You ready? All right, $118.
So frustrating.
This is the suitcase in which Jason Chen stuffed the 98-pound body of Jasmine Pace. That's where I'm going to begin the story. Except I want you to remember that as you hear evidence in the next week, that this is not a story like the one that you read in the novel where you have to imagine the appearances of characters. The evidence that you will hear in this case is very real. The evidence will not require that you use your imagination. Jasmine Pace was very real. And Jason Chen really killed her. The suitcase was located in a brushy area just yards from the bank of the Tennessee River and right off of Suck Creek Road. In it was the body of Jasmine Pace, who had been placed in a fetal position inside of 3 black trash bags. Her right ankle was handcuffed to her right wrist. Her left ankle had been shackled to her right arm. Her wounds were extensive. You will hear from Dr. Cogswell, the medical examiner for Hamilton County, who will describe those wounds in great detail. He stabbed her over and over and over again, not 7 times, not 29 times, not 43 times, but 60 stab wounds. One wound, a through and through, from the right side of the neck all the way through the left. Another so deeply penetrated her rib cage that the tip of the knife broke off into her lung. You will see the tip of that knife. The state of Tennessee is required to prove to you 3 elements for first-degree premeditated murder. The first is that Jasmine was intentionally killed. The second is that it was with premeditation. You will hear facts and evidence. You will see photos. You will hear from witnesses that allow you to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that she was intentionally killed and that premeditation was involved. But the third element is that the state of Tennessee has to prove that he did it. I'm going to start from the beginning. The two of them had been seeing each other, Jason and Jasmine. On Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, the week of Thanksgiving, Jasmine left her home and drove to Jason's apartment, a 1-bedroom apartment where he lived by himself. She was never heard from again after November 23rd. After November 23rd, 2022, her friends and family never heard from her. She never returned home, and she missed Thanksgiving. Like most families would, they knew something was wrong. You will learn that Jasmine's family quickly suspected that Jason Chen had something to do with her disappearance. Despite the family's best efforts to get the police department involved, initially the Chattanooga Police Department was of no help. Jasmine's family was forced to take matters into their own hands. So,
can you hear it?
26, 2022, you will learn that Jasmine's family broke into—
Tell me if you heard that.
You will hear that. You will hear that they were trying to find their daughter and their sister, and that they went in to his apartment. Of course, Jason wasn't there, but what was there?
Tell me when you hear the horn.
Including her driver's license and her credit card. You will hear
No?
from a mother who was desperate to find her daughter. Eventually, and only because of the relentlessness of Jasmine Pace's family,
Really?
the Chattanooga Police Department's Homicide Division executed a search warrant at Jason Chen's apartment on November 28, 2022. The missing persons investigation quickly became a homicide investigation when, even despite his best efforts to clean it up, Jasmine's blood was everywhere. Jasmine Pace's blood, upon the execution of the search warrant, was located all over Jason Chen's apartment. It was obvious that Jason had tried to clean it up based on the scene. You'll see those photos. You'll see photos of cleaning products, but you're also going to see video of Jason Chen on November 23rd, 2022, buying cleaning products at multiple locations the same day that Jasmine's friends and family stopped hearing from her. You will learn that homicide investigators located Jasmine's body in this suitcase on the side of Sup Creek Road, in part due to Jason's own cell phone location. They were able to track Jason using those cell phone location records throughout Chattanooga on the day of the 23rd. Walgreens, Walmart, most likely looking for a place to dump her body. But then eventually, at 6 p.m. on November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen leaves his apartment with a suitcase. He enters his vehicle and he drives to Suck Creek Road. You will learn of other efforts that Jason took to try to cover his tracks. How he ditched her vehicle in a random apartment complex on Mountain Creek Road so that it was no longer at his apartment building. He sent text messages to Jasmine's phone to try to create an alibi when she was dead inside of his apartment and he was in possession of her phone. You will hear facts of cover-up. You will learn that police never found Jasmine Pace's phone, but they did find her SIM card. The small chip that goes into the side of our phones to store all of our phones.
She did a good job with her opening. I think she laid it out pretty well.
Where was it? It was in
I'm just trying to figure out why my sound is not functioning on my Stream Deck.
that was in his possession when he was located by the Chattanooga Police Department. And when you think that you have seen enough evidence that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace, you will be convinced that he stuffed her body in this suitcase after placing it in trash bags, because you will hear from a fingerprint expert. The fingerprint expert will tell you that Jason Chen's fingerprints were found on the innermost trash bag that surrounded her body. In the first few days of trial, you're going to see a few witnesses that may at first seem confusing to you. Bear with me. They are going to be laying the foundation for evidence that you will see through.
Y'all, thank y'all for hanging out with me. Back from lurking. Anybody know anything about the Stream Deck with all the sound effect things? And I was playing things.
Will prove to you beyond any reasonable doubt that Jason Chen handcuffed, sliced, stabbed, packaged, and discarded Jasmine Pace. I ask that you carefully consider this evidence. The state of Tennessee will give you the dots, and we will help you connect them. At the end of trial, I'm going to humbly ask that you find Jason Chen guilty of murdering Jasmine Pace in the first degree and then abusing her corpse.
I don't know what to do, guys. How's the sound over here with you guys when I'm talking? Because y'all should be able to hear that. I know I can.
I told you when we were in Nashville that I wouldn't waste your precious time.
So no sound for me, huh? No sound for you. I'm the only one that hears it. This sucks. Y'all can't hear the applause? Dude. Oh, let's go ahead and do this. Kelly Lynn, Tash, and Jen, thanks for becoming members today. Oh my gosh, y'all are so awesome. Yay. And we got Gabby and Bama. Bama. Not Obama. Bama Green Eyes. Thank you so much for the super chats today. I appreciate and love each and every one of you. Now I can't hear this dude. Can y'all?
Pulled up from the feet toward the head. In jury selection, that they don't have to put on those.
He is so soft.
There is, but the state does have to.
He is so dang soft. See, I don't know why you're not hearing the sound.
Jason Chen is a first-generation Chinese American. He grew up in Owensville. His parents worked at a Chinese restaurant. Worked very hard bringing him up.
Because I'm hearing it in my ears. And if I'm
in November of 2022, he was a senior.
Yeah, join the Discord, y'all. Y'all love it.
The year before, he and Jasmine started communicating. They met on Tinder. And after exchanging messages back and forth, they started texting using iMessage. You're going to see the iMessages between Jason and Jasmine. You're going to see how their relationship progressed through these text messages. In 2021, they dated for a few months, but then lost touch. But then about 8 months later, in May of 2022, they rekindled that relationship. They started dating, seeing each other more and more. They obviously got much closer. They traveled to Chicago together that summer. You're going to see through the text messages, someone was obviously more into this relationship than the other. Jasmine started getting feelings for Jason. And you're going to see through those text messages that Jason didn't reciprocate that as much as she did. Then you come to the week of November 22nd. It was Thanksgiving. Jasmine and her family lost their grandmother. She was in grief. And on the night of November 22nd, around 11 p.m., she came over to Jason's house. And they did what they always do. They drink wine, smoke pot, smoke wax, watch movies, and do what 22-year-olds do. On the night of November the 22nd, they were drinking wine in the back bedroom. You're going to see pictures of the apartment. This apartment is 500 square feet. You can get from the front door to the back door or back wall, less than 10 seconds.
No, Yana, do you know what a Stream Deck is? I can't. It's got all the little buttons and you can push the sounds. And I can hear it in my ears, and it's coming through the. It's coming through the Stream Deck. So if I just do this, let's see if you can hear it. Yes, you can hear that? I mean, I'm hearing it in my ears, but y'all aren't hearing it. See, that's what's so freaking frustrating. And you can sit here and set output default to that. Now let's try it. And I have it set to the Rodecaster main. If I put it in the chat, I've tried all of them. Here's the chat. Can you hear that? See, it's not working anymore, and I don't know why. It's not, and I don't want to restart my computer right now. So yeah. So I am playing it again. Oh. So y'all aren't hearing it at all, no matter what mode of sound I use. Y'all aren't hearing it. I can only hear it on. So it's so frustrating, y'all. I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's doing what it's doing. I don't know why it's pissing me off. I don't know why it's doing what it's doing, but it's royally pissing me off. Ah! I almost did something stupid. Try to give you some time, but it's pissing me off.
Scared for what his future entails.
I gotta figure it
More
out.
importantly, the shame that he's going to bring on his family, the shame that comes with everything that he's being accused of today. So he sets down this course of trying to hide it. He places Jasmine in trash bags, puts the handcuffs on her after she is dead, so that way she can fit into the trash bags, and so that he can put her into that suitcase. Where he then takes her body in that suitcase and drops her by the banks of the Tennessee River here in Chattanooga. He then sets on course to try to clean up the apartment to his best of his ability. He does a poor job. He tries to hide the fact that what he did by texting her parents, texting Jasmine's parents, by pretending to be her on social media, whatever he can do to give himself an alibi in his eyes. It's selfish and it's wrong. But he panicked and he thought this was the best course of action. There's a couple other things that complicate this case. You're going to hear about Katrina Pace, Jasmine's mother. Any person whose child is missing who would go to such lengths and have such courage should be commended. She broke into Jason's apartment to search for her daughter. She also went in other times than that first time. She went in at least 3 or 4 other times, doing 2 things. One, contaminating the scene. She couldn't know what had happened there. I don't think that she purposely contaminated it. But what that's going to show in the evidence is the state's going to show you what's called luminol, blue star agent. That reacts with blood, and it creates a blue image. The cleaning materials and the blood that Jason cleaned up was tracked by Katrina Pace, all of her family that went in and out of this apartment. It was tracked by law enforcement officers going in and out, tracking all through the big apartment. Police, in this case, Chattanooga Police Department, and I'm embarrassed to say it, they were incompetent and impotent. And unable to help Katrina Pace. In order to incentivize, in order to get the Chattanooga Police Department to look for their missing, look for Katrina's missing daughter, to get them to go and look for Jason and to arrest him, she had to stage the scene. She, or perhaps others, I don't know, went into Jason's apartment after meeting with the Chattanooga Police Department to make the scene look more incriminating than it actually was. You'll see a knife on the bed that wasn't there when Chattanooga Police Department went through the apartment initially before the search warrant was issued. You're going to see the differences between what the apartment looked like beforehand and what it looked like after. The second issue is the incompetency and the ineffectiveness of the Chattanooga Police Department. You're going to hear Zach Crawford. You're going to hear him testify at this trial that he told Katrina Pace and her family that he would tarnish this investigation if it meant bringing Jasmine back. Well, that begs the question, what did he do, or what could he have done to tarnish this?
Okay, guys, we should be getting back any soon now. I know a lot of people don't want to see this again, and I get it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute this, and we're just going to talk. What was I going to tell you? Oh, Trooper Proctor. Let's talk about Proctor, y'all. Let's talk about him. He had his hearing yesterday, and guess what? It's not over. They reset it to finish for February 10th. So guess what? We got to wait till the February the 10th. Yeah, I know. Not so great, is it? I'm like not happy about it. But February the 10th will be his last day. He didn't speak to anybody. He just kind of walked past everybody. So yeah. It's not. Yeah. So he's not done. And he's got to crap bricks for a little while longer. And I'm all like, yeah, let's see how long you squirm. Anybody notice my hair? I can't believe it's this long. Someone said, you look like a little girl. And I said, I used to wear my hair like this all the time. So, I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I apologize. I had to when this live goes, I got to go by the bank. The till is empty and we need some money. Someone gave us a lot of big bills. I want to put this up here. I don't know why I'm feeling it, but someone may need to see it. If you are a victim of DV and you need to reach out, here's the contact information. Sometimes in a case that involves DV, we will run that underneath. Also, I want to give all my mods a round of applause. We have new mods. We have a bunch of new mods on the channel, and we appreciate and love every single one of you. And we look forward to growing with you. You are doing a fabulous job right now, and I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough. Oh, what? Oh my gosh, we can do emojis. Oh, look at all the emojis I can do on the stream deck, and it is working. Oh my gosh, that is so cool. I just need to program my own. I need to program my own emojis, but I don't know how to do that. How do you program your own emojis. Oh, I didn't mean to do it there. Oh, I wanted to do control copy. Delete. We don't need you there. I didn't know this at my Stream Deck. I can now do emojis. Oh my gosh. So I don't have to hunt and peck for them anymore. Oh, that is so cool, y'all. But I gotta add more. Where do I add emoji? See, I don't want to have that one. That one can go bye-bye. That one can go bye-bye. Don't know what that is, so that's gonna go bye-bye. Oh, so you drag an action from the right. Oh. Brown. I don't need a fingernail emoji. I don't want that one. I do like that. Oh, this is way cool, y'all. Way cool. I got to figure this out. Cool. Oh, it's under system. Text. Oh. Oh. Lord have mercy. I can. Oh, y'all. This is going to be good. Yeah, baby. I got to figure out how to do it, though. Don't know how to do this yet. I got to figure it out. I got to figure it out. But that's cool. I love learning new things. I wonder if I go to my emojis over here. Go to my emojis. Oh, I got to do it in the actual. Oh, I can't do it through StreamYard. I have to actually go to my. Y'all, I learned how to make my own emojis with somebody and add them to my account into YouTube. But guess what? I don't know where to do it anymore. I can't figure that out. Don't that suck? Don't that just suck? So I got to figure out how to add emojis. I'll have to go through and Google that in a minute. I got to go figure that one out. But I do know how to take this baby and put it right here and see if that works. Nope. It won't let me. I want my Holly the Highlander. Nope, won't work. Why won't it work? I guess it has to be one of their little doodads. Okay, we'll do it your way. We'll do it your way. You want it your way? We'll do it your way. Oh, Lord have mercy. There's the I love you. Copy image link, Control V. I don't know how to do this. I'm learning, y'all. It's not an easy thing to do, y'all. I'll have to Google it, but I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. We got too much going on here today for me to figure this thing out. So I am going to figure out how to add. Oh, Obama Green, are you kidding me? It's not working, baby. It's not giving me the image. Because when I see it, it just goes to that. See, it's not what's good. It's not letting me do it. So I need to figure out how did they get that in there? I'll figure it out. I got time. I got some time. Let's see what they're talking about now. Okay, they ain't talking about nothing. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. I wish you could hear my sound effects. I had some great sound effects, including a fart. Including a fart. Yes, I know. I'm being a bad girl. You can get mad at me if you want. That's okay. Today I feel like being a kid. I'm a Toys R Us kid. Who remembers Toys R Us? I loved Babies R Us. When I had my I lived at Babies R Us. It's not working. It's not working. I'll have to Google it.
Date, or is the approximate completion date still next Wednesday? Total duration of 10 days.
Anywhere near
Jurors have all
nowhere.
agreed they would like this coming Sunday off. So I have to say this, I think the state indicates they will probably rest sometime tomorrow, likely. So we're not asking for anything definite as far as scheduling for the weekend. We need to have deputies here for the Saturday part of this as well. Beyond that, I'll leave it up to y'all to let me know how long you expect your proof to last.
Well, let us assess that.
Okay. All right, yeah, we'll bring it up again first thing tomorrow morning with the jurors. Get that answer.
Maybe a bridge in the meantime.
Yes.
What? What? They're going to rest tomorrow? Okay, that works. I got to do it in biggin. That works. Yeah, yes. Twitch account? Got to get them from Twitch?
I got Coswell, if you could retake the stand, please.
Thank you still being here.
You remain under oath from earlier this morning. We'll ask, typically witnesses are advised not to talk about their testimony while we're on a break. Just make sure you talk about your testimony with anyone during this last lunch break.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yay.
I'm bringing the jury when they're ready.
Okay, Mr. Chen person, sir.
Oh, yes, yes, sir. That's what I meant to say.
I know.
Okay.
I thought that.
Okay, guys, I will mess with this later. Okay, mods. I really hate doing this, but I've got to go to the bank. We have no cash for our customers, and that is not a good thing. So it'll be about 15, 20 minutes. I will be on the car feed. Let me get that up. You want to go with me? Okay, you can go with.
All right, please be seated. Welcome back to lunch, George. I did get your note about your question regarding the estimated completion date of the trial. We'll know more about that after we finish today, see how far we get.
Okay, guys.
And I think we'll have a much better idea of that sometime tomorrow morning. We'll let you know at that point, okay? Dr. Coswell, you may have
Thank you. Before the break, displayed this on the screen. In your autopsy report on page 4 of 5, you describe the heart vasculature containing no blood. What is the medical significance of that observation?
Well, that is an empty vascular tree. That is all of her blood, with the exception of that.
Okay, guys. I will see you in a minute.
10 milliliters of blood, which is basically a thumb-sized syringe full, is no longer there. So basically, her vascular tree, her heart, her arteries, her veins have been drained. So all of her blood is, with very little exception, that which is, again, what's in the capillaries in the big toe is still in the capillaries in the big toe, but the bulk of her blood is no longer in her body. It is drained out of her body.
In essence, how much are we talking? What kind of volume?
Well, again, we're looking at about a quart and a half gallon, just for her to die, but she's got about 4 quarts of blood, so about a gallon of blood is her total blood volume. So you're really looking at 3, probably a little more quarts of her blood is outside of her body, has come out of the wounds that she has suffered.
Is that caused by her positioning post-mortem?
Yes, sir. She's allowed now to drain because we have wounds that are open to the outside, and the blood that's in body cavities, specifically the chest cavity, can drain out through that wound. The blood that's in the vasculature can drain out through the ruptures of the jugular vein, the axillary arteries, the ulnar artery in the hand or in the wrist. So all that is draining out of her body. And so that's why we're getting a large volume of blood basically on an area of carpet or within the apartment.
Thank you, sir. Part of your autopsy examination, do you examine the contents of the digestive tract?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
What were your observations during that?
Hello, guys.
If we go to the normal internal exam portion of the autopsy report, that is not the injury exam. We've got only about 15 milliliters, which is a few tablespoons of tan fluid that doesn't have any food in there, recognizable food, no pills, no medications, and no odor of alcohol.
Are you familiar with the odor of alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Do you come across that odor from time to time during your autopsies that you perform?
Yes, sir, I do.
How long does alcohol persist in the stomach?
Typically, if you're drinking on an empty stomach, the alcohol will be partially absorbed in your stomach and partially absorbed in your small intestine. And we can still smell the alcohol in your stomach even a few hours later in many cases. In cases where the stomach has been completely empty of alcohol, it's all moved down into the small intestine, a faint odor may persist, but usually not.
And in this case, are you able to draw a conclusion regarding alcohol consumption?
Certainly there was no alcohol consumption in the immediate time prior to her death, because again, we don't have any breach of any internal organs other than that right lung, and this is all vascular injury.
Thank you, sir. In addition to conducting a visual, olfactory examination of the stomach contents, do you do anything to confirm those observations?
We do toxicology, but we don't do it typically on gastric contents unless we're suspecting poison or something like that. But we will do it on blood. And again, with an empty vascular tree, the amount of blood that's left in her body to test is relatively small. And basically the toxicology test came back as a negative drug screen, negative alcohol.
Is the report of the examination that was done on the quantity of blood that you submitted from Ms. Jasmine Pace attached to your autopsy report?
It is.
Going now to that document, is this the report that was submitted to you from NMS Labs?
Yes, sir, it is.
Regarding the examination of whom?
Of Jasmine Pace.
Now, it says at the bottom that there were no positive findings, none detected is what it says. But it references that you need to see an additional detailed finding section of additional information. What does that tell you based upon your years of experience conducting thousands of autopsies?
Well, the toxicology laboratories, when they test, there's no such thing as a true negative. There's absolutely not anything there. What they have is something below detectable limits or below reportable limits. And this gets into basically, is this number reliable? And they have, over the course of decades and really almost a century of testing, we know what the lower limit of detectability is, reliable detectability for certain substances. And if we have basically it looks like an EKG tracing, if you will. It runs through the machine and you get blips, and depending on where these blips come for time, that tells you what that substance is, and then that gets confirmed by a different test. But if there's a little tiny peak, but it's not up to where it needs to be reliable, it won't be reported. We'll just say, yeah, it may be there, but it may not be there. We can't say reliably, so we're going to say not. So the rest of the toxicology report tells you what we tested for, or what NMS tested for, and what their reporting limit is, so that you know that whatever it is that may or may not be there, it's at least that much if we've said we found it. If we don't find it, or we say not detected, then it's below that reliable level. Because there's always a little bit of noise in these testings, especially when someone is starting to decompose, as Jasmine Pace was, because she'd been dead for a while. So even though she's still relatively fresh, she is starting some internal decomposition. So there's some noise in that little blip tracing, if you will, that comes out of the instruments.
Specifically, sir, the second page of the NMS reports indicates that testing was not performed for THC and appears to be metabolites due to interfering substance. Can you interpret that for us?
That's typical of what we'll see when we start to have decomposed or not the greatest specimen. It may be mixed with some fat or something like that, depending on how clean, if you will, the draw is. In this case, it was blood, but it's kind of decomposing slightly. And so finding interfering substances is not unusual in that case, because as we start to decompose, we create a huge number of very complex compounds that will also broaden out those peaks or blunt those peaks or make it impossible to say, yeah, okay, it is THC in this case, or not THC, but we can't really be sure. So we're just not going to test that because there's too much noise in the background with this. So, and that's not uncommon. We'll see that in, I'd say probably about half of the decomposed cases that we have, one or another test won't be able to be run because of interfering substances. And this is an insurance policy basically to say, if we say it's positive, then it really, really is positive and you can count on it. So that's really all that means. The test wasn't run. She may or may not have had THC or marijuana metabolites in her system at the time of death.
Moving down towards the bottom, can you please describe to the jury what this portion shows?
Well, this is, as I was referring to a little bit earlier, this is the list of what NMS tests for and what their reporting limits are. So for example, if we say amphetamine, if it's below 20 nanograms per milliliter, and that's that NG/ml, if it's at a concentration lower than that, it will be reported as negative. Same thing holds for all the rest of these tests. And this shows the test protocol, enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, or what we call ELISA. And the alcohols are tested by a different protocol using headspace gas chromatography. Ultimately, it all sort of comes out with the long trace with the little blips on it. We use time to tell what's coming off, and then the height of the peak tells us the concentration. That is, it's actually fairly simple, but at the same time, the instrumentation is quite complex, and if anything shows up as a peak, then it has to be confirmed and quantitated by a different method rather than doing the same test over again, just to make sure that it really is what we're saying it is. So you notice there are different units, nanograms per milliliter, milligrams per deciliter, and occasionally micrograms per milliliter. These are all the different units that have been established as reliable lower limits of detectability. And so pretty much every certified forensic toxicology lab is going to have those same limits, because that's basically a university or a universal standard among the toxicology laboratories.
So if there was any substances in Jasmine Pace's blood above the threshold limits that you see listed there on this second, I guess, panel, can I call it that, panel of testing?
Well, it's the report of what specific tests were done.
And those specific tests that were done, if they were greater than those quantities, we would have seen that on the preceding page.
Correct.
But none more.
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, you examined Jasmine Pace's lungs.
Yes, sir.
What were your findings concerning her lungs?
The right lung, of course, had a stab wound into it. Her left lung, well, actually both lungs, but more prominently left lung, had what we call aspirated blood. And that's blood that's being inhaled into the lungs itself. And it leaves a pattern that we call leopard spot pattern, because it really looks like leopard spots. Because what's happening is the blood is getting into the little air sacs in the lungs, and there's blood in each one of those air sacs, and it creates a spotted pattern. So aspirated blood means that there's active inhalation at the time that the blood is coming down into the lungs. If it's post-mortem and blood is coming down into the lungs, there's no active inhalation, so it doesn't get out into the airways, and it certainly doesn't create a spotted pattern. It just would flow down gravitationally, and we would have essentially a line where the blood would settle to in a dead lung, dead person's lung. In a live person's lung that's still attempting to breathe, then the blood is carried with the air into the individual air sacs, and that creates the spots because blood is darker than air.
Are you able to draw a conclusion between the observation of the aspirated blood and the Jasmine Pace's injuries?
Yes, sir. She's bleeding into her airway. And again, we have that perforating stab wound in the neck. She's bleeding into that airway, and she's still trying to breathe.
So she was alive?
She was alive at that time, yes, sir.
How long, based upon your observation of the number of injuries and locations, would it take for someone to succumb to those injuries?
This is not a rapid death. This is a death over the course of at least some minutes. It's hard to say exactly how long because heart rate has a lot to do with it. And obviously, the more stressed you are, the faster your heart rate is, so your heart is pumping more blood and at higher pressure. And if you already have breaches in your arteries, you're going to bleed faster. The other thing is, as you start to bleed to death, then there's less pressure behind not only your arteries, but also your veins. So the bleeding actually slows down. And so this is, at best, we can estimate some minutes, but it could be significantly longer. This is certainly not a half-hour event, but it's also not a half a minute. So we're in comfortably around the few minutes, I would say, most likely less than 10 minutes and probably less than 5 minutes, assuming that all these stab wounds are inflicted in a short space of time.
Do you believe, based upon your observation of the color of the injuries, do you believe that to be the case, that they were inflicted all in a short period of time?
Certainly, they're clustered, as you saw, in a relatively small area. And there is not only the multiplicity of them, but they show differences in coloration. So we sort of have a pathway or an example of antemortem to perimortem to getting close to postmortem, just based on the coloration of these injuries. So some of them we know occurred antemortem, particularly the ones in through the throat where she's aspirating blood into her lungs. We know she's alive then. And so we can kind of use that as a benchmark for an antemortem wound. And then as we get to some of the more yellow-based wounds, more and more those are getting closer to her time of death as she's bleeding to death.
So some of them were early, some of them were potentially several minutes.
Yes.
into the stabbing and incised wound infliction.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine the cause of death in this case with reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, sir. It's multiple stab and incised wounds.
As reflected on the first page of your autopsy report.
That's correct.
Okay. Sir, nothing further. Cross.
Good afternoon, Dr.
Good afternoon, sir.
You didn't witness the events leading up immediately after the scene step, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
And that's why you perform an autopsy, so you can figure out what happened.
That's one of the reasons, yes, sir.
And when you perform an autopsy, you put the body in the anatomical position, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you put the body face up.
Correct.
And that's the position in which you measure the knife, entry, exit, and the angles.
On which particular wound, or are you just talking about in general?
In general.
Depending on where the wounds are, it could be with in what we call supine, that is face up, or prone, face down, or on their side. In this case, obviously, with the majority of the wounds on her right-hand side, the measurement of depths is most easily done with the wounds up. Now, in the case of the stab wound that penetrated into the lung and the blade broke off, that was with her body actually supine, that is on her back, with the chest plate removed so that I could get the internal organs examined.
And in this case, when you're performing this autopsy and looking at these knife wounds, would you say it's impossible to tell the position of the defendant and the decedent relative to each other, which you know?
I can tell the directionality of the wounds, but as to the relative position of the two individuals, there's only a limited amount, because if you're going to stab somebody, let's say on the right side of the body, and you're both standing there facing each other, and you're left-handed, then you can stab on the right side of their body. On the other hand, if you're coming up on them from behind, both standing up, now you need to be right-handed and stab this. Or if you reverse your grip where the knife blade is coming out here, you can still do it left-handed. So the idea of I could look at a wound and tell which hand the person used and how they were standing, there's only limited cases in which you can actually do much with that, because you have to know the relative positions of the two people, as well as how are you holding the knife. And because there's a lot of different ways two people can be oriented, as well as multiple different ways to hold a knife, all of those have to be taken into consideration.
At the end of your testimony there, you talked about how long Jasmine Pace might have been alive. It sounded like more than 30 seconds and probably less than 5 minutes. Is that fair to say?
That's fair, yes, sir.
But that's the time of death. The time of unconsciousness could be different.
Well, in fact, she may have been unconscious before she was stabbed. There's no way to tell that from an autopsy. But if we're talking about just bleeding, roughly half of that time period, she would be potentially conscious.
So would you agree that some of the stab wounds that you observed would cause instantaneous unconsciousness?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
There's 2 or 3 wounds in particular. Do you know the order of the wounds as they occurred?
No, sir, I don't.
And that's not part of forensic pathology. There's no way to determine which one's first and which one's next.
Occasionally we can do that. I won't say that's not part of forensic pathology, but it's simply not something that can be done in most cases. In some cases, yes.
The stab to the neck, that could cause unconsciousness.
It doesn't actually damage anything that is required for consciousness. So there's nothing that says it has to cause unconsciousness, like, for example, a crushing skull fracture would cause unconsciousness.
What about, I'm sorry, what about the stab underneath the arm that goes into the lung?
The same thing applies because, again, sharp force injuries cause death by bleeding to death. That's their mechanism. And until you have actually bled enough of your blood volume out so that your brain no longer gets enough oxygen, you can remain conscious. Well, the exception, excuse me, sir, the exception is if the knife directly damages, or whatever the sharp force is, if it directly damages the central nervous system. So the brain or spinal cord. In this particular case, there was no damage to the brain or spinal cord. So it's simply bleeding to death. And however long that bleeding to death takes, you will remain conscious until your brain runs out of oxygen, and then you will lose consciousness and proceed to death.
But what are the jugular vein and the larynx, those the wounds to the neck there, that would cause rapid blood loss, wouldn't it?
Again, jugular vein is large volume but low pressure. It bleeds, but it does not bleed rapidly. Arterial bleeding is more dangerous than venous bleeding. So this is not like it shows on TV or movies where someone's throat is cut and they collapse within a matter of a few seconds. That's not how that works. So no, that would not necessarily lead to unconsciousness. There's no physiologic reason for her to lose consciousness rapidly from any one of these stab wounds.
In your autopsy notes, you said there was multiple stab wounds concentrated in critical areas in the neck and chest.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And then we had talked about it just a moment ago, but the injuries to the right lung, that would cause rapid respiratory failure.
That would have caused collapse of the right lung. The left lung is still there and is still functioning, although it is getting blood aspirated into it. But again, this takes time. This is not a rapid sequence of events.
And when you were, you had motion to the jury that you indicated that you had put your arm to the head, and that's where those wounds on the right hand are coming from?
That would be the left hand?
I'm sorry, you're right, the left
Okay,
hand.
yes, sir. In the position Jasmine Pace is found, she again is in that fetal position, and the majority of the wounds, in fact, almost the totality of the wounds, are on her right side of her face, right side of her neck, right shoulder, right upper back. Her left hand is free, and her left hand in that position, as you saw in the photographs, is up in this area. And the wounds on her left arm are primarily right there on her hand. The wrist, the hand, and actual stab wounds through the hand and through the wrist. So the position, if we bring all of these wounds into a cluster, then her left hand would be easily or logically placed here. Does it have to be? No, it doesn't. But then we have a group of wounds that is out here somewhere, where her hand is not where the stabbing is occurring. So then we have to have a different, basically a different incidents or incident, multiple incidents or a single incident of stabbing that hand. Now, if the hand is here, then there's a whole lot of stabbing going on right in that area that's approximately this big. And if her hand is in there, then it's going to get stabbed too. If we move her hand away, well, then we have all this stabbing, and then we have to also do this stabbing. And this could have occurred first, before this cluster of wounds, but it's most logical that her hand is in this position because all the wounds are clustered in that area.
But you're not identifying that as defense wounds.
No, sir. That's not really a forensic pathology term. Not really, no. It's frequently used in court, but it's one that forensic pathologists tend to stay away from.
You didn't find any significant injuries to Jasmine Pace's lower legs?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And that would suggest to you, in your opinion, that there was no effort to flee or evade?
The lack of, well, we always say absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So the lack of a finding doesn't tell me anything.
Would you agree that the cluster nature of the wounds indicated a rapid series of strikes rather than a prolonged attack?
Yes, that is most likely.
And if the attacker here was in the heat of the moment, would the injuries appear as they do here, clustered and frenzied?
That's certainly consistent with not only the number, but also the clustered nature and the pattern of the wounding, not necessarily the wounds, but the wounding. So yes, sir, that would be consistent.
The suitcase was found by the banks of the Tennessee River.
Yes, sir.
That's going to be a moist area, right?
It is, yes, sir.
It's going to be wet, there's moisture, and that's going to be able to get into the suitcase.
To some degree, yes, although it was somewhat supported, I believe, on brush, brambles, so it's not actually laying in water.
Oh, and I don't want to give the impression that it was in the water. It was not in the water. It was on the side of the
Right.
Water and moisture can change the appearance.
I'm ordering lunch, y'all.
Is that right?
The girl got hungry.
You noticed that the fingers, the hands, the feet had the inversion changes.
Correct.
I never heard the term before, but washer-woman skin.
Yes, sir. That goes back to probably a century or so ago. I'm old, so I do remember stuff like that. The women who would hire out to wash people's clothes frequently had wrinkled up hands like that because that's all they did. Their hands were immersed in water and soapy water constantly, and so they would almost constantly have skin that looked like that.
And it's when your skin gets all pretty, right?
Yeah.
That's what we call it in my house, pretty.
Yes, it's pruny skin.
Why does the skin do that?
What we're doing actually when that happens is we're losing the oils in the skin. And that's why you put the lotion or moisturizer, etc., to keep the tone of the skin. When you're immersed in water, then you lose some of those oils and the skin becomes waterlogged, really. And so we lose some of the oil and the skin itself gets a bit swollen. Waterlogged is really, I think, the best way to think of it. And it gets softened, as we know, it can sort of, if you get really...
Y'all, this is one of the best Emmys I have ever heard in the way he describes everything. He's awesome.
Now, I want to talk about how the version, pruning, or whatever we're going to call it.
Pruning is good, sir.
Might affect a decision or a stab wound. Prolonged exposure to water can cause the edges of the wounds to appear more open and exaggerated than in less than time, right?
Actually, it's the reverse. Because the prolonged exposure causes the skin to lose oils, but at the same time become more edematous. It tends to spread not open, but closed.
It doesn't cause curling?
It causes curling if you have a wound that is on a surface that has a thick layer, palms and soles basically, you may start curling. But as you saw in these photos, on the hand wounds themselves had that very pruning contour to them. But the other wounds on her torso, head, and neck, they look pretty much like a normal.
She knows she's getting her puppy cup.
At least to the forensic
Look at
pathologist.
her. You want your pup cup?
There's no real
You gonna get your
distortion
pup cup?
to the edges of the wound.
Well, I didn't see any inversion on the neck or arm. I only saw the inversion on the lower extremities, right?
Well, and this is, we don't get that effect except on areas where we have a thick layer of keratin, and that's our palms and our soles, because we walk on our feet and we do things with our hands, and we have a lot of thick skin here. That's the whole purpose for having that skin that thick, but that skin is multiple layers that don't have blood supply to them. That's why we can peel our skin off. Don't really want to, but you can. And you're not going to bleed from that because there's no blood supply there until we get down to the actual base of the skin. So what that really is just multiple layers like pieces of paper that are protecting the underlying soft tissue from the damage from picking stuff up and doing everything we do with our hands and walking along. People who walk barefoot all the time, especially walk barefoot outside, have very thick soles of their feet for that very reason. And construction workers have much thicker skin on the palms of their hand than, say, an accountant or someone who just sits in an office all day. Or a lawyer. Or, well, some pathologists who just use microscopes.
Going back to water moisture on the wounds, can that distort the natural shape of the wounds?
Not to any significant degree.
What about the size of the wounds?
Again, not to any significant degree.
So we talked a lot about that blood edge that you can see on some of the wounds. Would the water or moisture make those appear more irregular?
Once the blood that we're seeing there is blood that has escaped the capillaries. It is now in the soft tissue. And so it's percolating between the cells. If you think of a brick wall, basically, all our cells are like the bricks, and the mortar is where the blood is trickling in there. So you can flush blood out of a vessel with water pretty easily, actually. But flushing blood out of the soft tissue in between the cells is not so easy. It tends to stay there. Now, if her body
It's a beautiful day here today.
Actually start really decomposing.
It's going to be horrible tomorrow.
If she was found in the river after that period of time, then we can see leaching of the blood from the wounds themselves. She's not at that stage of decomposition yet. She's still pretty early. So if we have, for example, someone who's been pulled out of the Tennessee River or a swamp or something, and they no longer look like themselves because of decomposition, those wounds will have a different appearance. And that we won't see that blush of hemorrhage in there because the water will have leached that out. But in her case, she's damp, she's moist, but she's not immersed in water. So we don't have that effect.
Would the moisture affect, or would it be hard for you to determine the original depth and dimensions of the wounds, or would the moisture not have any effect?
Dimensions of the wounds, it has minimal effect. For depth, the problem with doing depth and stab wounds is that unless you have some rigid structure like bone, people are compressible. And if the knife blade is pushed in, we don't know how far it's pushed in because you can take a 3-inch blade and push it 4 inches deep because people are compressible. On the other hand, if you have a rib cage to stop it, then that's a more reliable depth. The other problem is if someone Our internal organs are relatively fixed in position, but not completely, particularly things like lungs. Lungs have to move around inside the body, that's their job. Intestines and other things will move around inside the body too. So if I'm leaned forward and I'm stabbed in the front, my lungs are actually farther forward than they would be if I'm laying on my back. So now the apparent depth that's measured when I'm on my back is greater than the actual depth of the wound. So trying to deal with depths in stab wounds, and you'll notice that for the majority of these, there's no depth given. It's a description of what internal organs and structures were injured. And the reason for that is because of that mobility, and because if I say, oh, this wound was 4 inches deep, and we have a knife that's only 3 inches long, then it's easy to say, well, that knife couldn't possibly have done it, when in fact it could have. I have actually seen in my career stab wounds that were almost twice the depth of the knife that was left in them. So I know that knife actually caused that wound. So that's why measuring depths of stab wounds is sometimes helpful, but it has to be used with caution. But as far as the dimensions, the length, again, if we have a nice, cleanly defined stab wound where the blade goes in and straight out as much as possible, that can give us a good idea of the cross section of the knife, how wide the blade is, how thick the blade is, whether it's got a blunt edge. But for the majority of stab wounds, they don't go in and straight out. They go in and there is some relative motion on the way out. So virtually all stab wounds, even the ones that we call stab wounds and don't say stab incised, have some incised component to them. And so again, those dimensions, those are not absolutes. And the other confounding factor to that is, as we know, skin is stretchy. And we can change the look, the character of a stab wound depending on its orientation relative to the elastic fibers in our body. These are called Langer's lines after a surgeon by the name of Langer. We've all seen people with big, ugly scars from surgery. And mostly this is from trauma surgery. And those are the scars that cut across Langer's lines so the elastic fibers pull them apart. And those are the real ragged, ugly looking wounds. A good surgeon is going to cut along the line so that the elastic fibers just go right back together. And so that will change the look of a stab wound. So all of these things can modify the look of a stab wound. And out of all of that, way down on the list is moisture. So it's really not going to make a difference.
I should have asked this earlier on. You said there's 60 wounds, correct?
Yes.
And that combines both stab and incise wounds, correct?
That is correct.
How many stab and how many incise?
You know, I don't know that I've ever separated them out that way. Because of what we just talked about is that most stab wounds have an incised component to them, at least a little bit. And many incised wounds have a little bit of a stab component to them. Typically, we lump them under just sharp force injuries. But as far as actually separating them out, because it's not really that critical, you know, there are some that we know are stab wounds, like the ones that hit the large vessels. That's pretty easy. The one that broke off in the lung, we know that's a stab wound. But others that are just going into the muscle, there's going to be a stab component to them, maybe a little bit of an incised component. Others are going to have more incised than stab. So part of that is a stab can turn into an incised wound if it's not accurately placed or if there's motion. So what may be an intentional stabbing motion may simply turn into an incised wound, and vice versa. An incised wound can turn into a stab if the other person isn't where they're supposed to be from that context.
Especially if it's coming in a quick, you say.
Certainly.
So during your examination and on the record, you noted yelling around some of the stab wounds.
Yes, sir.
And yelling around the skin can indicate reduced blood flow at the time of day.
Well, it's actually in the fat, but yes.
And when blood flow is significantly reduced, it may suggest that the individual had already been incapacitated or deceased.
Well, it tells you that there's not much blood flow in this area. And if there's not much blood flow, then there's not much blood pressure or there's not much blood. And at some point during the loss of blood, yes, you are going to die. And so those wounds won't have bleeding into them, or they'll have very little bleeding into them.
When the yellow in the skin does not occur if the blood flow is normal, though.
Correct. And again, I don't want to be pedantic, but it's the fact that we're talking about.
I didn't go to that school.
I know you.
I'm not a doctor, so I'm just trying to keep up with you. Does the presence of yellowing support some of the wounds were inflicted after significant blood loss?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
You said that the cut to the jugular is a large blood flow, but it would be slow because of blood pressure.
Right.
If the blood blood flow, if the blood flow decreased rapidly, however, that would result in some stab wounds appearing less severe or with less surrounding areas. Did I say that correctly? Does that make sense? Let me rephrase that.
Please.
If the blood flow decreased rapidly, if the blood flow decreased rapidly, this would result in some stab wounds appearing less severe, right?
Or having less bleeding into the soft tissue surrounding them. Yes, again, as blood flow progresses, we're going to see less bleeding into the, I said blood flow, blood volume decreases, we'll see less bleeding into the surrounding soft tissue. As to the length of time that takes, it's going to occur in the same order, but the time frame is going to be flexible depending on how quickly the bleeding is taking place. But again, jugular vein bleeding is vein bleeding, not artery bleeding. So it's going to bleed more slowly. And it's actually more amenable to pressure being applied to.
I agree with you on that one.
Arteries are a lot harder. And particularly when you're up in the axillary arteries, you can't put a tourniquet on that because the injury is actually above where the tourniquet would apply or could be applied. So that's going to be uncontrollable bleeding. The best you can do is press in that area and try to slow it down a little bit. But it's bleeding under pressure. So there's going to be a spurt with every heartbeat.
So again, we're going to talk about the yellow really fast.
Yes.
I got it. The pattern of the yellowing of the pattern around these wounds, that doesn't appear to be a methodical infliction of injuries, does it?
I'm not sure what you mean by methodical.
It's not someone's intentionally trying to stab in a pattern.
I don't see a pattern of wounding here from the standpoint of go down one side, come back up another, or in a circle. I don't see that here. I see almost a randomness to it, but still a cluster.
So we talked about perimortem, antemortem, and when wounds can be inflicted. So would you agree that perimortem injuries can sometimes be difficult to distinguish from postmortem injuries because the body tissues might still be responding to trauma shortly after that?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what it is that you were actually asking.
The difference between peri-mortem and ante-mortem.
Well, again, ante-mortem is, we know this person is alive. Post-mortem is, we know this person is already dead. Peri-mortem is in between those two. And it's all on a continuum. There's no rigid separations between them. So saying this one wound is definitely ante-mortem, that's possible to do. This one wound is definitely post-mortem, that's possible to do. This wound looks more ante-mortem than post-mortem. Now we're in the peri-mortem category. And again, there's not rigid distinctions between them. So I'm kind of unclear what it is that you're.
Let me kind of lay a foundation. Okay. You didn't notice report any post-mortem.
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct.
And when you're evaluating a body for post-mortem injuries, there would be a lack of bleeding or tissue for that reason.
Stealing some of my son's French fries.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Would prolonged exposure to moisture or decomposition obscure the distinction between ante, peri, and post-mortem?
Well, again, if we have immersion, total body immersion, then yes. And if it's there for a long enough period of time. Both of those, if taken to an extreme, significantly farther along than Jasmine Pace's body was, then those factors of the decomposition and the moisture, the wetness, could affect it. But in her particular case, she's not immersed in water, she's simply wet. And she's not very decomposed, she's only in very early decomposition. So both of those factors that you're alluding to would have an effect if she were either found totally immersed, submerged in water, or she was significantly decomposed. But in this case, neither one plays into it.
So when you observed these wounds, none of them were healing, none of them were clotted.
I'm sorry, the last word, clotted? Clotted, no, they were not.
So the absence of clotting or healing would mean that none of the injuries were inflicted long before. Correct?
That is correct. These are all what we would describe as contemporaneous, that is inflicted around the same period of time.
With the body in the light state decomposition that it was, did you have any trouble or was it challenging to determine the timing of the injuries?
Hello, it's
Timing
Brit.
as
I
in
love.
their timing relative to each other, or?
No, the time they were inflicted, not the time. Yeah.
You mean time since death, or?
Time since death.
Or time since from wounding to when body was examined? I'm not clear on.
Let me try that again. So the timing of the injuries from when they were inflicted until when you used, okay? How might the light state of decomposition or moisture, did that make this autopsy challenging?
Oh, in this particular, I understand what you're saying at this point. In this particular case, there's minimal interference by the stage of decomposition or the wetness of the body, because given the cold temperatures that surrounded this time in the year, her body's remarkably well preserved. And so the decomposition is, again, very early. And at a very early stage of decomposition, there's very little alteration in wounds or internal organs or structures. It's almost like what we would consider a fresh autopsy. There's a little bit, very, very little bit of difference in what we see, but something that we're used to as forensic pathologists is this is not anything that's really challenging at all, to use the phrase. So from the standpoint of the wounding time since the wound was inflicted to the time when the autopsy was done, that goes along with the stage of decomposition. And in this case, the decomposition again is very, very early. So that has more to do with what the wounds look like, the decomposition does, than any of the moisture or any of the rest of the factors. Because again, you saw the photos, and although you're obviously not used to seeing dead folks, she looks fresh or very close to fresh. There's a little bit of decompositional change here and there, but for the most part, it's not an issue. Actually, for the all part, it's not an issue.
I'd like to talk to you about the handcuffs and shackles that you found during your autopsy, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't observe any significant injuries to the decedent's wrist, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And if you had, that would be consistent with struggling.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And the option.
Hello, everybody.
On her wrist and ankle.
I'm back.
Yes.
Gotta get my ears to
And that's
sync
probably
up.
because those handcuffs were exposed to moisture.
Moisture, blood, and again, they're cheap handcuffs. These are not the typical law enforcement stainless steel, heavily chrome-plated handcuffs. These are cheap novelty, mild steel, very easily rustable items.
And I think you said on the rack you get these from places like Spencer's.
I use that as an example of a novelty store. I've never been to handcuff shopping at Spencer's, so they may not carry them. I don't want to disparage them, but something similar.
These are handcuffs that you can buy at a, I think you described it, any novelty type store.
Or I'm sure Amazon would be glad to sell them.
What are ligature marks?
Ligature marks are impressions in the skin where we're actually compressing the skin and squeezing the underlying fat to leave a permanent or relatively permanent mark, depending on how deep it is. We typically will see these in hangings. And what you see is the skin becomes sort of waxy and is a sort of a yellowish, waxy look to it, because what we're seeing now is the compression of the skin. And
He is
doing the underlying fat.
A fabulous.
As you saw, the underlying fat is.
I have to say, I couldn't say it earlier. Thank y'all, mods, for covering my butt. Got everything done. That's a bad thing about being live at before everybody opens and you're live until everybody closes. He is doing the best job I have ever seen an Emmy do explaining everything.
Yellow.
He's
So
phenomenal.
you see this yellow waxy shape to it, where the skin is actually indented. And again, we typically will see these in hangings because you have a fair amount of weight pressing on them. Anything that is less than that can be called a ligature mark, but unless it's fairly permanent, it's probably best to just describe it as what it is, an indentation or something similar, an abrasion if it is an abrasion, or a mark, patterned abrasion or impression. Impression is sort of the
Thank you for joining.
mild form of a ligature mark.
You didn't note any ligature marks or those types of abrasions.
I'm going to be here. I'm just going to eat my lunch and dinner.
Do you know if those handcuffs and shackles, if they're set, or you know if they're from the same manufacturer or same brand?
I have no idea. The only marking on them is made in China. So there's no brand name on there.
One of the pair of handcuffs had a key attached to it.
It did. They've got two keys.
And then both the handcuffs and the shackles had a mechanism on them that allows for instant release.
I believe only the handcuffs, my recollection is that the shackles did not. They were slightly different design.
But the jury can always go back and look at those exhibits.
Yes, I may be incorrect, but I believe that's the case.
We had seen, I'm not going to write exhibit 204, that showed the rusting on Jasmine's wrist. Do
Yes.
you remember that?
I do.
It's showing bruising.
No, sir.
The actual handcuffs themselves, what is this striation? You know.
A striation is it's a form of a pattern injury, and it's caused by a man-made object that has a regularity to it. If, for example, well, we all have serrated knives at home. And if you take your serrated steak knife or whatever it is, and you scrape it sideways across butter, so you want to scrape up a little bit of butter. When you scrape that knife sideways across the butter, holding the blade upright like this, you'll get those little curls of butter, and you'll leave the ridges in the butter. Those are striations. The same thing occurs in bullets when they're fired through a gun. The rifling mark, the rifling in the gun's barrel leaves striations on the bullets. So striations are any sort of regular groove pattern that we see. We can see it in nature, particularly shark's teeth have striations to them, but that's not terribly common.
Did you examine the handcuffs or shackles for striation marks?
I'm not sure what it is that you're...
So there is, if a knife hit the handcuffs, that would make a mark, wouldn't it?
Welcome back,
It
Michigan.
could.
I'm a green eye.
That wouldn't necessarily be a striation, that would simply be a strike mark on it, unless we have a serrated blade. So to answer that question, no, sir, I did not. I did not see any marks that would appear to be made by a knife striking a handcuff.
Y'all don't forget, put I like the video, put I like to be entered in the drawing, to be entered into the giveaway at the end of the month.
The modifier of force?
Needs to look like that.
Consistent, as in they're all delivered with roughly the same amount of force? Is that? No, there's actually some that are quite shallow and some that are quite deep. So the force is fairly widely variable. If we assume that we're dealing with the same knife, then it's going to have the same sharpness on the point and the same edge. So depending on whether we're striking bone or not, if we use the same amount of force, we would expect it to go through muscle and soft tissue to the same depth. And since we have some that are pretty superficial or shallow and others that are quite deep, I would say there's a variable amount of force being exerted.
When you said, when we were looking at the cards, you said that the body had to be rolled over, or could have been rolled over.
Yes, sir, I believe it probably was.
Did you go to Jason Chen's apartment?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you know what room Jasmine Pace was killed in?
I do not.
Is it possible that she could have died right there and it rolled over on her back? From the fetal position to the supine position?
If that's the case, then if she was dead, then how would she roll? I'm not clear.
If someone moved it.
Oh, she could be rolled.
Oh, she
Yes,
could
okay,
be
I was
rolled.
going to say dead people don't move themselves typically, but I understand if you're assuming that she's not in a fetal position and then was rolled and placed in a fetal position.
So it is your belief that she had to be moved immediately after the stabbing, or that blood to go on to the heart line?
Or at some point after the stabbing. Because again,
Tanika.
there's only a few places that have easy access to the outside world, if you will. And those are primarily the stab wound through the neck and the stab wound that goes where the blade breaks off in the lung. The others are damaging vasculature deep inside, with the exception of that ulnar artery. Now that, of course, is going to bleed because, as you saw, it's got a very easy access to the outside world. So she's basically going to have
all my
blood
med classes,
inside of her
I
that
go to
can
med
now
school.
pour out. So at some point, and she may have been still alive when she was rolled onto that side, but had not yet bled to death.
Custom
I can't tell
emojis
you
are fun.
when in the sequence she was placed in that position.
And you can't tell whether she was conscious at that time.
No, sir, I cannot.
You didn't find any abrasions or bruises that indicate prolonged dragging or grappling?
No, sir.
Because if she was moved from one room to another, you might find
It's
abrasions.
been really bad.
Show.
I got some bad stuff.
Yes, they might be there,
Really
but
bad.
again, we're back to the absence of evidence. It's not evidence of absence, so lack of a finding doesn't tell us anything.
Doctor, are you aware that they never tested the blood from this carpet?
I'm not aware, sir.
He wouldn't be aware.
You can't
That's
say
not his.
That is Jasmine's blood.
No, sir, I can't, no.
Sir, I only deal with the body. So you can ask me about the sun and moon, the stars, the carpet, toilet paper, anything you want, but I can't talk about it. I'm only a medical expert, not a carpet sampling expert. Don't ask me that crap. Just saying.
Stand up if you want to. You said her head was about right here?
I believe it was in this area.
And then the body's right here?
Yes, her back
I was
along
right.
here, her buttocks down here, the legs
I'm right.
Coming up here, foot down here, and arm here. In that general shape.
All the stab wounds were on the right side.
Correct.
And all the blood would have come out the neck, under the arm, on the right side.
Correct.
Why is there so much blood down by the lower extremities? Why is there blood where her feet?
Well, again, we're losing, or she's losing, a couple of quarts of blood, and they're being absorbed into the carpet.
Why are they going all the way down there and not staying?
Gravity. Yeah, you
The
idiot.
flat surface, it wouldn't roll down. The blood would roll.
I'm sorry. Not sorry.
No, it's not going to roll down, but you're on an absorbent surface. So if she's basically covered in blood and still bleeding, then we can get a pattern like this.
Is your conclusion that she was in the fetal position based on the fact of how you found Jasmine in the suitcase?
No, it's actually based on the likelihood of where the stab wounds are clustered. Again,
If
we
you are
have
a
an
member,
area that's
you can use all
not
these
much bigger than a
emojis
piece of
that I
paper.
custom made with Miss
If we
Kevin.
just say chest and shoulder and neck, where all of her wounds are.
He really doesn't have much to ask, so dumb ones are coming out. I've always said, when you don't know what to ask, the dumbness shows up.
Clustered, with the exception of the left arm, but the left arm itself, again, is free. So if someone is just standing there and they're upright and not in a position, a constrained position, then I would expect to see stab wounds all over the body. And there would be stab wounds to the front of the torso and the arms and the back of the torso. And this is how, when we see people being stabbed to death is a very active thing, because nobody just sits around and lets someone stab them. They try to run, they try to get away, they try to grapple, they try to do. But in this particular case, we have 60 stab wounds that are clustered in an area approximately this big. And
that's a lot.
The most logical way that happens is if she is in the position as found, as I noted in the autopsy report, because in that position, all of those stab wounds and incised wounds and stab incised wounds can be easily inflicted without having to roll her around and a lot of movements. She could stay in that position and receive all of those stab wounds. And because of that, that's the most likely position she was in when her stab wounds were inflicted. Now, can I say categorically she absolutely had to be in that position? No, I cannot. But in order to then get all those stab wounds, you have to very carefully wait until she's in a position where this side of her is exposed and only stab then. And that really isn't terribly logical or consistent.
So it's a coincidence that the position that you found her in the suitcase is the same as that when she died.
I don't know that that would be considered a coincidence. It's simply a lot easier. If she's already in a fetal position, then she's a lot easier to move into a suitcase than. So I don't really see that as a coincidence. That's simply consistent with.
What is rigor mortis?
Rigor mortis is the stiffening of the muscles after death.
How long does that take?
It depends is the correct answer. The books will give you all kinds of numbers. And times when you'll start to see rigor mortis, and then rigor mortis is
she was
8 to 12 hours.
I think alive in this suitcase, or at least in that position.
12 to 24 hours. Then by 48 hours, it's gone. That is extremely variable. And the reason we laugh at it as forensic pathologists is the books and the TV shows all act like that is in a rigid time frame. The sequence is the same, but the time can be widely variable. And things that affect rigor mortis are things like how much exercise were you doing? How much lactic acid is built up in your muscles? Because that's what stiffens them. What is your muscle mass? Little children don't develop rigor mortis very well at all. Their rigor mortis, even full, is very weak because they have little muscle mass. Same thing with the little old ladies. People who are very bulky and robust and muscular, they may develop rigor mortis a lot faster. And it takes longer.
All the more reason to state that.
Away, or what we call lysed or broken. So the amount just inside the body of change that can be produced on the timing of rigor mortis is pretty wide. Then we introduce environmental changes to it. And if you have a lot of air blowing across you, rigor mortis will set in quicker because your body cools faster. If you have a lot of clothes on, decomposition, including rigor mortis, will set in a lot quicker. There's a lot of the variabilities. Are you on carpet? Are you on hard floor? Are you on bed? Are you covered up? Is it cold? Is it warm? Is it humid? Is it dry? These are all the variables that will affect the timing of rigor mortis. The stages all pass through the same set of stages, but the timing of them could be widely variable. So what it seems like in books and manuals and on the television is pretty misleading, actually. But it is basically the stiffening of muscles after death.
You don't know the length of time between her Jasmine's death and when she was placed in the suitcase.
That's correct, I do not.
It is possible during that time Jasmine could have entered her, right?
Yes.
And that would have made it difficult to place her in a trash bag.
Or easier, depending. If someone is already in a very compact position, it's significantly easier to slide a compact, relatively almost football-shaped object into a trash bag than someone whose arms and legs are askew that you've got to try to pack in there and break the rigor mortis, that is to actually not break the bones, but loosen the muscles enough so that you can bend them. So if she's already in that position, she's in a nice compact position, and it would probably be easier to put her in a trash bag.
What about into the suitcase?
Well, again, if she's in that nice compact position, and the suitcase is large enough to fit her in, then it's actually a matter of simply lifting her, placing her in the suitcase in much the same way that at autopsy, I lifted her off of the trash bags and placed her over on the autopsy table so we could move the trash bags.
Are you able to determine whether or not the handcuffs? Sure.
Ooh, I got hot. Y'all, it's 60 degrees in Kerrville today, and I'm loving every bit of it.
Was she still in rigor when she was taken out of the suitcase?
No.
And I know I asked you timing, and it's all very nebulous. Are you able to tell when it ended?
No.
Are you familiar with the term overkill?
Yes.
What is it?
That's a term that is common in popular media. It's not typically used by forensic pathologists, but basically what it means is that more wounds are inflicted than are required to cause death. And the psychologist's version of this is that overkill reflects a passion of some sort, an emotional event where they're angry with the person that they're killing, and so they beat or stab or do a lot more damage to that person than would simply be required to cause their death. And the theory is that because knives and fists and clubs and other blunt instruments, sharp instruments, are more personal, that's why overkill is not frequently done with firearms. Because with firearms, you shoot them a couple times, they're dead, and that's it. It's relatively dispassionate. But in a passionate encounter, especially with knives, it's sort of a release of the anger in the same way that beating the pillow or whatever would be done to release all of that pent up hatred or whatever that emotion is that's causing you to try to kill somebody.
You say anger, but there's a lot of different emotions and feelings and passion, right? You can tear.
Objection, Your Honor. Please approve.
Objection, Your Honor. That's the first objection we've heard in a while. I don't know. I think it's probably previously had because they don't have a receipt, do they? I've not seen a receipt for a suitcase. Haley Mouse, that is so me. That is so right. Amen. Person who's grumpy in the mornings and doesn't like to wake up early. I can wake up early and pretend not to be grumpy, but that doesn't mean I'm not grumpy. Today was one of those days. Yep, it sure was. Tried a new med yesterday. Now I've got cotton mouth. Had it all day. Ugh. Yes. Definitely. You probably already had it. Now I'm ready to go to sleep. Oh, that sun felt so good on my face, y'all. The headache is gone, but do you know you get that tired, exhausted feeling? I just really want to curl up in bed and go to sleep and get rid of this dry mouth. Other than that, I'm great. I'm just want to go to sleep. I slept good last night. I'm looking in Discord. Okay. So I really want to thank all my mods. We have some new mods. Y'all are doing so amazing. I don't know if y'all modded before, but y'all are freaking awesome. You are awesome. Why don't we do this? Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. You want to get in my lap? Come on. Come here. Did you get a puppy cup? You did. Oh my gosh, you're heavy. Is that what you want? Mm-hmm. You're a heavy girl. I should weigh you. No way. No, mama. No way is not, mama. Get my feet up. You don't fall. Oh. Whoa. Mama, happy girl. Oh.
Dr. Cogswell, the type of excessive injuries you observe are associated with excitement, correct?
Typically, yes.
And you tend to see overkill in situations when the attacker is inside, correct?
Oh,
Again, typically, yes.
she is very huggable.
That this is overkill in this case.
Well, again, this is not something that forensic pathologists, and particularly I, use as a usual term. There are certainly more injuries that are required to inflict death. And in fact, the injuries are not particularly, for the bulk of them, the injuries are not particularly life-threatening, but we do have a reasonable number of these injuries are significantly life-threatening. Certainly, they're all going to cause pain and they're all going to cause bleeding. The whole overkill thing is best addressed, I think, by the forensic psychologist as opposed to the forensic pathologist. And while we see these sorts of cases and they're labeled overkill, that's delving into people's minds is more of a psychiatry thing than a pathology thing.
Let's go back and ask you a couple of questions about those handcuffs and shackles. Could they have been used to draw the body into a smaller position? Smaller than the fetal position that was already there?
Oh, smaller than the position as found? I don't believe so.
Cindy, I need you to type it like
handcuffs,
this.
of course, just have a very short
The computer
chain,
will grab it.
3 or 4 links. The shackle has a much longer chain, but
Retype
that
it, love.
chain was used only
Didn't grab it.
the right arm, and the right wrist was already shackled or already handcuffed, rather, while the left arm was free. So it seems to me it would make more sense to attempt to attach the left arm to the ankle rather than the arm that you've already got attached to the ankle.
Is it possible? That's really my question. You weren't there, I wasn't there. Is it possible that that handcuffs or restraints could have drawn or could have made the body more compressed?
Well, certainly it's possible. As we always say, all things are possible that do not violate the laws of physics. As to whether they're likely or not, it just doesn't particularly make sense to do it that way. That doesn't mean that's not what happened.
One of the last things that you talked about on the record was the toxicology, right?
Yes, sir.
And in your report, you indicate that THC was not present, but in the toxicology report, as we saw, it says that there was an interfering substance, and so it wasn't fine. Why didn't you notice that or mention that?
Well, because I don't have any value for THC. I don't have a positive or a negative. So it's, again, I don't have any data, so the toxicology screen is negative.
But lack of evidence is not evidence of anything, right?
That's absolutely correct. I can't tell you categorically that Jasmine Pace did not have THC in her system, nor can I tell you that she did. We don't have any data for that. And so if you don't have any data one way or the other, it's a negative test.
Is it conclusive? Not negative, right?
Well, the toxicology report as
Just in regards to the THC.
well, just regards to THC, it's not even inconclusive. It's simply the test was not done because it could not be done.
So the test was not done. Not that it was negative. We don't know if Jasmine Pace had THC in her system scientifically, right?
Right, that's what I said. We don't know whether she did or whether she didn't because we couldn't test for it.
Because there was an interfering substance. Do we know what the interfering substance is?
No. What could it? It could have been any one of a dozen or maybe even 100 different decompositional products. We simply don't know. That's not something that the toxicology lab is going to chase down, because it doesn't really matter what the substance is that's interfering. It's enough that there is an interfering substance. It doesn't help you if you know that the chemical name of this interfering substance or substances, and it's more likely to be more than one. That doesn't help knowing that, because you still don't have the answer to your question about THC.
You used the term I'm not familiar with, decomposition products. What is that?
Well, when we decompose, things break down. And alcohol, for example, is a very good example of this. After we die, the bacteria in our gut will create alcohol and also consume alcohol, depending on which bacteria. We have probably half dozen or so different strains of bacteria in our intestines right now. Some of those will use alcohol as their fuel. Some of them will create alcohol as a waste product. When you start to decompose, those bacteria are released from your intestines and they travel through your bloodstream or through your vasculature. You don't have a bloodstream anymore. And that's what creates that marbling look that we see in decomposition. Prior to that, just the enzymatic breakdown of cells will release a lot of products that are within the cell. And enzymatic breakdown is the first step before decomposition. And this is what is called autolysis or autolysis. Auto meaning self, lysis meaning break. So the body is literally digesting itself. And because of that, that's when we start to get into the decomposition from the intestinal bacteria. So in a dead person who is decomposed, we may get alcohol positive on a toxicology test. But that alcohol may be just from bacteria, or it may be alcohol that they drank. Typically, if it's above 0.10, we can be confident it's alcohol they drank, because even the decompositional alcohols that have been seen over the decades in cases, they don't rise above 0.08, but so we have the fudge factor of 0.1. But there are other compounds. We have hundreds of compounds within our bodies. And as to which one is causing the interference, it could be multiple.
Well, you kind of jumped ahead for me, but let's go ahead and where you went without the alcohol. You had said on the record that you didn't smell alcohol, correct?
That is correct.
But you did send, I think you, to, how many bottles of blood did you take from Jasmine Pace?
Only the one.
Why only one?
That was all there was. Remember, her vascular tree was empty.
So how many milliliters, or is that what you would measure it in?
That would be a 10 milliliter tube. This is, when you get your blood drawn, the big tubes that are about the size of your index finger, those are a 10 milliliter tube. They come in 10, 7, 5, and on down. The little ones that are used in hospitals. We only use the 10 milliliter tubes. And those tubes have a sodium fluoride preservative in them. The reason for that is that stops any enzymatic reaction within the blood. Certain things, compounds, particularly like cocaine, for example, will continue to break down spontaneously in the blood until you get it into a gray top tube, which breaks that spontaneous degradation. So it preserves the parent cocaine before it goes to its metabolites. Alcohol, same thing. If we've got some decomposition, then the blood that we're sucking up into the tube also has some of that bacteria in there. They will continue to change the concentration of alcohol in the specimen. So that's why we use the gray top tubes. In this particular case, as I noted, since the vascular tree is basically empty and I couldn't get any blood out of any place in there, I used the blood that was still in her right chest cavity, which would have been the blood that came out of her right lung. But that was enough to fill a tube, a tube.
Council President Moore, please.
Oh, can't stand that sound. Wow. My mouth is so dry. It's that sticky dry. Well, there you go. Get a hot toddy. I haven't had a hot toddy in a while. That sounds good. I'm kind of curled up in my chair here, just as comfortable as can be. I really want to say thank y'all for hanging in all day. I know it's been a little bit of a cray day. And this guy's been on all day. But I tell you, he's amazing. I wouldn't want to have to argue him in any way, shape, or form. No, wouldn't want to argue him. Yes, thank you, Bama Green Eyes. Thank you for putting that up. Click on that link and get notified for tomorrow's. They are going to be doing court one day this weekend. I hope they say Saturday, because Sunday I don't like doing lives. I know, me too. I absolutely love it. And I love this guy. He is so very clean and very easy to understand. And the way he's answering the questions are phenomenal.
This is the toxicology report.
Yes, sir, it is.
And it looks like the tube that you used, you had a mass volume of 5.75 milliliters.
Correct.
And that's all the blood that you took from Jasmine Pace that you could have.
That I could, yes.
And so 3 different tests were performed, weren't there? Or I guess only 2 of 3 tests were performed.
Correct.
And we've already talked about THC. I don't want to go any more into that. But let's talk about Alyssa. It tested for all these other drugs. And why did an interfering substance mess up the mass spec, but didn't interfere with Alyssa?
Well, the answer to that is in your question, because these are 2 different testing protocols. So we have, this is HPLC and the mass spec, and all of these tests are run using ELISA, and all of these tests, the alcohols basically, are done using headspace gas chromatography. And so these are 3 different test protocols. And so then each protocol is defined as the best screen for these substances.
There are interfering substances in the blood, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me, or if you have knowledge, whether or not that substance would have affected this test?
Well, no, because the ELISA tests are reported as not present. It's not reported as interfering substance. If there was an interfering substance on these or on these, we would have had the same note, testing canceled due to interfering substance. So again, we're looking at three different things. It's kind of a Ford, Chevy, Dodge. You know, we've got, just because your Ford doesn't have this particular part doesn't mean that your Chevy or your Dodge is not going to have that part.
I understand. Thank you. So let's talk about the alcohol. And that test was done with gas chromatography, right?
Correct.
And that test for alcohol came back negative.
Correct.
But you said the way a body decomposes, the bacteria in the gut might create alcohol.
Yes.
It might also consume alcohol.
Correct.
Talk more about that, please.
Well, again, decomposition, like anything else, is a spectrum. There's not two stages. There's not fresh and decomposed. As we die, we start to first autolyze, and then we start to decompose. In this particular case, Jasmine Pace's body is at the borderline, basically, of autolysis to decomposition. And again, as I noted before, she's got some very, very early signs of decomposition, but she is not decomposed. So she's at early decomposition stage, which would be basically autolysis. That's where we're just breaking down the cell walls and releasing everything inside our cells. With decomposition, we don't have to create alcohol. And in fact, much of the distinction between whether you create alcohol or consume alcohol, whether your gut bacteria does that, seems to have a lot to do with your diet. And the toxicologist will jokingly say it depends on whether it was chili night last night.
Oh!
So that is a widely variable thing. You don't always see it, but when you do see it, again, it's anything less than a 0.10 is probably going to be decompositional if they're sufficiently decomposed. And that's going to be at a state significantly more advanced than what Jasmine Pace was.
But the extent of decomposition can be influenced by numerous factors, right? So the amount of time, obviously.
Yes.
Temperature.
Yes.
And so if this is week of Thanksgiving in November of 2022 in Chattanooga, Tennessee, it's fall, it's cool out. Is that fair to say?
It is, yes.
And then other environmental conditions, and here the only other environmental conditions is we're adjacent to the Tennessee River. Is that fair?
That's at least where her body was found. Where it was in between then, I don't know.
Would being in a suitcase affect, or in a trash bag in a suitcase, having an effect on decomposition as well?
Certainly it will from the standpoint of external factors. Much of our decomposition has to do with flies, and flies lay eggs and maggots start to eat us, etc. And that's
It's a lovely picture.
A bloated, putrefactive state. Again, we're nowhere near that yet. So the cooler we keep a dead body, and the more isolated from the outside environment that dead body is, the slower decomposition occurs. And this is exactly why at the medical examiner's office, all of the dead folks are in plastic body bags and in a cooler on stainless steel trays, because those are all the factors that will reduce the internal temperature of the body as quickly as possible and keep the environment away from it. So all of these things that you mentioned do affect decomposition, but in this case, we're not really dealing with very far into the whole decompositional process.
Alcohol also has a half-life in your body, right?
If you're alive, yes.
if you're not alive, does alcohol not dissipate?
Eventually, as the alcohol gets broken down by the decompositional bacteria running rampant, and again, we're at the bloat stage or even beyond, alcohol will tend to drop off because it's created and then it's used up. So the things you're talking about are far beyond the state of Jasmine Pace's body.
Well, we're talking about not just decomposition, but we're also talking about the length of time. So if Jasmine Pace died on November the 23rd, and you didn't do your autopsy until, was it December
1st.
December 1st, that's about a little over a week, or 8 days, correct?
Correct.
And during that period of time, or the longer that period of time goes, the less likely you are to find alcohol, or alcohol will be detected.
No, sir, that's not correct. Because you're looking at decompositional alcohol in someone who is not really very decomposed. So it is not unusual at all. In fact, it's expected that even in someone who is bloated with decomposition, they're all turn multiple colors, have marbling, etc., and are no longer recognizable. I'm going to get alcohol on a toxicology test. So alcohol doesn't just go away.
But the fact that you didn't find any doesn't conclusively prove that she didn't consume alcohol the night that she died. Right?
There's no alcohol in her blood. So she would have had to have died before it was absorbed into her blood.
And had she had a few glasses of wine, how long would it have taken her body to absorb that alcohol?
Well, typically with alcohol, you process and eliminate about 1 drink per hour, depending on your body size. In her case, because she's very small, she probably would not be able to eliminate more than 3/4, maybe even as low as a half a drink per hour. And a drink is defined as 1 glass of wine, 1 can of beer, 1 shot of liquor. They all contain the same amount of actual ethanol. So in the scenario that you're postulating, she would either have to have just had the alcohol before she starts to absorb any of it from her stomach and then be stabbed to death. Or she would have to drink the alcohol and stop drinking, and then at least an hour later, 1 glass of wine, and at least an hour later, probably closer to an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours, be stabbed to death. So if we have drink a glass of wine and half an hour later be stabbed to death, then that alcohol is going to be in her blood.
So if she had a glass of wine and it was, or maybe even 2 glasses of wine, it was 3 hours later, it's possible that there would be no alcohol in her system.
It's possible that she would have eliminated that because, again, the general rule is 1 drink an hour. And that will allow you to absorb the alcohol and eliminate the alcohol, but it depends on size. And so you have to factor that in. In her case, I think your scenario of 2 drinks in 3 hours, that probably would reduce her alcohol down to at least almost nothing.
Well, that's, so we were talking about reporting rates. I assume this ethanol means, in layman's terms, drinking alcohol that you drink.
That's correct.
10 milligrams per deciliters.
Gabby, that should never be a question
That's the
that
lower
needs
limit.
to be
So
answered.
you can't say
You
that
automatically
Jasmine had no
know
alcohol
it's a
in her
yes.
system. It could be that Jasmine didn't have enough alcohol in her system above the reporting limit, correct?
Which then is a negative test because the lower limits are there for a reason. It's because below that limit or below that concentration, you're in that noise zone. And
I'll be right
you
back.
don't know whether it's there or you don't or not.
She could have had 2 milligrams of deciliters of alcohol in her system. It's possible.
Again, all things that don't violate the laws of physics, et cetera, it's possible.
And that doesn't violate the laws of physics, right?
It does not. And
it doesn't violate.
Objection, Your Honor. If you ask the question, this is, when we're talking about these milligram per deciliter, that is not the same as a blood alcohol concentration. So when we talk about a 0.01, that is 100 milligrams per deciliter. And so the number that will be reported would be in milligrams per deciliter and also additionally as a BAC, the blood alcohol concentration. So a 0.08, which would be the legal limit in Tennessee, would be reported as 80. So there's a big difference in units because there's the actual, or there's a big difference in numbers, excuse me, because the units are significantly different.
You had talked about strangulation, correct?
Yes.
And you had shown a picture. You said that you could not determine one way or another about manual strangulation, correct?
That's correct.
You wrote this report in this case,
I did.
and the report was accurate to the best of your ability,
Yes, sir.
and as thorough as you can be.
Yes, sir.
I don't think anyone would ever question you on your thoroughness, right?
I would hope not, but it could happen.
And it was complete.
Yes, sir.
And you haven't made any updates or supplements to this?
I have not.
Well, in your report, you used the word unremarkable a lot. What does unremarkable mean?
Unremarkable means exactly that. There's nothing different about this particular thing that is unremarkable than in every other random normal autopsy. Basically, it's saying normal. But there's, of course, a variation of normal. There's a normal range for things like organ weights or what they look like. But
So if you look at your external examination, second paragraph, how do you describe the neck?
the neck is unremarkable. There's a reason for that, and the reason is very specific because, as I mentioned earlier, in the autopsy report, we don't want to have anybody reading that report have to hunt through the whole document to find the important things, the things that are associated with the death. So if there's something that's associated with the death or is significant, that goes in the injury section. Everything below the injury section, from here down, is
Amen.
assumed to be
Good way to put
that
it.
person prior to the injury event, whatever the injuring event was. So when I say this is unremarkable, that's unremarkable, that means this is the condition of that person absent the injuries.
Now, we just said your report is going to be accurate, complete, and thorough, right?
Yes, sir.
Where can I find anything about manual strangulation in your report?
You can't, because again, I'm going to report what I see.
Did he document how much red
That's
liquid
not a
was in
report
the
for
menstrual pad?
speculation or supposition or anything that might be but isn't. provable or demonstrable. So could there be manual strangulation? Yes. Do I have any data to tell you that there was? No. I have, as noted in the injury section, abrasions and contusions of the neck. That's all I can do with those. I can't tell you that those are associated with a manual strangulation or any other kind of non-sharp force injury other than these are blunt force injuries of abrasions and contusions or bruises. But I can't tell you what those mean because I don't have enough other data. So if I don't have enough other data, I can't call it a manual strangulation, but I can say I see these things. And the interpretation of those is something that doesn't belong in an autopsy report unless it's documentable and is something that can be diagnosed from the findings. Because all that is a medical report that has the observations, the findings, and the diagnoses. It doesn't have any sort of what if.
Yeah, now the contusions and bruises, are those kind of synonymous?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Did you find any contusions or bruises on the front side of Jasmine Pace?
No, not on the front of her torso. The side of the torso, yes.
Like, so what, that contusion, could that have been caused by falling on an object?
It could, yes.
Could it have been caused by slamming back into a doorknob?
It's a fairly large contusion for that, but it's certainly possible depending on how easily she bruised, basically, is because as we all
Gabby,
know,
I'm making fun of
young
you
women
on
tend
another
to bruise
stream.
relatively easily. That's fairly common.
So hypothetically,
Multitasking
No, go
queen.
ahead.
so hypothetically, if she were kicked and she fell down,
Kicked.
and fell down on an object or hit a doorknob or the side of a counter, could it have caused that contusion? That yes.
Yes. It's a large contusion, but it has no pattern to it. In other words, there's no shape to it that allows me to say what the inflicting object is. A lot of times we can see corners, or we sometimes can even see the tread mark of a shoe sole or a ring impression, something like that in there. In this case,
I'm not playing that game.
It's just a large contusion. And so really there's not
I got to work on her book.
said about it. There's no fracture of the ribs underneath it. There's no laceration of the liver underneath it. It's just a bruise.
You're a good girl. You impress me much. Well, they slotted 10 days for this trial. Let's see if it goes that long.
Thank you, Dr.
We've been in session about 2 hours now since lunch. We'll take our mid-afternoon break, come back in 15 minutes when that clock says 3:45.
All right, we got a little break. Hallelujah. If you guys like puzzles and games and word games and such, and you're not a dyslexic cray-cray woman like me, you can do them. Go to Grandma's House Fun. Is that what it is? Gabby, can you drop the link? Gabby can drop the link in the comments, please. This woman's amazing. I'm going to be interpreting her she's got like thousands of children's books into ASL. Starting this weekend, I got to start. is going to be. You can't copy it. Oh, that's right. You're not, are you? You sure about that? Hmm? My nose is cold. The mic is warm. They say when you talk, you're supposed to be right up on the mic, but I don't like having in the mic this much in the view. I work with a lot of disabled, deaf people who, some of them are not deaf, but they still lip read. So I prefer the mic to be a little further away. But some people, like RA, talk like this all the time. There's fuzzies on my mic. I hate that. Tickles your nose. Gabby, try and post it. Ah! There you go. Thought you were a mod. Weren't you a mod? Thought you were already a mod. Pew! Weren't you mod a while ago? Didn't you mod?
Is the
Thought you were.
toxicology report from Jasmine Pace's autopsy. Dr. Cogswell, the one doing the autopsy on Jasmine Pace's body after she was found in that suitcase on the side of Suck Creek Road. One thing, and to understand why there's so many questions about this toxicology report, you have to go back to the opening statements by the defense. So, if you'll remember, the defense attorney, Joshua Wise, came out and said, "We're not going to waste your time. We admit that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace." But instead of it being a premeditated murder,
Y'all
which is
go
what
over
the
to this
prosecution is
wonderful
claiming,
place. It's
they
got
want
some
the
good
jury
stuff.
to believe that this was a crime of
24-hour
passion.
games.
And they say
Love
this
it.
all was sparked when Jasmine Pace saw text messages come in to Jason Chen's phone. And then she got very angry. They said they were together drinking wine. They mentioned the wine in the opening statements several times. They said when Jasmine Pace went in the kitchen to get a second bottle of wine, she heard those text messages come in. They say she then went at him with a wine bottle. He kicked her to get her to move back, which she fell upon some wine glasses and then tried to attack Jason Chen with that broken wine glass. Now, why is that important? Well, today it becomes important, that narrative that the defense says that they will try to prove when it's their turn, which will probably be next week, we're hearing, because now we see the blood tests of Jasmine Pace that have been introduced by her autopsy report, that she in fact did not have alcohol in her system. Now, when you first hear this, does this mean she wasn't drinking at all? Most of the morning was spent with the prosecution questioning Dr. Stephen Cogswell. Remember, he is their witness. But then, as in any court case, the defense gets their turn to come up and cross examine. So, what they're doing now and what they've been doing for the past probably half hour is talking about how it might come to be that you could be drinking and then you're stabbed to death, and then in your toxicology report, there is no presence of alcohol. Now, one of the things that they bring up, and this is a disturbing fact, and it's just some of the facts in this case are pretty disturbing, is that there was not a lot of blood left in Jasmine Pace's body. She was stabbed more than 60 times. And when you think about some of the evidence, like the carpet that they keep talking about, this carpet right here, and the sheer amount of blood that is on some of these items, the medical examiner was talking about, and again, this is a disturbing detail, but part of his testimony was that most of her blood drained from her body. And you also have to remember, she is under 100 pounds, they've testified. So she didn't have a large amount of blood in her body to begin with, he testified. So if you have 60 exit wounds and then you bleed this much on this carpet, this is all from his testimony, there's just not a lot of blood left in her body to test. He said he was only able to get enough for one test. So what did that test show? Again, we go back to the toxicology report. It says in that small amount of blood, they did find, and it's hard to see here. I'm going to take this banner off so we can see it just a little bit better. It's down here at the bottom of this. This is not a great screenshot to show it. See there where it says ethanol? That's the part you're looking at for alcohol. And it came back negative there. If you look up at the top of the screen, you see Delta 9, THC, and then the other type of THC there. That test, if you look there, it was canceled due to an interfering substance.
Tanika, unfortunately, it's low here. I am gained 100% on the Rodecaster. I'm gained 100% on the computer. It's been a nightmare. That is all. I mean, see, I'm gained all the way here. This is gained 100%.
There. Now, if you talk about the fact that
did her sound just jump? That's on her end, not mine.
I'm being told that we don't have any audio, but I'm not seeing any comments about that.
I'm not hearing it.
So we'll see.
Let me do this. I'm going to share my window. Okay, so I'm going to add it up here. Up here, I have comments. I have captioning. Well, you can't see it. Let me unpin it. Nope, not what I want. Overlay on screen. Okay. So I don't know if, can you see the captioning? May not. But I have captioning. I guess you can't see it. Okay. I have a captioning bar that is captioning everything that is being said, including my own voice. So that's what I'm doing. That's how I'm understanding what's going on. Well, that must have been on their end because I've been gained. It may have been something on their end.
So I'm hoping the audio is back. Let me know if you cannot hear me, and we'll take another look at our microphone.
That was
here.
them.
But so if you look at the THC levels there, you can see that was canceled due to an interfering substances. Okay, people are saying we can hear you, so that's a good note there. Thank you for letting me know that. So the THC or the Delta 9 test was canceled because of an interfering substance. The alcohol substance was not. So they said they were not able to find alcohol. So let's take a look at what some of the testimony was about that. If you go back to some of the testimony from the medical examiner, you can see that he said it has to do with the amount she drank and how long it was before she died. So I'm just going to read this transcript as close as I can. She would have had to just had the alcohol and then be stabbed and pass away, not have time to absorb it. That's one way that she could have been drinking, he testified, but it wouldn't have shown up in her system. Or she could have had a small amount of alcohol, 1 to 2 glasses, waited some time, 30 minutes or so, and then that would have had time to leave her body. He said it's possible. And then if she died at that point, then the alcohol test could have come back negative. So if you'll go back and remember, when we talked to legal analyst Bill Speak, he talked about how this is a chess game. The prosecution is trying to show one side, the defense is trying to show their story. But when you look at this alcohol testing and this line of questioning, it's not clear. And the medical examiner has said, I cannot give a conclusive answer on that. So it's hinting at something. It's not giving us a definite answer or another. Now, another very important part of this testimony, and we've been waiting to hear this for a couple of days now, it all has to do with the handcuffs. And that's the knife blade here. Okay, here's the handcuffs. Here are the handcuffs that Jasmine Pace's body in the suitcase was found with. They said her right wrist and her right leg were handcuffed, and then her left leg to her right arm with a shackle. That was another thing that you can see right there.
Horrible.
That's the shackle. That's the handcuff. Now, what we were listening for is testimony about whether she was handcuffed before or after she died, because that could lead to an idea of premeditation, which is what the prosecution is trying to prove
I could only
with
wish.
that first-degree murder charge. The defense
I will never be
would
an
want it to
RA.
go the other way, that it
Someone sits there and says, the man in the corner with the headphones.
happened
That was
after
awesome.
she died, because that would go to that crime of passion. Again, the testimony here, it's a little unclear. The Dr. Cogswell, who I have to say, and I've seen a lot of commenters say this, and Bill Speak, our legal analyst, has said this too.
Right.
He's very good at explaining things in a way that's easy to understand. He's been doing this for so long. He said he's done 7,000 autopsies in his career. So he is very versed in this subject, but he's also very good at explaining it in a way.
She's just the reporter in the newsroom who's following the case, who gives pretty good recaps during court break.
That the jury and then you and I can understand. So
An
about the
affiliate.
handcuffs, he said it is
The man
hard
in the box.
to determine how long it took from the time the stab
How
wound
long
started to
it
when she
takes.
passed away. But he did say this is not something that would have lasted over a 30-minute period. He said his best guess is somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes. Then when she started to talk about the handcuffs, and I'm just going to pause here for just a second because I want to make sure I'm reading the exact right thing here to you. Okay, so he was asked, you didn't observe any injuries to the wrists, right? He said, that is correct. No injuries to the wrists. And this is the defense asking him, if you had, that would be consistent with struggling. And he answers, that is correct. Yes. So we're seeing here this question of when were the handcuffs added and what did it leave on her body in both scenarios. So that he did not see a lot of bruising around her hands where those handcuffs were, he said.
Thank you.
But what he did see, he said, and this is a little hard to explain, he said her body was in the fetal position, and he tends to believe that her left hand was drawn up by her chest because of the small amount of area that the stab wounds were actually found in. There were a lot of stab wounds, he said, but they were in a small,
really in a
consistent
small,
area. So
concise
around
area.
her head, her neck, and her upper torso and her one arm there, nothing on her lower extremities. So that is another thing they've looked at a lot. The other amount is overkill. So let's talk about this idea of overkill. The defense says this was a crime of passion. She was coming at him. He became scared. I believe they said he even blacked out at some point. And so their line of questioning was, would these 60 stab markings there be something that would go along with overkill? Now, what you heard Dr. Cogswell say in that point is something we heard him say a couple of times today. He said It's not my job to use some of these legal terms. My job is to look at a body, test it, and observe what I see and not guess as to how some of those things got there. So he wouldn't say whether he believed this was overkill or not. He did say something kind of similar, and I'm going to find that again. Okay, here we go. This was the defense asking him, do you believe this was overkill in this case? This is not something forensic pathologists use as a term, he answered. The injuries are not particularly life-threatening, but we do have a reason, we do have a reasonable number of these injuries. So they're trying to weave a story out of these injuries, and both sides can look at the same thing.
Y'all, I don't want to go there. I'm sure she knew through most of it what was going on. Once enough of the red liquid stuff leaves the body and the brain stops working, it was brutal. And this is where an eye for an eye. Let's put him in handcuff on his right ankle and wrist, and then shackle his left leg to his left ankle, and then put him in that position and puncture him 60 times. I mean, that's why he's not getting the DP. I don't know. But this to me would be a DP.
Says they found and documented inside Jason Chen's apartment. It is, when asked how much it was, she admitted it was a very small amount of glass. But upon cross-examination, the defense asks, was this apartment cleaned up? Were there signs that Jason Chen or someone cleaned up some of the evidence here? And the answer was yes. And we know that because we see him at a Walgreens, at a Walmart, buying cleaning products. And then the prosecution has said that he used that to clean up the crime scene. So it leaves the question, if you try to clean up blood, did you also try to clean up some of the glass? So that's the glass that you see right there from the CSI investigator from yesterday. So those small amounts go along with your question, Haley, there about the glass. Let's go back to a few things that we talked about today. The knife, again, was a big part of Dr. Cogswell's testimony. You can see here the edge of a knife that was broken off, he testified, in Jasmine Pace's lungs. It actually got lodged between two ribs, he said, and then broke off. The very tip of that knife, however, they were not able to find, just that kind of chunk at the end there. And then he talked about what the size of that piece says to him. He said it's what most people would call a butcher knife. It's actually called a chef's knife if you think of a large chopping knife. So he said from that little piece, and he's using his hands in this picture here to show about how long this knife might be. Now, he also talked about how some of these stab wounds were of different sizes, but he says in stabbing cases, that's not uncommon because of how the different amount of force that can be used, the different pattern that a body could be in. So he said that's not that uncommon. So that's another thing that we talked about a lot today was that knife. There's those handcuffs again today and the shackle on the carpet. Let's talk about the carpet. I do see some movement of that camera there. When they come back, we will switch back to the live camera. Don't worry to get that testimony. Now, what they're trying to say with this piece of carpet, and this has been entered into evidence for a few days now. They're trying to say
the Walmart
that
red
this
rum aisle
stain here, and this is the underside of the carpet you'll see, if you'll remember, CPD investigators went into Jason Chen's apartment and they testified that they found parts of.
And you remember, I made the comment when we first saw this, that this was her head, her shoulders, her knee, and her feet were down here. That's exactly what the coroner said.
Then they left. They thought they had collected
like,
everything.
yikes.
The apartment complex on Tremont Street actually called them back.
They have a
and
red
said,
room at
we're
Lowe's
renovating the
and
apartment and
Home
we pulled the
Depot.
carpet up and we found more
Home
things. So
Depot?
this is the underside of the carpet. And Dr. Cogswell actually took a laser pointer here and he outlined the shape that he says he believes is consistent with Jasmine Pace's body being curled up into a fetal position there with her head on one side and her knees up by her chest and then her feet being there at the end. And he actually laid out an outline that he believed was a body laying on that carpet for an amount of time while a significant amount of blood was coming out of her body. So this carpet, again, became significant. So we've got a lot of things to look for here as we expect the prosecution to redirect him a little bit. If you're not familiar with the way that
the reason why some states have not been able to have the DP date set and euthanize, it's the best word I can say without getting in trouble, is because the manufacturer of the medication that they use to do that, no brainer, no more. So I've been told that some states are not doing it at the moment, but when they get the proper chemicals, it will be done quickly.
questions of the witness. Now we have seen him at least
Yeah,
in
you're
one
gonna
example
go. See
not
you
ask
later.
a question.
Enjoy
We
your
don't know
game.
what that question was.
Enjoy.
He warned them that might happen. So it looks like they're stretching a little bit. Maybe the jury's about to come back in. They've had about 2
I
hours
know
of
where she's
testimony this
going.
afternoon. And so they usually at that point give them a break. We do know, just a quick side note here, most of the day was seeing some very difficult autopsy photos. And we know that both mothers, Jason Chen's mother and Jasmine Pace's mother, removed themselves from the courtroom and didn't watch those pictures. We know that some other members of the jury, or excuse me, not the jury, of the family members there left the courtroom to not have to look at those. And we also know from our reporter in the courtroom, Mary Beth Mangrum, that the jury was very closely watching these, standing up, taking notes, making sure they could see all parts of these pictures to get whatever they could from that evidence there. So that's one thing that we've seen a lot of today. Again, this toxicology report will probably be discussed even further when they come back from for redirect questioning here. So we'll go ahead as they turn back on the volume, switch back into court, and wait for them to come back from this afternoon
Natalie,
break.
use DP, not the full words, please. DP, so I don't get in trouble. I don't know why he's not getting DP. I have no idea, Natalie. Me no know. It's okay. DV, DP, red liquid. You know, we got to be careful. Don't worry about it. We're good. Lord, we are almost 7 hours into this live. I don't think there's a problem. Hopefully there won't be a problem. So we are, yeah, no, these are long lives lately. This court will go, it's only 4 o'clock there. They'll go to 5:30 at least. So yesterday was a 9-hour live. And here he comes. Yes, it was Tennessee. Thank you, Bama Green Eyes. Right. Some are, some are not. So I'm told. So I read somewhere. Some are not. I got that song stuck in my head. Do you love me? Da, da, da. It's from Dirty Dancing. Patrick Swayze used to have a ranch a few miles from me years and years and years ago before he passed. Wow. Okay, the sound is on them. Not on me. Turn the sound on. Keep the sound on. To my sound all the way up. I don't know what's going on. Gotta wait on them. I saw him a couple times. I did too. He was my, he was handsome. Boy, could he dance. He had a really nice little place here. Maybe I should get pictures and show y'all sometime. Setting up a media player. I love that movie. A lot of shirt off. In my younger days. That pancreatic cancer. Oh, I saw the picture of him just days before he passed. Didn't even look like him anymore. I'm too old to even care if the shirt's on or off anymore, but back then, I cared. I love Sean Connery, Sam Elliott, Patrick Swayze. Don't like the way Sean Connery is in person, but that voice. Kenny Rogers. Gabby is playing Wordle. Haley Mouse is going to be playing Wordle. Now I know where they went. They left me. Sensei, over here. Sensei. Hey. Get over here. I wish they put the sound on. Am I? I'm back here with Patrick Swayze and Sam Elliott. Yeah. Yeah. Is it Kevin Costner? He's gotten good looking in his old age.
Certainly.
Thank you, Candace.
Would
There's
you
town.
agree that it would also then make it easier to
My
place
nose is
Jasmine
cold.
Pace into the suitcase? Yes, sir, it would. Would you agree, sir, that overkill can also be a desire to kill? It may be, but again, I prefer to leave that to the psychiatric side of the house. Defense
I guess.
counsel asked you a question.
No,
that
there's some
elicited
movement
a
up
very
there.
Interesting response. You said
Okay, there's some movement up here. They're just being super still. They've got the photos of autopsy up, so that is why
this is the angle that we are currently seeing.
The dead people don't fit into it. Is that
Yes,
correct?
I do.
Okay.
What's his name? Black actor. He's got the little
Meaning
spot.
that,
He's got the most
a
silkiest
person
voice.
who is deceased
Oh,
doesn't
old.
tend to move around much. Is that correct?
Well, certainly they can.
Morgan
be.
Freeman.
Occasionally gravity will take over.
Love
depending
his
on
voice.
How precarious their position is.
Miss hearing
That's
his
really
voice.
gravity moving them, not obviously any volitional movement.
Doctor, I'm now going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as 204-3. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is one of the shackles that was around Jasmine Pace's ankle and elbow.
For the record, Judge, I'm retrieving to 206. Thank you, Doctor. Just 1 second, Doctor.
What's going on, dude?
I now pulled up 203-3. Do you see the shackles in that?
I do, yes, sir.
I am too.
Shackle with the chain. Where was that on Miss Pace's body?
That's around the right forearm near the elbow. You can actually see this shackle and the chain, and you can see the upper arm bone and the 2 forearm bones right here. The other side of that is this part down here, which you can see the lower leg bone and the foot bones down here.
Where would that have been in relation to the carpet that we see here?
Well, if we assume that Jasmine Pace is on the carpet, right side down, head toward Mr. Boyle, then we have, Your Honor, may I step down?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And if we place her head here in this area and her back going this way, then the shackle, this one being the one around the right upper arm, is going to be in this
Now
position.
we can't see because of their banner. I wish they'd take their banner off.
Certainly.
Poor guy.
And Doctor, I'm now handing you the other half of the shackle. It appears to have how many links connected to it?
This has, well, one long one and a short one. So
That's
this
not a
would be,
shackle. That's a cuff.
Again, we were looking at
Shackle is like
for most of the
goes around the
time.
waist.
This is actually going to be in this area, I believe, based on the X-ray that we're seeing there.
Thank you, sir. Counsel asked you if you had an opportunity to go to the crime scene. I believe your response was no, you did not.
That's correct.
Doctor, I'm now showing you what's been admitted into evidence as 127-2.
Terry, can you turn his microphone around, please?
Yes, sir. Sir, would you please familiarize yourself with 127-2?
Yes, sir, I recall seeing this photo.
So you've seen that photograph before?
Yes, sir.
You know where that photograph was taken?
I'm told that it was taken at Mr. Chen's apartment.
Do you see any objects in that photograph that you see in the courtroom here today?
Oh,
It
I hope
appears
you
to
go
be
home
that
soon.
rug or
It should
portion
be
of
at least
carpet,
4
rather,
o'clock your time.
that is currently on the floor of the courtroom.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, do you see where the spray bottle is located? Over there on the bottom left-hand corner of this photograph.
Yes, sir, I do.
Cool. I know, but I was thinking a different kind
Now
of
showing
shackle.
you 127-5. You see that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to return the shackles to your folder. I'm going to peel back, if you will, the carpet. You see the pad that's below the carpet?
Yes, sir.
Do you see the pad on the carpet in the photograph?
Yes.
Is the staining pattern on the carpet and the pad consistent with what you see in the photograph?
It is.
Showing that it has been overlaid from being adjacent to the wall, laid over on itself.
Yes.
And you do see the stains all the way through to the subfloor.
Yes.
Is that a lot of blood that you see there?
That is a fair amount of blood. Yes, it is.
Would that quantity of blood constitute a large portion of the missing volume of blood from Miss Pace's body?
Yes.
Keeping in mind that stain, you try to memorize it in your head. Now showing you what's been admitted into evidence, that's 127.13. Do you see the bed that's now been placed up against the wall furthest away in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that it's where that carpet had actually been folded over onto itself in the preceding photograph?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, sir. Okay, have a moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Wow, Kelly. That's
You had
amazing.
an opportunity, doctor, to look at the Blue Star photographs in this case.
Yes, I have.
Objection.
Basis 31, approach.
This was not a topic that I covered in my cross-examination.
Mr. Body absolutely was, Judge.
I never talked about the star with the police.
Well, so we
Yeah,
talked
I
about
know, right,
blood as
Yana?
Part of the Dr. Cogswell's testimony throughout about large amount of blood that was apparently missing from the victim's body. Blue Star has to do with where the blood was. I'm assuming those states go. If not, then you can feel free to remove your objection. I just want to.
If I could have it darken a little more if possible. Not possible? It's okay. Thank you, sir. You see the Blue Star reaction?
Yes, sir.
I'd also like to draw your attention. You see the corner of the door frame right there in the center? Yes, sir, right there. And do you see the evidence marker right next to it?
I do.
Number 6. I'm going to go back to that first photograph that I showed you, Doctor. Does that appear to be the same door frame?
Certainly, it's a door frame just like it.
Defense counsel asked you on cross-examination whether or not you knew of any.
I don't hear a squeak. That's a good thing about being deaf and reading everything.
Yes, sir, I do.
You see how the carpet in this particular case
Must not be
sir,
too
extends
loud
all
because I
way
don't feel the
past
vibration on
the
my
door frame?
eardrum.
Yes, in this area.
Yes, sir, where it transitions from one room to another.
Yes.
Specifically, and I'll zoom in right on it. Trigger is located on the spray bottle.
Yes.
Based upon your cross-examination, would it be your understanding that no item samples of carpet were taken in close proximity to that blood stain right there?
That would appear to be the case, yes, sir.
You would agree that's a 6?
Yes.
Handing what's been admitted into evidence is Exhibit 141. Do you mind reading the description?
Carpet sample with possible blood. The location is bathroom/bedroom transition southeast of shower.
Now I'm going to show you another photograph, Doctor. You see the evidence marker 6?
Yes.
You see the carpet?
I do.
Does that appear to be the same transition from one room to another with that door frame?
Yes, sir, it does. The evidence marker is also number 6.
Do you mind reading the orange
I
tape
think
at
you
the
ruled
bottom?
in the side of defense.
141, sir.
The evidence tape at the bottom, it has the numeral 6 with a circle around it and initials, who I assume is the recovering party or the packaging party.
Sure.
Why is a medical
Specifically,
examiner
sir, this
worried
thing
about
right
carpet?
here,
Okay,
what does that
well,
say in the small print?
this is still the medical examiner, right? What does he have to do with the carpet? All these little samples. He can sit there and say, yes, this is, but they did. Someone help me with this, please. Isn't this beyond his scope as a medical examiner? Forensic pathologist?
I'll show you another photograph, Doctor.
No.
See number 9 right there?
Okay.
Jason, to the right of the number 9.
In this area right here.
Yes, sir. Another photograph of it.
Yes, sir.
Handing has been admitted into evidence is Exhibit 142.
Which is, again, at TBI Crime Lab.
And the item number indicated?
The item number is number 9, and it's described as carpet sample with blood.
Why are you asking an ME about that? There's no body. He could sit there and look at it and read it and say, this was tested, this was not. But once again, he's not a forensic CSI person. He's not CSI. So why in the hell are you asking him about stains in carpet? Tanika, you want to chime in on that?
Now I can show you another
Anybody?
crime scene photo, Doctor.
Thank you, Bama Green Eyes. BGE. Thank you, love. I'm just getting a little irritated with this guy.
Again, yes, sir.
You see the number 9?
I do.
That has nothing to do with the body. Sorry.
The injuries
Nothing.
inflicted on Miss Pace's body occurred at various stages, including antemortem,
I want to go like this.
Yes, sir.
Oh. No. Bro.
paramortem,
Yes, sir.
Bro.
but not postmortem.
I didn't see anything that I considered to be definitively post-mortem, so that is correct. Sure.
Uh-huh.
Now, doctor, but in the paramortem category, the spectrum that you described to this jury,
yes,
some of them are closer to antemortem. Some of them are closer to postmortem.
That's correct.
And it took how long for Miss Jasmine Pace to succumb to her injuries?
That's an answer. It was not on a direct hand cross.
I think based on cross-examination, timing of how closely spaced the blows were, that the state could ask this question. If you want to recross to get a point in, you certainly can. Just want to overrule this one.
You would agree some of them are in the early portion?
Yes, sir.
Some of them are in the later portion.
That's correct.
Which means that the injuries inflicted on her with a cutting instrument span anywhere 0 seconds, 30 seconds, to 5 minutes.
It's certainly possible. It's also possible that it was significantly shorter for the infliction of injuries, not necessarily for death.
Sure. But what is absolutely certain is that some of the injuries were inflicted after massive trauma had already been inflicted on Jasmine Pace.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, Doctor, the toxicology report that counsel was asking you about referenced several categories in the one of the 3 batteries that I'd like to bring to your attention, and I'll pull it up here in just a second. Drawing now your attention to the second page of the toxicology report. What are cannabinoids?
Cannabinoids,
Right here.
That's basically marijuana. It's marijuana and its metabolites and any related substances.
So what you're saying is, doctor, the broad spectrum that covers THC was tested for?
It was, and again, that was by the ELISA method, not the method with the interfering substances.
The interfering substances of the test, the previous test, which was labeled.
That was the HPLC.
Yes, so the HPLC is designed to differentiate between the various cannabinoid metabolites. Is that correct?
Correct. Both the parent drug and each one of the metabolites. We have the delta 9 and the 11 hydroxy delta 9 and the delta 9 carboxy. Those on the left are metabolites of the delta 9, which is the active compound in marijuana.
Some of them are psychoactive, some of them aren't.
Correct.
But what that means is that would be useful for you determining how far it had been processed through the deceased person's body.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The other test that was performed, the ELISA test, the next one down on the list, testing for cannabinoids, would just tell you generally there is a broad spectrum of substances that we're looking for that fall under the umbrella of cannabinoids.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Including the preceding 11 hydroxyl delta 9 THC, delta 9 carboxyl THC, and delta 9 THC.
Yes, sir. Again, these are all a family of drugs. For example, opiates. And
Sure.
I believe we have a category for opiates. Opiates in general is going to include things like morphine, heroin, oxycodone, oxymorphone. All of these things that are opiates are going to fall under that large umbrella. But we have specific testing for oxycodone and oxymorphone because it's so commonly abused. They are opiates, but the opiate test is sort of a global test for everything that's there. And to use my clumsy pickup truck analogy, this is like saying white pickup trucks. Okay, so is it a Ford, is it a Chevy, is it a Toyota, is it, well, you just asked me to look for white pickup trucks. And since I didn't see any white pickup trucks, it doesn't matter whether they're Fords or Chevys or anything, because they're not there.
So to insinuate that we don't know whether there was cannabinoids in Jasmine Pace's blood would not be correct.
If we're looking at the family of cannabinoids, that is correct. If we're looking specifically at THC, we don't know whether she did or did not have THC, but we know she didn't have the specific family of cannabinoids under that heading.
But if she had THC in her system, she would also show as having cannabinoids.
We should see it under ELISA, yes.
And that test was performed, it was not interfered with because it's a different process to produce the result.
Correct.
You didn't smell alcohol, and the testing doesn't show alcohol.
That is also correct.
Just like it doesn't show cannabinoids.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Is that why you put on your report negative?
Yes.
Have no other.
I know, right, Bama? I am all like, this guy's got control. That he's got. Yes, it is.
Maybe some we're having trouble finding it, so it'll take time. Laptop over there.
Dr. Coxwell, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 192. Can you identify what you see on the screen there?
This looks like a sales receipt from a company called Elevated Hemp Company with what I'm assuming is some THC type products. I don't go to those stores, so I'm not really sure what I'm looking at.
I was trying to use that kind of guy. What is the, it says customer name. What was the customer name right there?
The customer name is Jasmine Pace.
And you don't know if Jasmine Pace used any of these. We can say she bought these products, but we don't know if she used these products. Right?
That's correct, we don't.
But hypothetically, let's assume that she did use these products. Is there a reason why that the use of these products wouldn't show in your toxicology report? Or the toxicology report, not your.
Well, if they either haven't been used frequently or recently, if she's metabolized off those, whatever those are, or if she hasn't yet taken it, if there's been enough time between her last dose, if you will. The other option that's there is that we don't, I'm assuming because this seems to be hemp related, that these are supposed to contain some degree of THC. We have nothing that tells us that they actually do, or they may in fact have something other than THC. They may have, for example, kratom or metrageny. That also.
Did he say kratom? That wasn't on my bingo card.
I don't think it's. I think it's still illegal in Tennessee. I'm not sure.
Kratom will not harm you in that manner.
And what is, and just to make sure, what is the date of that receipt?
That's the 22nd of November of 22.
A week before your autopsy.
Yes.
There, and you talk about a family of cannabinoids, right?
Yes.
And so there's delta THC9A, right? You're familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a long list of delta THC9, O, and all those different things.
There are many, yes, sir.
Would that toxicology report necessarily find evidence of that in her system?
The ones that it would test for, had it not been for their interfering substances, are listed there. They're the common ones with the carboxy delta and the I'm blanking on the other metabolite. It would be the.
That's them. Nummy.
The two that were under the 11-hydroxy and the delta-9 carboxy.
So I'm understanding they're trying to figure everything that she had in her system. Okay, that's fine. But you can't sit there and say, oh, it could be this, it could be that, it could be this. It's either there or it's not there. You can't sit there and subject things to the jury or suggest things to the jury that it could be something else. I don't like this answering.
Carboxy would be the common ones that are tested.
But there's
all of those more esoteric ones, if you will, wouldn't be in that panel.
So there's other, I like your word, esoteric, other types of esoteric THC that toxicology report wouldn't be.
The one that was not tested.
Could have bought it for him.
Shows you what the test would have tested for.
And then not only are there different types of THC delta 9, there's THC delta 8.
Yes.
And there's THC delta 10.
Yes.
Would this toxicology report test for those substances?
Not that specific report, because again, it shows you the 3 substances it tests for, but as Mr. Boyle pointed out, we have the ELISA test that tests for the general family of cannabinoids. And I do have.
I got it. I don't know why the
access to
camera stopped
a
working.
laundry list of everything that would come up under the cannabinoids.
I'm going to have
I don't
to
have that on the top
add
of my
in.
head, nor do I have a copy of that. So I can't say specifically which of the esoterics, if you will, that would be included in that testing.
And then there's also THC Delta 9, and it is legal in Tennessee as long as it's less than 0.03%. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. No, sir.
I don't know why it's glitching, but it is.
There's also just regular CBD that doesn't have any THC. There's no air CBD.
I am familiar that it exists, yes.
And would that have, would even the ELISA test, would that have picked it on?
Again, I would have to review.
They could be backpedaling.
What the ELISA test will pick up on. There are probably a few dozen different compounds under most of these categories.
I don't like this because it kind of starts putting the character of the of the victim into question. Even if she had THC in her system, it doesn't negate the fact that he poked 60 holes in her.
Because again, what we're seeing on the ELISA test is general families of drugs. And within each of these families, there are going to be numerous metabolites, variants on the theme, and more unusual compounds. So to answer your question, I can't tell you whether what Jasmine Pace what was on that receipt. I can't tell you what was in it and how much was in it, and whether it would have shown up on any of the NMS testing.
Thank you, Doctor. Just one moment.
He confessed.
Does the jury have any questions for Dr. Cogswell?
I can just see them doing this. Finally, you're putting on the PPE gear. I need a comfort break. Can we have a comfort break? Comfort break. I just heard comfort break. Did we hear comfort break? Did we hear comfort break? That's his eyes. Having a conflab. Y'all, it's 4:37 their time. Pause. Pause. Give me a break. Give me a break. Break me a piece of that Kit Kat bar. That does sound good, but I haven't had a Kit Kat bar in ages. Not necessarily. Sometimes it's better to let them make a fool of themselves than it is to keep objecting, because then it looks like you're trying to cover something up. In my humble opinion, my ears are hot and I'm like triple echoing. I don't understand it, but it's like, wah, 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 wah. in my humble opinion. It's 3:38 in the beautiful state of Alabama. Well, it's 3:38 in the beautiful state of Texas, and it's a beautiful day out there. Sorry. 3:38 for her. We're in Texas. I'm going to a head spa on Saturday afternoon. Yeah, I got an appointment. Somebody gifted me a head spa where you go and lay down and they, for an hour, massage your scalp, condition your hair. Oh, I can't wait to go to the head spa. Hair spa. Head spa. Head spa. And you lay on this table, and then there's a sink underneath your head, and there's this halo that they pull up, and it's like water. It's just like a shower, big shower head, and it just runs off your head. It's like, oh, I'm talking like that on purpose. This is not how I normally talk. No, I normally have a very mild accent. But sometimes I get the East Texas drawl going, or the Tennessee. I was born in Bristol, Tennessee. Well, I don't have that Southern. I had this friend. Oh my gosh, she's just the sweetest thing. She talks like this all the time. And I just get around her and I start sounding just like her. I do. I sound just like her. And then when I get home, after about 2 weeks, I'm back to normal. I pick up accents really easy. Of course, language is I study, so. Yep, there's that. Thank you guys for watching. I know it's been a long day today. I did lose a few at lunch, which is fine. You sound Southern. I sound Southern. I like in the movie Help when the girl goes, "You is kind, you is smart, you's important." Ada K, that accent and facial expression and hairstyle makes you look like Nicole Sutherland in the skit. Sullivan. Okay, well, I was born in Sullivan County. That's the county I was born in, was Sullivan County. How did you know? How'd you know? And then I had this guy. Oh my gosh. I now see the resemblance. I pulled her up. I had a client at the state hospital. Oh my God, you got to watch the movie. If you've not watched the movie Help, maybe we ought to. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Eat my because you just did. Anyway, yeah, I laughed all the way through that movie. What was I going to say? Oh, I worked at the state hospital. And we had this guy, and he was a black Southern man, and he unalived he unalived somebody, and then he unalived 2 orderlies in a hospital. Oh, thank you, be Miss again. And he unalived them by pushing him down an elevator shaft that they were working on. So anyway, he was a very dangerous guy, but he was colorblind. So he said, but he could put his outfits together perfectly. Mm-hmm. He's one of those men who dressed up meticulously every Sunday, everything matchy. I was like, I can talk about it because his dad said, "Johnny," he goes, "Yes." I said, "How in the heck can your clothes match so perfectly if you's colorblind?" "I's colorblind. I's all by myself. I's all alone. I's colorblind." And it was easier for them to just give him the dang cane, the blind cane, than it was to fight him. Over time, they just gave him a cane. "I's blind. I was all by myself. I was all by myself. Nobody won't go to church with me. So I said, Johnny, I'll go to church. They had a church on the state hospital grounds, actually a good church. So I go to, he always had to have one-on-ones. And I was doing one-on-one. And he goes, I've got to pick out my music, Miss Ada. And I said, okay. He goes, you know how to sing? And I started singing. He goes, oh, white girl can sing. And I said, okay, Johnny. He goes, well, you is white. I didn't say fat. I said, Johnny. He goes, well, I need to pick out some music. I said, okay. So he settled on Amazing Grace. I was excited to hear him. I mean, the way he talked, I thought he could sing. And I mean, he was all in his tan and suit with all his little pastel colors. And I mean, he was all dressed up, walking a half a block to church. He was colorblind, my foot. And he's sitting there and he got up and I'm going to have to pull the mic back. He sang just like this. Oh, amazing grace, how sweet to shout. Just like that and just that slow. Oh, my dog is like, somebody's here. Thank God I'm running. My son probably is like, Mama, what? Go, Sensei. Go, get your treat. And he's shutting the door. I'm not singing no more. And oh my God, I sat there and went, oh my God, this is so. And he's looking at me and I'm just, good job. He sat next to me. He goes, I sang it just for you, Miss Ada. And I said, oh, you did good. You did good. I have to tell you, there's a few characters I miss. I miss Johnny. If he didn't like you, I was blind. I can't see you. Get away from me. No, and I won't watch it. Oh, Ronnie, I'm sorry. I pulled the mic away. I guess y'all didn't like my story. Kelly Lynn did. Ronnie, I'm sorry. If I didn't know you had a headache, I wouldn't have done it. Yeah, no. But do you know what? In my parents' church that I grew up in, I would have had to done that because I shamed the church. Because I shamed the church. Yeah, she had teeth. He had horse's teeth. He had them teeth that could chomp through bone. He had beautiful teeth. Ronnie, I am sorry. I'll start talking like this. I apologize. I really am sorry. I did pull the mic away. I did. I promise. I did. I pulled the mic away. I wish I could have a monitor with a hole right in the middle. In the camera, because the camera's way up here. So if I'm looking at what y'all are seeing, my eyes are down here. I got to forget. Keep them up. How did R.A. ruin your teeth, Bama? How did that happen? Can we? Oh. About that much.
Did you examine Jasmine Pace's body for someone else's, in this case, Jason Chen's fingerprints and DNA?
Okay, they asked you, did you examine her body for any other DNA or fingerprints?
I think it was meant to be asked. Did you swab the victim's body or examine it in any way?
Did you, Matt? You got to give her a treat.
Fingerprints or DNA?
No, in her
did not
case, the
swab.
fingerprints would not be something that we could retrieve because the body is wet.
Because the body was wet.
Swabbing for DNA
Swabbing for DNA is not going to really be terribly helpful because then again, she was wet.
So the question becomes, where do you swab?
Question comes, where do you swab? Can you hear
It could
him?
be anywhere. So to answer that question, no.
Was the blade?
I know.
able to be
Rheumatoid
examined
arthritis
in
gives
the
me dry eyes and dry
after being
mouth.
removed from the body?
The portion of the blade was submitted to.
I'm sorry. I was
Chattanooga
thinking
PD
recovery
as
addict.
to what testing was done.
Rheumatoid, yes. Have that problem.
If no other knife was used, is it safe to say that the final wound was when the blade broke off in the lung?
Not necessarily. You would think so, but again, because most stab wounds are not straight in and out using the point of the blade, but are delivered on an arc, the snapped off portion of the blade, or the remaining portion of the blade, still has a sharp point right at the bottom edge, and that can start the knife into the body. It's not as efficient as an intact knife, but certainly some of the injuries, particularly those that are simply incised wounds, for example, on the back of the head and on the shoulder, that complex incised wound, those could certainly be done with that knife without
Y'all,
the
he's
tip
got
of the
enough
blade
people.
still on it.
I should be.
Does it appear that all the wounds were inflicted by the
I
same?
wish I had that many viewers. But I'm happy
It
to
is
have y'all. 'Cause
certainly
y'all are fun
likely,
and I
but
can
it is not
entertain with y'all and
impossible
talk
that
with
a
y'all.
second
We're
knife
not too
was
big.
used. However, the dimensions of the
Can y'all hear
wounds
this?
don't say
Recovery addict.
categorically this is two knives. So there's going to have to be some overlap. For example, a significantly smaller knife, like a pocket knife, would not be involved in this.
This is similar to a question that was already asked, but just different enough to be distinct. Was the wound that left the end of the knife in the body an ante or peri-mortem wound?
That was an ante-mortem wound. There's significant bleeding associated with that wound, not only in the skin, but also down in the muscle, as well as in the lung.
Approximately how many of the 60 wounds were definitely ante-mortem or definitely peri-mortem? You may exclude those that are neither.
Since it's a continuum and there's no sharp cutoffs, they could be only generally put into categories of ante and peri-mortem. Of the 60 wounds, and there's going to be some overlap, approximately half are ante-mortem, tending into the peri-mortem wounds. There's a few at either end that I can be definitive about, but the majority of them sort of blend together, and the middle area is kind of fuzzy. So the safest thing to say is approximately half of them
Me
are certainly
too.
ante-mortem, but some of those toward the tail end are getting into or close to the peri-mortem category.
There were a number of questions asked about self-defense. That's beyond this witness's scope of expertise, so those won't be asked. Was the giant perforating neck wound pointing up or down?
That was the edge of the blade was downward, and the general pathway of the blade was obviously from right to left, somewhat downward and a little bit forward.
What percent of the wounds are superficial, shallow, or deep?
That's approximately 10% of the wounds are going to be superficial. Another 10% or so, maybe 20% would be shallow. It depends on how you define shallow. And certainly some of the incised wounds are going to fall into that category. In fact, virtually all of them would be shallow. The rest of them would be deep wounds. So even saying there's some overlap, certainly at least half to 60% are deep wounds. And the remainder would be shallow wounds with a few superficial ones in there at the is a very low percentage.
How many of the wounds are pointing down?
The majority of, well, only virtually all of them go from right to left. Most of them have a slight downward trajectory. Some of them have a little bit of an upward trajectory. The majority, however, are going to be pointing downward and into the body. The ones on the front will be going toward the back. The ones on the back will be going toward the front. So they're going to be going toward the core of the body. But the majority are going to be pointing downward as opposed to upward. Although we did talk about a few that had an upward pathway, particularly one in the back of the arm that went up.
I'm trying to not go to the
Where
infusions.
were the most antemortem, i.e. first and earliest, wounds inflicted?
It's
And
approximately
this is an
equal
arthritic.
distribution. There's
Love it.
obviously a lot of head wounds, and there's fewer wounds to the torso and
To break the
shoulder.
seal.
If you take percentages, there's approximately an equal percentage of head wounds and torso wounds that are going to be the antemortem wounds. But because the head has more wounds, head and neck, then that's going to have a greater
100
number
of prednisone? Holy.
Just answer this one just to further clarify. Where were the most
Been there.
perimortem, i.e. last wounds inflicted?
Crazy. I had a lot of neurological weird issues at that level.
Number, the most perimortem wounds are going to be in the head area simply because there's more wounds there. For example, the one on the left eyebrow that actually went through the eyeball itself, and the one on the chin is getting close to perimortem wounds.
Through the
But
eyeball?
again,
Oh
based
my
on
God.
percentage
Oh.
distribution, it's fairly evenly spread throughout that whole cluster. And I may add in there that the left hand wounds tend to be a little bit more in the perimortem realm than in the antemortem realm. We sort of didn't discuss those yet.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that this victim was strangled?
That's a difficult question to answer, and the answer
Well,
to that.
we stop you right there, Doctor. If it's something where you don't feel, nobody wants you to speculate. You certainly are an expert.
You've had him speculating all afternoon, dude.
Background, great relevant experience, but truly, if you think you're speculating, I prefer you not answer that question. If you think you can answer it with some reasonable degree of medical certainty, please answer.
I would say this, rather than saying, I don't know, I have external injuries, that is the abrasion contusion, that can be consistent with strangulation. I don't have internal injuries that are consistent with strangulation, but I also have an overlay of sharp force injuries. So you've heard me talk at length till you're probably sick of it about all of these injuries. And the simple thing is,
Busy day.
it is possible, but I can't go farther than it is possible.
This may be a similar question. Is it likely that some of the wounds were inflicted while the victim was not in the fetal position, even though at least most of the wounds were inflicted while the victim was in the fetal position?
It's certainly possible. As to the likelihood, I would put that as fairly low. Again, because of the clustering nature of all of these wounds, and also because the positioning of the body as found in that fetal position allows all of those wounds to be inflicted without requiring any movement on her part. So could some of them have been elsewhere? Yes, absolutely, as long as they are in that area. And then an overlay of other wounds once in that fetal position.
I believe you asked this or answered this already to different worded question, but I'll ask this particular version. Would the wound where the knife tip broke off in the lung be considered the last stab wound?
Again, it doesn't have to be. And she certainly could have received multiple other wounds simply with the broken end of the knife.
Yep. He could have continued to
again,
use. He may not even known
the
the
knife
tip
is
broken
usually
off.
gonna be coming in at an angle. So you do have a point, just a 90-degree
But
point,
he also had enough force.
that 30-degree point.
Was the victim, if you know, was the victim's shirt ever found and collected?
I do not know.
Does amount of blood collected impact percentages that could result in testing? I.e., very small amount collected, would more blood confirm more accurate results?
No, the amount of blood collected is sufficient to run
These
the
are
test.
amazing questions,
If it's
Bill.
an insufficient quantity, then the toxicology lab will tell us not sufficient to run the test. We suggest doing targeted testing or this. They actually don't need anywhere near the amount of blood we give them. They can actually make do with 2 milliliters of blood. We usually send a 10 milliliter tube, but as you saw in this particular case, it was just under 6 milliliters. So there was plenty of blood. More blood would not actually change the results at all.
Okay, thank you. Can you redirect based on what the jury asked?
Yes, Your Honor, those are some questions. Doctor, you asked some questions by the jury regarding injuries caused by the knife after it was broken off in Jasmine Pace's lung.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to draw your attention specifically, sir, to some of the injuries to Jasmine Pace's head and face. I'm going to start with what you described in your autopsy report as a 3/8 inch stab wound. Can we have the 3/8 inch stab wound in the chin? We see this here. Does that injury appear to have been inflicted with the knife blade, the tip, still intact?
It could be. Again, the knife, after it's actually broken off, still has a point, but it's a 90-degree point. And since you have the curved surface of the chin, if you have a 90-degree corner meeting a curved surface, you can actually create that wound very easily. It would be basically the same as the corner of this paper coming onto a curved surface, and you can easily see how that would actually stab into the curved surface. So yes, this could be one of the wounds inflicted after the point is broken off.
Are there any of the injuries to Jasmine Pace that you can definitively say is prior to the knife being broken, other than the wound which resulted in the knife blade breaking off?
Again, since I don't know the length of the blade, the wound through the throat that actually perforates is unlikely to be with a broken knife. I would say that blade was intact at that time, simply because of the length and also because it's going through multiple different structures and it is going deeply. So if you have a blunt face there, even though the bottom edge is sharp, it's going to be a lot harder to push all the way through the neck and the skin to come out on the other side. Similarly, the wounds in the axilla and the back of the arm, these are...
Explain that, Judge. I'm sorry, Dr. Coswell.
Certainly, if you've got it readily available. And the wound that's close to the complex wound that actually has the broken knife blade, if we look, this one is almost certainly with an intact knife. This one obviously has the broken blade in it. This one is going to require an intact knife because of the depth and the fact that it's actually getting through bone. Now, going through bone may actually have cracked the blade or whatever caused the very tip of the knife blade to break off may have cracked the blade and made it weaker and more prone to breakage. We're just going through the ribs. These stab wounds are almost certainly with an intact blade, as is this one, because of the depth that they're going. This wound also is going to be with an intact blade because it goes all the way into the mouth, through the neck, and the base of the tongue. Wounds up here, while they're stab wounds, they don't go very deep. They stop at the skull. So the depth on these wounds is going to be on the order of a ½ inch or so, perhaps a little bit deeper. As far as the hand goes, this is a complex wound, and it can be done with a broken knife tip, but this one that goes all the way through the hand is not going to be. So with the two of them, they're very close together. They're likely to be inflicted in close temporal proximity, that is, close in time. So this one is likely not going to be from the broken knife. And certainly the ones that penetrate through the palm and through the finger are going to require a tip being on that blade. This one is basically an incised stab wound, and mostly incised, so it could be done with the broken blade. Some of these other ones, you can see how small they are, and they're on a relatively flat surface. So if you only have that 90-degree corner, you're not going to be able to make a wound that long without going deeper than these wounds are. So those are going to be with the knife intact.
Dr. Cogswell, by its very nature, does the fetal position that one of the jurors asked you about require an orientation to a surface?
Yes, you cannot achieve a fetal position stand-legged squat. But a fetal position, when that term is used, it would mean someone is lying down. And they may be
Curled
on a bed,
up
on the floor,
and laying
but,
down.
Curling up into that position doesn't necessarily require it, but it's very difficult to achieve it without lying down.
You mentioned a squatting fetal position.
Well, a squatting position, if you're able to squat flat-footed, which I am not, but some people can actually squat flat-footed, and if they were to bring their arms together, functionally you've got basically a fetal position. If you tip them over on their side, it would not look materially different than Jasmine Pace's.
What in the sandblasted bleep does it matter? Fetal position. Come on. Can you imagine her being squatting, flat-footed, curled up, and being hit 60 times with a sharp object puncturing her 60 times on one side and her not falling down? Come on, dude. Please. Oh, if this is a jury question, this is stupid.
Position.
So either balled up on your side or balled up on your feet.
Right. Or let me expand on that. Or you could be balled up on your back. If you're lying on your back and you pull
You could be on your back in the
up,
fetal.
you
You could be on your face in the fetal, curled up in a ball.
You can
Is
do that.
fetal
We all did
position.
that as kids.
Thank you very
walk
much.
Back and forth on our backs. So that would also be a possible fetal position.
Can we rule out any of those three fetal positions based upon the injuries that we see on the screen?
Well, since we don't have injuries in the front of the torso, We know that the front of the torso is protected, and that's legs and arms doing that. We only have, again, as you've heard so many times, that cluster of wounds on the right head, shoulder, upper back area. So if you can access those areas, you could be in any position as long as those areas are available to be stabbed. So if you lie on your side with your right side up, those areas are available to be stabbed. If you're able to balance on your feet while squatting and be stabbed 60-some times without falling over or spreading out your arms or in some way changing your position,
you said it.
That is also possible. Lying on your back, that's going to be very difficult because we have wounds in the back. So the overwhelming likelihood is that she's lying on her side.
So it's the stabs in the back that can eliminate the back position.
They keep asking him. This is redirect.
Thank you very much, Tom.
Or recross. Redirect or recross one. Redirect.
Doctor, you cannot say definitively Jasmine Pace was stabbed with a broken leg.
I cannot. It's certainly possible, but I can't say definitively that she was.
What was it? Anything's possible? What was your line?
All things are possible that do not violate the laws of physics.
And you cannot say definitively in what room of the apartment Jasmine Pace had. In what room she died.
Why would he? He's a medical examiner. He's not your CSI agent.
Thank you, Dr. Cockrell. Continue again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm getting irritated. I apologize. It's that time of day.
Kristen Schubert.
Brief break. Unless any of the jurors would also like to break.
I think her name's Christine Schubert. I want to check the spelling.
Sounding swear from that's where I can get the truth, the whole thing, nothing but the truth. I'll be done. Welcome back, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Investigator Kristen Schubert, Schubert.
And testified previously about processing Ms. Jasmine Pace's vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
Venue has been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 208.
Isn't she CSI?
Are you familiar with what's in this collective exhibit?
What county are we in?
Yes, I am.
What did it show?
I forgot.
These are exterior pictures of Jasmine Pace's vehicle.
Did it fairly and accurately show it when you searched it?
Yes.
Move to admit it to evidence 2081. Where's 208-1. So admitted. Now, ma'am, Dr. Cogswell just testified about collecting various items of evidence during the autopsy. One of those items is 207. Please familiarize yourself with number 207. What is that item?
This is the underwear and pad collected from the medical examiner's office after autopsy.
You were not present during the autopsy itself,
I was not.
so this had to come to you after Dr. Cogswell collected it.
That's correct.
He's the first link in the chain of custody.
Yes.
Next, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 155. Please identify that jury.
It's not
This
Hamilton
is
County?
a sanitary pad that was collected outside the dumpster at 110 Tremont Street.
And Your Honor is maybe different. show you.
Not doing it. Not till I know. Hold on. See? When they bring it up, if it's clear, I'll show you. See? I'll take it off when they pop it up. I gotta quit slouching, man. It's so easy to do here after sitting here all day. Okay, we can see that.
83-6. If testimony previously was this item.
Objection, Your Honor.
Was the item that we see in between the two white shoes and the blue jeans and underwear. Have you had an opportunity to review this item?
Objection.
Were you able to compare the sanitary pad that we see in 83-6 with the sanitary pad collected during the autopsy examination by Dr.
I did a visual examination of those January 8th.
And what if any correlation is there between the two?
All I can say is that it was similar, or it was similar in size, shape, and around the outside of the sanitary napkin area, the absorbent area, where the bottom and the top connect, there are similar lines.
Gross.
No further questions.
Sucks to be a woman on the monthly
I can't tell you
and be
that.
unalive.
What's the difference between a sanitary pad made from one brand and made from another?
I wouldn't know.
You talk about those lines. Are
And
those
Mama,
lines on
as she hear this,
type of brand?
All I know is that when I looked at them, they had similar lines, but I don't know what brands, what product it came from, like what line, I'm not sure.
And
it
to remind us, you never,
obviously
so
was
the
generic.
sanitary pad that was collected outside the dumpster.
It didn't have a
was
label on
collected
it.
evidence, obviously,
Yes,
but was it sent to the TBI?
it was not.
So it wasn't tested.
It was not.
So you can't conclusively say whether or not that the sanitary pad found by the dumpster was Jasmine Pace's.
No.
Thank you.
Gross.
Are you having a question for Ms. Stewart this time?
Doesn't matter.
Thank you, Stewart.
Probably.
That was, I know you kind of need to talk about it, but
15 minutes.
How long?
Thank you, Stewart. It's not the same. About the same. We'll take a break. 15 minutes.
15-minute.
Yeah, no. Your Honor, can you please instruct the lawyers to not talk about personal items?
Gross. I mean, we all used them. We all went through it. But just the thought of that poor girl being in that time of the month and now her choice of protection, sanitary protection, is being questioned in court. Oh, I'm sure after that they need a break. It didn't have a brand written on it or stamped on it. Yes, let's look at our stats. Shall we? Oh, wait, let's do this while we're on break. We're going to share this. Ronnie, was it Ronnie who posted this? Who posted this? Somebody posted this up in breaking news. That way I can, Ronnie did. So if it's bad, it's on her, not on me, y'all. Okay, breaking news. Y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun.
Tiger shows and those sorts of things now. But I think that he loved animals. But Joe had basically a manager of the zoo, a gentleman named Rinke, who was there
I
for over
remember
10 years.
Vinky.
The government never called him as a witness. They never used him as a witness. And in the government's prosecution of Joe for killing 5 tigers, you would think that was the guy that raised the tigers and trained them every day, that you would call as a witness.
Yeah.
Mr. Rinke did an affidavit, again, newly discovered after the trial, where he said the USDA is the one that authorized the way to euthanize old and sick tigers. And all 5 of these tigers were old and sick. Further, as I stated earlier, the government continued to badger all the witnesses involved, Garrettson, Lowe, and Glover, into implicating Joe while letting them off. And again, the clear evidence of that isn't here. They, for one example, made sure that DUI charges that were against Glover all of a sudden were lessened and basically went away. That's it. The kind of links the government went to help these guys to get Joe. Finally, it's admitted by the government, and there's recordings of them saying this, that they added the tiger charges, they added the wildlife charges about euthanizing the tigers simply to get Joe convicted on the murder for hire case because the case was so weak. They knew, and the quote on the tape, you can go listen to it yourself, it's something along the lines of, watching them dig up the tiger skulls will hit the heartstrings of these people and will make them less likely to look at how weak the evidence is in the murder for hire case. So we're here today to demonstrate this new evidence. We asked very directly to President Trump, and I ask you, listening and as a court of public opinion, free Joe Exotic. He does not need to be in prison. This is not a man that deserves to be there. He did not do what he's convicted of doing. He asked for a new trial. He wasn't granted one. At a minimum, he should be entitled to that. Look at the evidence yourself. Make up your own mind. I appreciate everybody listening today. Thanks. If anybody has a question, I'm happy to answer, but I don't think we're going to have any.
Tell me the website again.
It is free. Sorry, it's joeexoticofficial.com. joeexoticofficial.com. Okay. We good, guys? Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
That's it. That's it. That's all. That's all, folk. That's all. And then you go to this.
The timing of this today is important because Joe being ready. All right, everybody good now? Yes, sir. Okay, here we go. Hey, thank you all for being here today. I know my client, Joe Maldonado, greatly appreciates it. As pretty much everyone seems to know, Joe Maldonado, also known
That's
as
why I'm
Joe
listening
Exotic,
again for you, Ronnie.
was a gay gun-toting redneck
Think
from Oklahoma
official.
who got thrust into stardom when a TV show that he was the subject of went viral back during the pandemic. Give you some timeline that a lot of people don't know. Joe was arrested for the crimes I'm going to talk about today in September of 2018. He was convicted by a jury in 2019.
Post the link.
He was sentenced to 22 years in federal prison in January of 2020. The Tiger King premiere was March 20th of 2020. So Joe was already sentenced and he'd been incarcerated since 2018 at the time it came out. In fact,
It's
for
soft.
many years, he had not even seen the television show that focused on his life. Most of the footage you see in Tiger King of Joe was filmed years before for other sources and other things. They were going to do a documentary on Joe. Obviously, and I think you're going to see this today, the entire murder for hire deal made for a better television show than just the regular documentary.
True.
But something you'll find out today during this press conference that's very clear is Joe Maldonado, Joe Exotic, did not hire anyone to murder anyone. The timing of this today is important because Joe wants President Trump, that has spoken about this in the past, to once again hear these facts and bring his plight to the public eye. He's sitting in a federal prison medical facility in Fort Worth right now. I visited with him, obviously. He's in good spirits, but he's also very, very disappointed that with what I'm about to tell you, his case has not gotten more attention or treatment where he's free today. Joe Exotic needs to be freed. My involvement in this matter began when I met some people that were very close to Joe. They filmed him as far back as 2012 and had known him for many years and kind of brought to
He is the attorney for the Dallas Cowboys owner.
Absolutely disturbing to me. I'm only going to talk about 3 of those main points today. If you want to see
Jerry Jones,
the evidence that backs this up, the videos, the documents,
he's talking about the Tiger King, Joe Exotics.
And the actual court filings, the videos, the recordings I'm going to discuss are posted at that address so you can go and see them for yourself. Point 1 today, he was convicted of a murder for hire, except there's a problem with that. No one was killed, no one was paid, and no one, except for Joe, was ever charged. That includes the alleged hitman. That doesn't make any sense. So how did we ever get here? Well, that's point 2. It's the witnesses that were presented against Joe. The main witnesses against Joe were Alan Glover and James Garrison. Both of these gentlemen were promised deals and given leniency in prosecution, as well as a guy named Jeff Lowe, who was not called as a witness, was absolutely critical in the prosecution of Joe, were all promised deals by the government. These deals were not written. They weren't documented deals. They were promised deals, and you can see the effects. We see the effect today simply from the fact that none of these individuals have been charged with any of the crimes related to this. Further, all of them have now admitted that they perjured themselves when they were talking to the government. I know that sounds crazy, but if you'll look at the website I talked about, the actual recordings are there where these guys sit down and say, when I testified before the jury,
did you win the game?
That Joe told me to do this, and Joe said to kill that, and Joe said he'd pay me this. I lied. It says it that plainly. It's amazing when the guys have said those sorts of things that Joe wasn't granted a new trial. It seems impossible, but you have to read these opinions and things for yourself to understand it's true. I'll take them one at a time. Alan Glover is the alleged hitman. Alan Glover testified to all of the details of trial that were necessary for Joe to be prosecuted for murder for hire, basically saying Joe paid him to go and murder Carol Baskin, and he gave a bunch of details. But then with every single detail that he gave, he later came back and recanted that, both in recorded statements and in an affidavit that was filed with the court where he said he perjured himself. Why did he do that? He perjured himself because he was worried and he was scared that he himself was going to be prosecuted. And he felt like if he did whatever the government wanted him to do, that he wouldn't suffer the consequences of his crime and he wouldn't be prosecuted. And so, frankly, he just made up lies about Joe. James Garrison, another gentleman who was in the government side, and the government and the government's informants worked with him saying they had to get the evidence on Joe. It was clearly, when you see the recordings that James Garrison made, it demonstrates that Joe was going along and agreeing with an idea that James Garrison had and Jeff Lowe had about murdering Carol Baskin, but he never intended to do anything about it himself. In fact,
I think 4 years,
has gone so far as to say
going on 5.
that Jeff Lowe actually hired him and wanted him to kill Joe Exotic and Carol Baskin. And there's a detailed recantation of exactly how he was going to do that in his video that is online. James Garrison made many, many recordings that were withheld during the prosecution of this case that would have exonerated Joe. One of the things that I thought was so insightful is filing from the briefing in this case is we now know from undisclosed, newly discovered evidence that Gerritson's government handlers scolded Gerritson behind the scenes and even tried to alter the narrative that Gerritson's recordings had established, because the recordings clearly show that this is Gerritson's idea, and Gerritson is desperate to get him to say something that will incriminate him. This is a quote from Gerritson. Yeah, they, the government handlers, were getting on me about quit using us and we. That's what they were scolding me about. Quit using us and we. The government kept scolding Gerritson that it can't be your idea. And Gerritson admitted that they're telling me this over and over again. Joe's excuses over and over on why he didn't want to do this are very clear, that he never had any motivation to go and kill Carol Baskin. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Foundation directed James Gerritson to introduce Joe Maldonado to the government informant hitman that they allege Joe made these confessions to. But again, let's remember, never was given any money and no one was ever hurt. The third point that I think requires that Joe be freed is the government's involvement in this case. Joe's case was orchestrated by others, and the government was the conductor of that orchestra. I can use something that's close to home. Like others, I own animals, I own pets. We all love our animals. We all love them and we care for them. I believe Joe loved animals. I do think he's rethought maybe some of the ways they were kept and showed and those things now, and he's working closely with PETA to help stop other people from kind of the roadside zoos and the tiger shows and those sorts of things now. But I think that he loved animals. But Joe had basically a manager of the zoo, a gentleman named Rinke, who was there for over 10 years. The government never called him as a witness. They never used him as a witness. And in the government's prosecution of Joe for killing 5 tigers, you would think that was the guy that raised the tigers and trained them every day, you would call as a witness. Mr. Rinke did an affidavit, again, newly discovered after the trial, where he said the USDA is the one that authorized the way to euthanize old and sick tigers, and all 5 of these tigers were old and sick. Further, as I stated earlier, the government continued to badger all the witnesses involved, Gerritson, Lowe, and Glover, into implicating Joe while letting them off. And again, the clear evidence of that isn't here. They, for one example, made sure that DUI charges that were against Glover all of a sudden were lessened and basically went away. That's it. The kind of links the government went to help these guys to get Joe. Finally, it's admitted by the government, and there's recordings of them saying this, that they added the tiger charges, they added the wildlife charges about euthanizing the tigers simply to get Joe convicted on the murder for hire case because the case was so weak. They knew, and the quote on the tape, you can go listen to it yourself, it's something along the lines of, watching them dig up the tiger skulls will hit the heartstrings of these people and will make them less likely to look at how weak the evidence is in the murder for hire case. So we're here today to demonstrate this new evidence. We asked very directly to President Trump, and I ask you, listening and in the court of public opinion, free Joe Exotic. He does not need to be in prison. This is not a man that deserves to be there. He did not do what he's convicted of doing. He asked for a new trial. He wasn't granted one. At a minimum, he should be entitled to that. Look at the evidence yourself. Make up your own mind. I appreciate everybody listening today. Thanks. If anybody has a question, I'm happy to answer, but I don't think we're going to have any. It is free.
There it is.
Sorry, it's joeexoticofficial.com.
joeexoticofficial.com.
Okay. We good, guys? Thank y'all. Okay, here we go. Hey, thank you all for being here today. I know my client, Joe Maldonado, greatly appreciates it. As pretty much everyone seems to know, Joe Maldonado, also known as Joe Exotic, was
Hopefully I spelt it right.
a gay gun-toting redneck from Oklahoma who got thrust into stardom when a TV show
Love
that he was
it.
the subject of went viral back during the pandemic. Give you some timeline that a lot of people don't know. Joe was arrested for the crimes I'm going to talk about today in September of 2018. He was convicted by a jury in 2019. He was sentenced to 22 years in federal prison in January of 2020. Badger all the witnesses involved, Garrettson, Lowe, and Glover, into implicating Joe while letting them
Okay, this is kind of replay. What is this? Oh, no, you don't. I know it is. Just, that's the best I can do. No bueno. No bueno. Okay, we're back. No bueno. We're not doing that. Okay, here's a quick recap. Oh, come on, work with me. Dang it. Quit doing that. Okay, so we have puncture wounds on the scalp, face, neck, arm, and torso, jugular vein cut in half, broad blade used, body in fetal position, handcuffed and shackled. Oh, that's why I'm struggling. Captioning's lost its post. Above screen. Thank you. So let me scratch this up a little so I can skim. Okay. They still don't have their sound on. Will you go where I tell you to go, not where you want to put it? Dang. Of course it's misspelled. I did it. Everything I do is misspelled, no matter how hard I try. I know I'm dumb, stupid, and idiot. Not. Dyslexic? Yes. Are they done for the day? Yes, sure, he's coming back. Yeah, I got it. All right, everybody, we wait. Let's wake up. Oh, let's do that one. No, it's not the same as his. I promise. I promise it's not the same as his. It's close. Not copying. No copy allowed.
Jurors, in my attempts to keep your questions organized in the piles to ask, piles to not ask, I got some in the wrong pile. I just noticed that. So there are a few other questions that you asked that we've talked about, and we're going to ask Dr. Cockrell. So again, Dr. Cockrell, I'll ask the question, but if you could face it. Yes. With the substance that made the HPLC test negative interfered with, affect the result of the ELISA test, specifically in regards to cannabinoids?
No, it wouldn't. These are, again, two separate tests, and they don't interact with each other. And the reason multiple separate tests are used in toxicology labs is that some substances are more easily identified by one methodology and others by different methodologies. And ultimately, anything that's identified is going to have to be confirmed and quantitated by yet another methodology. So they have multiple tools in their toolbox. And so whatever would interfere with the HPLC is not going to have any bearing on the ELISA.
Do you think the wounds on Jasmine Pace's left hand were inflicted ante or peri-mortem?
We have some wounds that are more peri-mortem and some that have more hemorrhage in them. And you've seen those photographs, particularly the one that actually severs the bone or fractures the bone and goes on to sever the artery. That's going to be a little closer to death, I think, because of the more pale background or cut edge, if you will, that's showing it. Now, there's certainly still some bleeding in that area, so it's not a post-mortem wound, but I think that's going to be closer to peri-mortem. Conversely, stab wounds through the hand, those have a significant amount of hemorrhage associated with them, so they're going to be more ante-mortem. But and we're kind of on that progression of ante to post, and somewhere along in there, all of these wounds are.
Can you identify the bluish bruise on the victim's forehead near her right temple? Would you like to see a picture of it?
I believe that's associated with, it's sort of a blue-green color, if I'm thinking about that correctly.
Let's get it right.
There's a bit of decomposition there.
That helps.
Okay, I was about ready to
Yes, if we're
scan away.
looking at this area here, we're actually seeing some decompositional change. In other areas that we don't have a photograph of, you'd see that same greenish blue discoloration in the right lower quadrant of the abdomen. And that is very frequently seen, in fact, almost universally seen, as you're starting to decompose. And the reason for that is that's the closest that your intestines come to the surface of your body. And so we call that green sign. And the right lower quadrant is the first place that we would see green sign in most cases. Anytime that we're going to have decomposition, it's going to be earliest in wounds, because that's where bacteria can get in most easily. And the color will be, to a large degree, dependent on what sort of bacteria is getting in there. Almost universally, it's Staphylococcus species, because that's what we're covered in right now is Staph epidermidis. So all that is just a little bit of decomp.
What is the shaped line that runs the length of the victim's right posterior side, starting near the right scapula and running down the side in this picture?
I think we're talking about this line right here. That is actually, I believe, an autopsy artifact. I think I have already done the evisceration at that point. So the autopsy itself is a Y-shaped incision, and then the skin is reflected back. And that's just basically where the reflection back stopped.
Did you discover any glass particles or determine if any wounds could have occurred from broken glass?
I discovered no glass particles. Any of these wounds that don't have the classic sort of triangular shape with a blunt edge, etc., they potentially, depending on the shape of the glass, they potentially could be inflicted by glass itself. But the majority of these do have a sharp end to each end, or a blunt and a sharp. So there's nothing that I would say, yeah, this is a glass wound, or this wound was inflicted by glass, as opposed to a knife. These are more consistent with knife wounds as opposed to glass wounds.
Was
Hi,
the time
Nina.
of death determined?
It was not. Legally, the time
Yeah,
of
we're
death
8
is
hours,
when
20
found.
minutes.
And that's what goes on the death certificate, et cetera. The farther you get away from the actual death, the more difficult it is to determine time of death, and in some cases even date of death. So legally, the time and the date are when she was found.
Is it your opinion that the victim's hands and feet were pruning due to the moisture in the bags in the suitcase? Was there liquid inside of the bag?
There was virtually no liquid inside the bag except condensation and some blood. So the pruning is going to be basically from the condensation inside the bag with the heating and cooling as she's in different environments or different exposures to outside temperatures while in the bag. The bags themselves, obviously being plastic, are going to be impermeable, and so you're going to easily develop a lot of condensation inside those bags.
Can you redirect based on the jury's questions?
No.
You recross them based on the jury's questions? Just briefly.
Maybe take that off. Dr. Cogswell, you are a forensic pathologist.
Yes, sir.
You're not a forensic toxicologist.
That is correct.
You collected the blood in this case, or at least someone on your staff did,
No, I did.
and it was put in a glass tube stopper,
That's correct.
and you sent it to NMS.
That's correct.
You don't work for NMS.
I do not, no, sir.
Once you send off the blood, you can't guarantee that NMS may have contaminated the blood.
I cannot accept that NMS in any forensic toxicology laboratory that is certified in this country goes through very extensive inspection and review of their policies, procedures, et cetera. Again,
County,
with the,
yeah.
anything that doesn't violate the laws of physics, et cetera. It's not impossible that a specimen is contaminated, but NMS is to a large degree the gold standard for toxicology laboratories. They don't just do forensic toxicology, they also do clinical toxicology and clinical laboratory testing. So it's a very large company with very extensive inspection, regulation, et cetera. So the likelihood of any contamination is vanishingly remote.
Welcome,
and it's as
Canada.
low as you can get
Y'all, Canada's in the
in the
house.
real world.
But not impossible.
No, it's impossible.
Well, it's
Love you,
not
Canada.
impossible that NMS may have made a mistake, right?
That is certainly possible.
And you talked about the certifications, but you don't personally know if the machines that were used to run the blood were properly calibrated?
Actually, I do, because that is part of their inspection protocols and part of the standards. Toxicology is a very rigidly controlled type of operation. And these laboratories, not just forensic toxicology, but also hospital laboratories and clinical laboratories, have multiple different agencies that are looking at what they do, how they do it, and inspecting them frequently to ensure that there is not this this potential for mislabeling.
Need potty break.
Making an
I gotta go do a
error,
pupper's
making
relief.
calibrations.
I'll be right back.
The instruments themselves have a required set of calibrations that are done before every run of specimens. They don't take Jasmine Pace's specimen and run it separately from everything else. They batch these. They get 100 or so specimens and they run controls and standards. And the controls and standards before each run of actual toxicology specimen is set up to determine lower limit, upper limit, and where they are on these curves. And these curves are plotted for basically 2 to ensure that the number that they're publishing, that they're reporting, is actually accurate. So is it possible that they made a mistake? Sure. It's completely possible. Is it likely? Absolutely not.
Do you remember a few years ago, there was the gray test tube stoppers that had the preservative in the bottom, but it didn't have enough of the, I don't remember the chemical name, but it didn't have enough of one of the chemicals in there, so that caused blood to not be able to be preserved. Do you recall that a couple years ago?
I don't, actually.
You don't remember the TBI having an issue with that?
We don't send our cases to TBI, so that would not be something that I would be aware of.
Why don't you send your cases to TBI?
In order for us to maintain name accreditation, that is the National Association of Medical Examiners, all Tennessee forensic centers have to be accredited by the National Association of Medical Examiners. In order for us to maintain that accreditation, we have a certain time limit in which to sign out our cases. We can't let them drag on forever unless there's a very good reason for it. Because TBI's toxicology laboratory is, quite frankly, overworked, they cannot turn around the
Nice of you to
toxicology
say.
results in a timely manner in order for us to keep our accreditation. Because of that, we have to send the toxicology specimens out to a laboratory like NMS. And that typically will allow us to get the toxicology results back in time to meet the deadline for getting these cases signed out. So this has been an ongoing problem for the last decade or two. So if the issue with the gray top tubes occurred within the last decade, that would be something, a TBI issue, and we wouldn't have been involved in that at all.
Just one moment. Sir.
He doesn't. There's no reason for this guy to be up here this long. And some of the questions the defense is asking, some of the question the defense is asking is irrelevant to this witness.
Thank you again, Dr.
Do you have any further questions for Dr. Cogswell? I thank you, Dr. Cogswell. Get the door running.
Yeah, are you married? Which phone number?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And my apologies for the.
Thanks.
Why is the judge apologizing?
No.
Now I'm going to be sick. I ate too much. They're brutal.
Good evening, ma'am. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Special Agent Forensic Scientist Kim Lowe.
Ma'am, you mentioned that your name involves a title of Special Agent Forensic Scientist. Could you please explain that to the jury? What is a forensic scientist?
What was the name?
I work for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in the Knoxville Crime Laboratory doing forensic DNA analysis. So as a forensic scientist, I look at the evidence for the presence of bodily fluids and then obtain a profile and compare it to a known standard.
How long have you been doing that, ma'am?
20 years now.
Anybody catch her name?
What's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Biology from Gettysburg College in Pennsylvania.
Kim what?
A Master of Arts in Anthropology
Kimberly?
from the University of Albany in New York. And then I've had a year and a half of in-house training with
Did anybody catch her name? I feel like I'm yelling over this.
So you mentioned. Ma'am, you mentioned that you're. Good evening, ma'am. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Special Agent Forensic Scientist Kim Bose.
Ma'am, you mentioned that your
Kim
name
what?
involves a title of Special Agent Forensic Scientist. Could you please explain that to the jury? What is it?
I know you're going to hate me. Sorry for the horrible
Good evening,
freezing.
ma'am. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Special Agent Forensic Scientist Kim Bose.
Ma'am,
Bose.
you
Okay.
mentioned that
Got
your name involves a title of Special Agent Forensic Scientist. Could you please explain that to the jury? What is a forensic scientist special?
Yeah, we got it.
I work for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in the Knoxville Crime Laboratory doing forensic DNA analysis. So as a
Captain
forensic
got it.
scientist, I look at the evidence for the presence of bodily fluids and then obtain a profile and compare it to a known standard.
How long have you been doing that, ma'am?
20 years now.
20. What's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Biology from Gettysburg College in Pennsylvania, a Master of Arts in Anthropology from the University of Albany in New York, and then I've had a year and a half of in-house training, working cases, working through each stage of our analysis.
She's smart.
Do you have any experience working
Cornell.
in the field beyond the 20 years of experience with the TBI?
I have worked as a forensic technician within TBI as well.
Kim Bose
So is that part
is
of
what
20
it
years
came up
or
on
in
my
addition?
That's
captioning,
part of the 20.
if it's even correct.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert?
Yes, I have.
In what field?
In forensic biology or serology DNA.
You tried. Thank you.
Do you have any specialized training in the field of forensic science?
Not specifically in forensic science.
What is DNA, man?
DNA is a unique chemical, in our bodies that is unique to each individual, except for identical.
Have you ever authored any papers for public or private circulation?
I have done one.
What year is that?
It's in anthropology.
What's he doing? Mm.
How many papers have you authored? Just the one?
Just the one in anthropology.
Is the entirety of your work devoted to the field of serology at this point in time?
Serology or DNA analysis.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Be about 46 times.
In what courts have you testified in?
I have testified in this one, Knox County, Washington County, Sullivan County, Carter County, Greene County, everything in like eastern Tennessee.
And in what field have you testified as an expert?
Serology, DNA analysis, or forensic biology.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Special Agent Lowe as an expert in the field of forensic biology.
And on serology and DNA analysis as well.
No, in serology, yes, Judge.
Yes. Would you recommend the field of forensic biology, serology, and DNA analysis?
Ma'am, I'd like to ask you, if I could, about the case involving Miss Jasmine Pace. Have you been submitted items of evidence for forensic analysis?
Yes, I have.
I'm actually going to go in reverse order here.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 209. Do you recognize this report?
Yes, I do. It's a copy of the report I released December 6, 2024.
And generally, what does the report cover? What topics?
This report covers the no analysis of all the evidence that I did not test. It's part of our policy to let the customer know what we did not test.
Now, ma'am, what kind of caseload does
Yana, are you correcting me?
investigation have in the forensic biology department that you work in?
We get about 40 to 50 cases a month.
40 to 50? And of those 40 to 50 cases, how many items of evidence typically get submitted along with those 40 to 50 cases?
It depends. We get a variety of different types
Oh,
of
come
evidence.
on.
We get some homicides, we get burglaries, we get sexual assault kits, and each of them differ in range for what we receive for each case.
Does that generate a lot of work?
Yes, it does.
Are y'all able to keep up?
Not at the moment.
How long does it take for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation to, test hypothetically speaking, a DNA sample?
I'm going to take that wrench away, girl.
As
Just
in,
saying.
If I were to submit,
You're
a
good.
sample today, how long would it take for it to work its way through the system?
to work its way through the system and then get the case reviewed and analyzed, probably.
You good, baby. Thank you for correcting me.
Back in 2022.
If
was
you
that the
did,
case?
I'm depending on you.
Okay. What's the difference between now and back in November of 2022?
I think I misunderstood your question. So technically, if you were to submit a case now and you wanted it in the front of the line, it would be about 6 weeks. We still have about a
I told
6-month
you it could be
backlog
wrong.
for violent cases. So for homicides and assaults and so forth, there's still about a 6-month backlog. The sexual assault cases have a lower backlog at the moment.
Okay. If this case were a homicide, it would still take at least 6 months to get items back.
That is correct.
And that's, is it better now than it was in 2022?
I don't remember what it was in 2022.
Are there any policies put in place by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation that limits the number of items that can be submitted on a particular case number?
Not necessarily submitted, but items worked.
Items worked, okay. And what is that number, ma'am?
Again, it's different per actual type of case. On a homicide, it's up to 10 probative items. On a sexual assault kit, it's probably the kit. Additional items after that are a case-by-case basis. A burglary is like 2 items. It really depends on what type of case it is.
The report that's sitting in front of you that's labeled 209, is this something that's generated in the regular course of business of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, it is.
And is it a report that you yourself generated on or about the 12th day of December 2020?
The 6th day of
December. 6th day of December 2024. Yes. Your Honor, I move to admit the evidence to honor. You judge. And publish, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Thank you. May I have DVD, Judge? Yes, sir. Then behind you, I projected up onto the screen a document. Is this the report that's admitted into evidence as 209?
Yes, it is.
Okay. There's a lab case number on it as well as 2 names. What are the names associated with this case?
The listed subject is Jason Chen and the victim is Jasmine Pace.
And in this case, on the left-hand side, there's a series of exhibits 001E through 001S with descriptions next to it. What's the significance of exhibit 001A through 001S?
1A through S?
Is that E? I'm sorry, 001E.
These are items that were submitted on the first submission on November 30th, 2022. They came in with other items of evidence. And this is just letting the customer know that I did not work these items of evidence.
Okay, so on November the 30th, 2022, the TBI received the items that we can see on the screen, and the TBI did not work them because they worked other items.
I worked other items. Yes.
Okay. So there's been some questions throughout the trial about various items of evidence. I'm now showing you what's been admitted as 154. If that picture shows sweatpants from a washer, that item was not tested but submitted.
It was submitted but not tested.
Okay. And swabs from bedroom molding, 149.2. Again, what was the status of those items?
Those items were not worked.
Okay. 149.1, swabs from light switch north wall.
Yeah.
Same.
Yes, the item was not worked.
149-12, swabs from bathroom door molding. 149-5, swab from baseboard north wall. 149-9, swab from bathroom door below lock. 149-11, swab from bathroom door edge. 150-7, swab from bathroom light switch. 001N, swab from doorway shown in 149-6. Evidence marker 5, collected exhibit 146-2, swab from grout line, swabs from the living room shown in 144-3, swabs from the kitchen floor east of laundry room 144-8, as well as 150-4, a swab from the stairwell. So all of those items were submitted by the Chattanooga Police Department, but because other items were analyzed, these could not.
I did not analyze these because I did analyze other items from the same area.
With the 10 item limit.
Within the 10 item limit.
Okay, thank you.
Next, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as 210. It is a multi-page document consisting of 2 pages. Would you mind familiarizing yourself with that?
You guys,
This is the first report.
I just looked at our analytics. I didn't realize I could do it live. We have had 1,100 chat messages today. Good for y'all. Yeah. But we've only had 4 reactions. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. We're doing good today. Thank you.
Released on December 2nd, 2022.
Didn't know I could do that.
Thank you, ma'am. And what does it record?
It's recording the remaining of the items that were received with the other set that was on the last report.
Was an analysis performed on the items shown and reflected on
Revenue,
this
0.001 cent.
On
Not even a
exhibits
penny.
1A through changes. On those above exhibits, it does it gives the results of those.
Okay.
It does it fairly and accurately depict
It's interesting,
the
though.
results of your examination of various items of submitted evidence.
Y'all are awesome.
It is prepared in the regular course of business for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move to admit into evidence 210. So admitted.
Like a parrot. That cute.
So, ma'am, your report consists of 2 pages, and I'm going to break it down here. Up at the top, there is a list of items, exhibits, 001A, B, C, D, F, P, and T. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Ma'am, I'm going to hand you a section of
Excuse me.
evidence. And if you could please tell me if this is one of the items that you were submitted in this particular case. First one, which is admitted into evidence as exhibits 162, pupil swabs from Jason Chen.
So yes, it has the lab number, the exhibit number, and my initials. And for me, it's 001T, which is known equals Austin Jason's one.
Okay. Exhibit 194 to the trial.
194 for me is, again, the lab number, my exhibit number, so 001C. No vehicle swaps from Travis Pace.
193
is my 001.
You can have me treasure.
No vehicle swaps from Katrina Pace.
Keep your hands off my booty, mate.
Exhibit 196
is exhibit 001B. Toothbrush from Bag and Pool House.
And exhibit 195, last but not least.
Which is 001A, which is the toothbrush from the pool house.
What's a known standard?
So known standard is something that is swapped from your mouth, and it's something that is known to you, and actually it will give me a DNA profile to compare back to later.
So what kinds of things can be known standards?
So buccal swabs and mostly blood are actual known standards.
In the event that you don't have access to either buccal swab or actual blood, can other items be used as known standards?
We can go ahead and use something that is routinely known to be used by that individual. So toothbrushes, hairbrushes, combs, brushes, and that type of thing.
And specifically, ma'am, exhibit 195, the toothbrush comb toothbrush from the shower, did you analyze that item to develop a genetic profile?
Yes, I did.
How do you do that?
So on this one, so in this area, I actually use a swab, and I actually swab the bristles of the brush, and then I cut that swab and run through the DNA process.
How do you go through the DNA process?
So the DNA process involves extraction, which I'm going to bust off all the cells that are on that sample. I then quantitate to know how much DNA I have. We're looking for 24 different locations on the DNA, and then allows me to amplify to get the appropriate number of DNA to give me a DNA profile.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And you indicate that, did you assign a name to the DNA profile that you developed in this case from that toothbrush?
From 001A, it was the major contributor is that of an unknown female individual, unknown female number 1.
Now, I'm sorry, there's 2 toothbrushes here. Which profile did you develop for the toothbrush from the shower?
It's unknown female individual number 1.
And what about the toothbrush from the pool house bag?
That is an unknown female individual, unknown female number 2.
Okay, all right. So you assigned, why do you call them unknown female?
Because it's not a known standard, I'm listing it as an unknown individual at the time being, until we later get a standard to compare it to see which one it matches.
Okay. Turning now, ma'am, to these particular parts right here. Carpet from west of bedroom, and you then analyzed it down here under the heading of 001F. I will blow it up for the jury. Okay. So when you received items for comparison purposes, what does that mean?
So I receive an evidence item, I go ahead and look at, it's just an item that is finding out whether or not there's any DNA on it, whether there's serology, so blood, semen, or saliva, and then seeing who that, getting a DNA profile from that to see and compare it back to somebody else.
Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 142. Take a look at that.
It's my 001F, which is carpet from the west of bed in bedroom.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile?
Yes, I was.
Specifically, was that DNA profile developed from blood on that particular item that you were submitted?
So the testing I did, presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. The DNA profile obtained is that of an unknown female individual, unknown female number 2, which is the toothbrush from the bag in the house.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm now showing you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 143. I'm sorry, 147.3. You wouldn't mind everything that's said. Well, I've got gloves over there.
I don't like the brown poopy, so that made something fun.
Does that appear to be the same stain pattern that we see in Exhibit 147-3?
For all you newbies who don't know, behind me right here is a Highlander right there. And I got 2 stuffed ones down on the bottom. My sister decorated for me when I set this up originally. and she bought me those Highlanders, and I was kind of like neutral. Yeah. Well, fell in love with them. And then I had people gift me the 2 stuffed animal ones. So I made the Heidi, the Highlander, in honor of my sister. So that's my favorite emoji. That's my favorite one.
It's similar, but I also have my lab number with the exhibit number on the back, so it's identified.
So,
She's like, oh, get them away.
So item number 9 is the item that you tested, which showed the presence of blood and a genetic profile.
That is correct.
I still cry a lot. It's still hard. Can't believe it's been almost 2 months.
Did you receive another item of carpet that you analyzed as
Month
part
and
of
a
this
half.
initial batch?
Yes, I did.
Randy has been admitted into evidence as exhibit 141. Would you mind opening that up? Would you like me to open it? Were you able to develop a genetic profile from this sample? Ma'am, I'm now showing you your analysis for 001P, carpet from bedroom bathroom transition. Was there blood on this item?
Again, presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood.
And what genetic profile was developed from the blood on that piece of carpet?
The DNA profile obtained is that of an unknown female individual, unknown female number 2.
I'm sorry, Bama.
Is that the same individual whose
I really
DNA
am.
was found on exhibit
I feel
9?
you. Mine's been a month and a half.
Yes, it is.
Man, if the testimony was
Mine
that
too.
sample of carpet
I'm sorry,
came
baby.
from the area shown in 146-3.
Everywhere I
your
look, I
testing
see
would
her.
indicate that the blood on that was unknown female too.
It's hard.
That is correct.
Okay, I don't want to cry. Let's change subject.
At a later time, ma'am, where you submitted additional items for testing and comparison, specifically July the 11th of 2023.
Yes, it was, they were submitted on July 11th.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 211, pages 1 to 3. Would you familiarize yourself with that?
This is a copy of the report I released on January 25th, 2024.
Yes.
Thank you. Again, this is fairly inaccurately depict your findings and conclusions based upon your analysis of the items submitted.
It does.
Is this document intended for the regular course of business of the NC Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab?
Yes, it is.
Sir, I move to admit into evidence Exhibit 211. So, thank you. Ma'am, on this second batch of evidence, were you submitted additional known standards of any individuals?
Yes,
Yep.
I received a known blood standard from Jasmine Pace.
I'm handing you what's
I'm
been
sorry,
admitted into
Cindy.
evidence as Exhibit 174. Have you seen this item before?
Yes, it's got my lab number on it with the exhibit number of my initials as 2A, which is the known blood standard from Jasmine Pace.
were you able to conduct an analysis of Ms. Pace's known standard blood spot card?
Yes, I was able to get a complete profile.
Thank you. We've also submitted additional items for comparison to known standards.
Yes, I was.
I'm handing you what's been admitted into evidence. It's Exhibit 187, a swab from the whole area of bag 1 being a garbage bag. Did you receive that?
Yes, it's my exhibit 002D, which is swabs from pulled areas of bag number 1.
Were you able to receive for analysis this item, Exhibit 191, which is described as swab from a pair of handcuffs?
It's my exhibit.
Is that a dad joke? I love it.
How about Exhibit 190?
I love it. That's
Swabs
good.
from a pair of shackles.
So yes, exhibit 2B, swabs from shackles.
How about Exhibit 180, a swab from steering wheel?
Has my lab number exhibit number 002H, swabs from steering wheel of Chevy Equinox.
Thank you. And what about Exhibit 189, swab from pulled area of garbage bag 3?
Has my exhibit number 002F, so swabs from pulled areas of bag number 3.
What about 188, swab from pulled area of garbage bag 2?
So my exhibit 002E, which is swabs from pulled areas of bag number 2.
What about Exhibit 159, swabs from bedroom under carpet on subfloor?
002J, swabs from bedroom under carpet, not listed as item 196.
And what about Exhibit 160, swab from bedroom under carpet on subfloor?
002I, swabs from bedroom under carpet for item number 197.
Finally, ma'am, what about Exhibit 186, swab from pole handle suitcase?
So my 002G, swabs from seat handle.
You received all of those items for testing, analysis, and comparison.
Yes, I did.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd now like to run through them with you, if I could. Ma'am, you describe a complete DNA profile was obtained for comparison. Since you developed the profile from 002A, which was the blood spot card of Jasmine Pace, what did you do with it?
I then used it to compare back to the 2 unknown profiles that I had from the previous report. And then anything else that I obtained from this current.
So how do you conduct a comparison between genetic, profiles that you have developed?
So I have a developed profile of an unknown female from the first one that shows 24 different locations. And I've obtained a profile from this one that also shows 24 different locations. And so when I look at them together, they should match at every single spot. And so that's how I compare.
And down in your findings of examination, ma'am, you indicate that in 002, you tested 002B, and it was a indicative of blood. What was item 002B?
There's swabs with the shackles.
So there's blood on the shackles. What does it mean when you put down DNA profile obtained is a mixture of at least 2 individuals?
So the DNA profile obtained from that swab shows that there's at least 2 people present in the profile. So you, in a general profile, you end up getting 1 sample. For 1 location, you get 1 from mom and 1 from dad. So you're going to see 2 spots. 2 spots or 1 spot, depending on what you get from mom and dad. In this case, there's a mixture, so it's showing at least 3 or 4 locations at 1 location. So I know that there's more than 2 people present in that one location.
So what's a major contributor and what's a minor contributor?
So a major contributor is someone who's going to be contributing more of the DNA, so they're stronger, and the minor contributor is a weaker component and contributing less.
So could you compare DNA analysis to kind of listening for the strongest signal, if you will? So you have two DNA profiles, correct, on a particular item. The one with more DNA is going to have a stronger presence as far as your instrumentation can detect.
Yes, it's going to be showing a higher peak presence than it would be for the smaller one.
And the higher peak presence kind of overpowers the smaller sample. Would that be fair?
It depends on what type of sample it is, on what you're looking for. The bodily fluids will overpower like touch samples.
So blood on, for instance, the shackles would overpower touch DNA from the person who may have placed them there.
It's possible, yes.
So what do you mean when you say that a person is excluded as a contributor of the major profile?
It means that person is not there. They are not matching at any of the locations.
Okay. Could they be a contributor of genetic material that is a minor profile?
If I have set the minor contributor profiles available for comparison, then I can look at it, but if it's inconclusive, I can't compare it to it.
And in this case, were you ever able to develop a minor contributor profile?
I was not.
Okay. Moving on to 002C. In 002C, which is described as swabs from handcuffs, what did your testing reveal?
Presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing for the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood, was not performed at this time. The DNA profile obtained matches Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. And then the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for the African American, Caucasian, and Southwesterners in the population.
Can you explain that last sentence for us?
The last sentence is the stat statement with it, so it essentially choosing somebody else in the room, would that person actually match that profile? And in this case, it is not. It's greater than the world population, which is at current 8 million people.
And why is that important in DNA analysis and comparison?
It's giving weight to the statement that it matches a certain person.
So in essence, for it not to be a match for Jasmine Pace, it would have to be an astronomically high number.
That is correct.
Oh, thank you, man. Moving on to 002D, which is described in your report as swabs from the garbage bag. Your testing indicated the presence of blood, and whose profile was developed on the garbage bag swab 002D.
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. Therefore, Exhibit 1T, Jason Chen, is excluded as a contributor to the profile. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor to this DNA profile is 1 in a number greater for the current world population for the African American, Caucasian, and Southwestern Hispanic populations.
Saying that there's a high confidence level in Jasmine Pace's DNA being on the garbage bag that contained her.
On those spots, correct.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to 002E, swab from hold area of bag 2. Did your testing again indicate the presence of blood?
It presumptively indicated the presence of blood.
And were you able to develop a DNA profile from the garbage bag number 2, the middle garbage bag?
Yes, I was.
And whose DNA is that?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. Therefore, Exhibit 1T, Chen, is excluded as a contributor to the profile. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor to the DNA profile is 1 one in a number greater than the current world population for those 3 previous populations.
Okay, you're saying you're highly confident that Jasmine Pace's blood was on the garbage bag that contained her.
That is correct.
002F, which is described as swab from pulled area of bag 3, the innermost bag. Ma'am, what did your testing indicate?
Presumptive clinical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. The DNA profile obtained matches Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. Therefore, Exhibit 1T, Jason Chen, is excluded as a contributor to the profile. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual to be included as a contributor to the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for those 3 populations.
Again, high probability that Jasmine Pace is being.
Whoever is shuffling them dang papers by the mic is driving me back crazy. Sorry. It's hurting my ears.
It was on the garbage
It's like I'm
bag,
being
which contained.
jabbed. Y'all.
Moving on to 002G, which is the swab from suitcase handler. Could you please tell us what your findings were and conclusion as it related to your analysis of the swabs from this handler?
So testing with real-time PCR was inconclusive for the presence of human DNA to the result not meeting the detection threshold. So in this instance, we're at the quantification stage. It was trying to let me know how much DNA is present. And it's saying that there's not enough to even say that there's human DNA presence. It's inconclusive. So I didn't do any further testing.
Bottom line, there's just not enough there for you to be able to conduct an analysis to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Correct.
Not for lack of trying, though.
Yeah, I extracted it.
Thank you. How about 002H, swab from steering wheel?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture from at least 2 individuals. Due to the limited profile obtained, this profile is inconclusive for comparison purposes. So I was able to obtain a profile on this that is a mixture, but because it was so limited and as a mixture, I wasn't able to actually take anybody out of there to say who was present.
So you couldn't parse out the 2 DNA samples that were contained on the steering wheel swab?
That's correct.
There's just too much interference from both of the profiles?
That or there's not enough DNA present to see, and it's both in one.
Okay, thank you. Is that common to happen with touch DNA, ma'am?
It's not unheard of.
Thank you. And finally, ma'am, there's 3 items, 002I, J, and 003A. And 002I are swabs from under carpet, which is item 197. So it's a CPD item 197. 002J, again, are swabs from under the carpet. And a backer board, cement backer board. Were you submitted those items for testing?
Yes, I was.
Did you perform an analysis on them?
I did not.
Why did you not perform an analysis on those 3 items?
So I had already worked the 2 carpet samples from the bedroom.
And we'll get to that in just a moment.
No.
But you worked the analysis from the 2 carpet samples that we have right here. Okay. I'm sorry. Continue without saying what the results were.
And then therefore I made a connection there, but I didn't need to go ahead and work more evidence from that sample.
Now let's talk about these 2 carpet samples. Okay. Going to the first page of your report. I'm going to zoom in
I don't think he will.
right here.
What
After you
happened
received
is that,
Jasmine
did I piss
Pace's,
him off?
known blood standard, did you go back and conduct an analysis and compare it to the genetic profiles that you developed from these 2 pieces of carpet?
I did.
And what was the results of that examination?
So the carpet from the west end of the bedroom, which is my 001F. The DNA profile obtained that matches Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who will be included as a contributor to the DNA profile is 1 in the number greater of the current world population for those 3 population groups.
So would it be fair to say that your analysis of 001P, the transition from the carpet that we see here, okay, and in the crime scene photograph 01463 is no longer unknown female 2, we can say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that this is Jasmine Pace's blood.
Yes.
Turning now to the other sample of carpet, Exhibit 142. Carpet from west of bed and bedroom. Did you go back and compare the genetic profile that you developed on this previously with the known standard from Jasmine Pace?
I did, but I have to clarify something. I just read 001F the previous time.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So 142.
I read just now.
Okay, when you read just now, it's Jasmine Pace's DNA?
Yes, it is.
And what about on the transition piece?
The transition piece, the DNA profile obtained matches Exhibit 2A, Jasmine Pace.
So,
DNA,
I'm sorry.
the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual to be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in the number greater than the current world population for those 3 population groups.
So there's a high degree of certainty that that's Jasmine Pace's blood.
Correct.
On both samples.
That is correct.
No further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
I don't know about that. I think I pissed him off. I must have. How
Good
you doing,
afternoon,
Miss
Special Agent.
Are you
My name's
feeling any
Amanda
better,
Wilson.
love?
One of the things that I wanted to go through with you is the policy related to the tender notes. Could you tell the jury about that?
The policy around the testing?
Yes.
It's to, for homicide testing, it's up to 10 probative items to be able to work to make a connection.
Okay, and so is that an actual policy within your manual at the TC Bureau of Investigations?
It may be a memo, but it is in policy.
Is there a way around that policy?
If you have that, if there's a reason, you gotta have a good reason on why things want to be worth more than that.
Okay, and how, if there is a reason, the policy be changed a little, if more than 10 items to be tested?
Yes.
Has that happened?
In other cases, yes.
Was there a request for additional items to be tested in this case?
I don't believe so, no.
Going through your honor, may I have to talk in here? I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 210 behind you here. Is it fair to say that the number of items that were submitted to you, I'm sorry, this is not very bright. Let me brighten up here. Try.
The lamp on?
That would help. Thank you. Does that make it easier to see behind you? No. Okay. How many items were submitted to you in that? 7?
In this exhibit, on 12/2.
Well, some wrenches disappeared, and his was one.
The remainder were submitted that were on the other.
Okay, so on this report, though, this shows the items that have actually had testing conducted on them, correct?
Mother!
So 7 items within this list.
It does not include standards.
Okay, and so the standards would include
Mother.
Travis Pace, Katrina Pace, and Jason Chen.
Correct.
So
include those 3.
Okay, and then you issued this first report that was shown by
I love my mods.
marked as Exhibit
Their videos getting
209.
glitchy.
This report was not issued until December 6th of 2024.
Yes.
Okay. What was the delay in issuing the report that there would not be testing completed on these items?
So when I originally received the case to work, I thought I would go back and work other ones until the other items came out. And our policy does state that we have to let the customer know what we did not work. And so I had to write the report up and release it to let them know what I didn't work.
Okay, in one of your reports specifically, I'll go back to a different report, 211.
Okay, guys, I need a break from this, but I want to say this, and I don't, y'all, if you can't handle seeing a dog hurt, don't watch. Breaking news, canine officer shot in Houston. Oh, and they bring in life flight for the dog. This is freaking awesome. Bad for the dog. Sorry, doggy. He's still alive, guys. Don't panic. He's still alive. Trying to get the volume up. Oh, prayers for puppers. Prayers for pupper dog. Oh my God. They're landing that plane right there. They never land that close to power lines and that line. Guys, I have LZ training to land, to set up and land, so they can land. That is unheard of. They don't do that. That is like life and death out the door. Yeah, that's like incredible. Freaking incredible. Oh, mijo. Oh, he's still alive. He's still alive. He's moving his head. Oh.
I'm Sherman Chow. Today, the Brazoria County Sheriff's Office is mourning the loss of one of their own. Deputy Jesus Jesse Vargas shot and killed while serving a warrant yesterday. That triggered a massive 6-hour manhunt, ending with the suspect shot and killed. We first broke this story to you yesterday during our new newscast. This happened at a strip center off of Stella Link Road, just inside the South Loop. Vargas was working with the U.S. Marshals Gulf Coast Violent Offender Task Force. Authorities say Robert Lee Davis, also known as Sean Christopher Davis, shot the deputy in the head. Yesterday evening, about 5, a witness reportedly saw the suspect in that same strip center and notified authorities. That's when Rocky, a canine officer with the U.S. Marshal's Office, alerted authorities to a dumpster where Davis was hiding inside. Davis allegedly shot Rocky twice, and 4 U.S. Marshal's deputies returned fire, killing Davis.
This guy had no intentions whatsoever to be taken alive. He proved it by shooting upon our deputies right off. And then once again, as the canine went in there, he decided he'd take the dog out and anybody else that came.
One of the U.S. Marshal's deputies was shot in the arm. he is expected to be okay. Our KHOU 11 Investigates team dug into Davis's background and found a lengthy and violent criminal history. Charges include a burglary case in 1990. Then, in 1991, evading police.
They don't ever
in 1994,
land a helicopter
aggravated
like that
robbery
unless
for pointing
it's
a gun at a store clerk.
one
And
of their
last
own
year,
or
aggravated assault. The
you're on
victim,
death's
a
door.
teenage girl.
That's
We've learned that the
insane
warrant
and
being served
fabulous.
yesterday was for an assault charge out of Brazoria County. And right now, a lot of concern has been expressed for the canine officer, Rocky, a Belgian Malinois who was just a year and a half old. Authorities say Davis shot Rocky twice, and after the shootout, deputies carried the dog to a DPS helicopter, which flew him to an animal hospital.
Why.
That's where our Devon Roming is live at the Westbury Animal Hospital in Southwest Houston. Devon, a lot of folks on social media expressing interest and concern about Rocky.
Yeah, Sherman, this was at the top of the leaderboard on our website, khou.com. So many people concerned about what's happening with Rocky right now. And I can tell you, we spoke with the U.S. Marshal's office about an hour and a half ago. They tell us that Rocky is stable. They also say that he is still resting here at the Westbury Animal Hospital and Lodge. They also tell us he's expected to survive his injuries, which is absolute good news. Now, we've been seeing officers coming and going all morning here at Westbury Animal Hospital, stopping in to check on Rocky. He's been being held a hero after being credited with locating the suspect, Robert Lee Davis, also known as Sean Christopher Davis, yesterday. Davis was hiding in a dumpster, and officers say Rocky actually jumped into the dumpster moments before he was shot twice. Rocky was serving on a secondary team that was out searching for Davis and was able to alert officers of Davis's location. Officials say there is no doubt Rocky saved lives yesterday.
No.
Was instrumental to have
no handler was not
component
shot. That was
of having
what got this
airlift
going.
to take dog to service to the closest clinic.
Be it bombs, be it drugs, you name it, saving lives. Those dogs are amazing. They're part of us. They're an absolute benefit to the community.
Moments after the shootout, several officers rushed Rocky onto a Texas DPS helicopter where he was transported to the animal hospital here in West Houston. Now, again, Rocky is in a stable condition. He is resting here. He's also been by his handler's side. His handler has been by his side, rather, this entire time, all through the night and up until this moment right now. We're told that the handler isn't leaving until Rocky is discharged. We're also told that we are expecting an update on Rocky's condition at some point later this afternoon from the U.S. Marshal's office. Live in West Houston, Devon Roming, KHOU 11 News.
All right. Thanks, Devon. And that is an important reminder that Rocky finding that suspect could well have saved human life.
Okay. Yay! Rocky lives! Oh. All right. So the other day, day before yesterday, an officer was unalived while serving a warrant. And I think it was yesterday. And then Rocky and his handler were part of a team of people looking for him. And Rocky found him and got shot twice. And another officer got shot in the arm, but he's okay. But they life flighted Rocky to the vet. And he's alive. Y'all, I love animals. I have my service dog. And we had a situation where this guy didn't have his dog on a leash. And it tried to attack Sensei and I. And my daughter was with us. And I tell you, I went ape. I was crying after the situation, after we got it under control. I was crying. I was shaking. I depend on this dog so much for my safety, for my life, because I'm deaf. People don't realize how dangerous the world is. I've almost been hit by cars because I can't hear them. I've had things happen, fire alarms while I'm in a hotel go off and I didn't hear it. And they didn't come and get me because I always tell them, hey, if you have an emergency, alarms go off, you need to come get me because I'm not going to hear it. and the alarm in the hotel room didn't work, but the one across the hall did. And since they heard it, y'all don't have any idea when your life depends on a dog like that, how emotional it is when something happens to them. So, oh my gosh, Gabby. Okay.
Gotta rehearse my song. Whoa!
I'm going to get demonetized, but that's okay.
What the it's kind of pretty before it gets started, ain't it? Oh, Froggy went courting, he did ride Crambo. Froggy went courting, he did ride Crambo. He did ride a sword and a pick and a revolver by his side. Crambo killed flop do yellow bug too long. That's the hard part right in there, and then nephew. Crambo killed.
I'm going to get a copyright. Okay, I got to stop there because I know I'm going to get a copyright for that. And I may have to edit it out. I will probably have to edit that out. I needed that. What? And look, I got puppers. Come here, puppers. Come here, puppers. Whoa, come here, puppers. Wow. Oh, I needed that. Come here. Come here. Come on, move. That's her play. That's how she plays. Yes, she has. She saved me from getting hit by a bus in Washington, D.C. Hit by a car where I live.
Yep. This report was issued in January, which was approximately 11 months previously. Mm-hmm. And you actually listed in here that you weren't going to be doing examinations on certain items at the end of this report, correct?
Correct, on the items that were submitted in this submission.
Okay, and these items were submitted, and I'll show you the dates. November 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the items that were not tested in Exhibit 209 were also submitted to you November 30th, 2022?
That's correct.
Okay. What was the basis again?
When I was a dog groomer and I had a business, I had a nice dog salon. And I had this beagle that they would bring in once every 3 weeks for the toenails and bath. And the moment it saw where it was, I'm going to pull back so I don't hurt someone's head. It was bark, 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 nonstop the whole freaking time he was there. And the woman would just go, well, I'm going to leave him with you for a few hours. I'm going to go get it. I said, ma'am, I'll have him out of here in 30 minutes. Go ahead and have a seat. Cup of coffee on me. There's a Danish. There's some biscuits. Whatever you want. I got that dog out of there real freaking quick. I think we'll be sitting here Saturday. Hey, I'm leaving at a certain time, girl. I have my head, my head treatment, my scalp massage.
For not submitting your report of the additional non-test until 11 months later.
So at the time, I was going to work more, and then when I got this, I worked the second set first. I worked the second set, and then did not end up working more evidence. And then prior to court, I noticed that I hadn't written up the previous.
And you mean private or just prior to this trial starting, correct? Within the last 45 days?
No, in December. Okay. I noticed it when I got a subpoena.
It's January of 2025 now, correct?
That's right.
And you issued this last report in December of 2024. So
That's
just
correct.
about 45 days ago, correct?
About how long?
45 days ago. December 6th, we're down to the 16th.
She was bred, born, and raised by Service Dogs for the Blind. Went through all the training, got matched with a girl, and then they discovered she won't walk through puddles. She hates water. And so she walks around it, and it would disorient the blind person, so she couldn't do that. So she's 100% lab. So they tested her for other either stability or seizure or deaf or whatever to see if they could re-career her. And she was phenomenal for sound. So she was sent to a place here in Texas, and that's where I got her. She's my girl. My girl.
There was questions posed to you by General Moyle about the contributors that were seen in your reports.
We're a
Exhibit
little behind, but not much.
to 11, which is your report that was issued on January 25th of 2024. The major contributors is listed as Jasmine Pace, correct?
No.
And I'll break this down. 00001F.
They're sequestered.
That was specific to Jasmine Pace's DNA profile that you received, correct?
We're behind just a
001F is from the carpet.
Okay.
And so I was comparing it back.
And so you went back and you were able to see, was she the contributor for the carpet?
She was the only contributor for the carpet, yes.
And you're talking about the two small pieces that were submitted by CPD, which are exhibits 142 as well as exhibit 141, correct?
Correct.
Now, there was a second walkthrough by CPD in January of 2023 where they recovered this large piece of carpet. You received swabs of that carpet, correct?
I received swabs from a carpet. I didn't know it was that carpet.
Did you have conversations with Investigator Crawford about a significance of having the second set of carpet tested?
I did not.
But he and the state received notice that you had not tested this carpet in January of 2024, correct?
For that one, correct.
And that's exhibit 211, right? And you swabs the swabs from under the carpet, which is item 197, is exhibit 0002I, and 0002J is for the bedroom under the carpet, the swab from the bedroom under the carpet, correct?
That's correct.
And if we go to page 3 of your report, that's where it shows 002I and 002J, no examinations were performed.
That's correct.
Could this have been requested under your memo to have it tested anyway?
It can be requested. It has to be passed by the supervisor and the manager to agree to go ahead and work for it.
Now, these 3 reports, does that encompass all of the exhibits or evidence that has been submitted to you by CPD?
Yes, it does.
So if there's van tennis shoes, sanitary pads, blue jeans that are not on these reports, you didn't receive them, correct?
That is correct.
So is it your testimony you didn't receive a request to test blue jeans that had suspected blood on them?
I did not receive any clothing.
No clothing at all?
There was sweatpants
Okay.
from the house.
In the laundry room, correct? And that's actually listed on exhibit 209 as your first listed exhibit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No testing done on those though?
Correct.
You were not requested to do testing of, I know it's technically a piece of clothing, but tennis shoes located outside of a dumpster, correct?
I did not receive tennis shoes.
Did you receive a request to test a sanitary pad?
No, I did not.
In the items that you have on your reports, you have notes that says Jason Chen is excluded. And I'll show you this as a contributor to a profile. For example, under 002B, and let me start over. Page, this is Exhibit 211. This is your report that's issued January 25th, 2024. And I'm on page 2 of 3 of that report. Halfway down the page, we'll start at the quarter. 002B, there's a paragraph that says Jason Chen is excluded as a contributor to the major profile. What does that mean?
It means that his DNA profile does not match who the major contributor is in that mixture.
And you had a contribution from him through the buccal swabs, correct?
Correct.
Was he a major contributor in any of the testing that you've done?
That was the only one I think they got a mixture on that I was able to say anything about, so no, he was not.
Now I'm going to direct you down to 002D. His name's at least mentioned here as well, but it again says he's excluded as a contributor to that profile as well, correct?
That is correct.
002E, second paragraph within that section, Jason Chen is excluded as a contributor?
Correct.
Ms. Lowe, I believe that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
And based on the questions, you were asked how many submissions there were. And I think council said, all these items were submitted on November the 30th, 2022. Do you recall questioning to that?
Yes.
And an assertion of fact that everything was submitted on November the 30th of 2022.
There was a batch on November 30th, there was a second batch.
Oh. So in fact, there were multiple requests to test items submitted. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It wasn't just one request, was it?
No, there were two.
The Chattanooga Police Department sent 2 batches of evidence for analysis, of which only some of the items on these 2 reports were tested
That is correct.
within the 10 item limit.
Correct.
In fact, ma'am, more items for comparison were not tested despite being submitted.
That's correct.
You would agree that every piece of evidence has potential DNA evidence on it, correct?
And it's some form of DNA evidence on it.
Sure. Do you see this giant pile of brown paper bags here? And what if every single item was submitted to DPI crime lab on every single case?
I may still be working it.
Would you ever be able to complete anything?
It would be very limited resources to complete everything.
The decision to conduct further testing of swabs that came from under this sample of carpet, was that in no small part based on the fact that Miss Jasmine Pace's blood was found mere inches from a very large, and I know you haven't had the opportunity to see this, Special Agent, so I'll help you out. Assuming these 2 pieces of carpet are connected to each other, does it not stand to reason that the swabs that came from under this very large stain adjacent to the piece of carpet that you matched the genetic profile to Miss Jasmine Pace, that they're one and the same?
If it's from the same one, I can't tell you what DNA was left behind in that one spot because it's not spotted.
That's on them, guys.
Sure. But does it stand to reason that it's likely the same?
Possibility.
Nothing further.
Well, I spelt semester wrong.
Just to clarify, you received swab of this carpet and the
Sorry
padding,
about that.
but you
My mouse is
were
being
not able to
squirrely.
conduct testing, or you did not conduct testing, correct?
I received swabs from the floor, I think, from under the carpet.
Okay.
So I did not test those swabs.
Okay, and you have not been submitted any piece of this carpet, correct?
No, I did not.
So you can't say that those swabs would have given DNA for Jasmine Pace, correct?
Thank
I don't know, I did not test those swabs.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Jury, do you have any questions for Agent Lowe?
Yay. Okay. I'm sorry. There's a big cell. Go. I'm getting a new mic arm. This is okay.
The jury has a
But
question. So
I'm
gonna
always
ask it.
in my way. I don't like it. I'm getting a low rider
Which
one.
pieces of evidence are actually tested by the DA?
So the analyst does. I
A
do.
low rider.
I ended up looking at what was there, and noticing that most of the swabs originally came from the bedroom or the bathroom. So I tested the items of evidence that were closest to the bedroom and the bathroom to start with.
Can you redirect based on the jury's question?
No, Your Honor.
You recall?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Agent Lowe. Safe travels back.
It's going to be the end of the day, I hope, because it's 7 o'clock their time. 6 o'clock my time.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the testimony you're going to hear today. We talked briefly about this earlier. I'm going to ask you tomorrow morning. I did get your note about not working on Sunday. We're definitely going to work Saturday. Monday is a federal holiday. If any one of you wants to take it off and not work on MLK Day, I understand. You're the one that's going to answer the question whether we work on Monday or not. All of you are willing to work on Monday, we will be here. Any one of you doesn't want to, we won't, and we'll work Saturday, take off Sunday, Monday, and come back here today. Just talk
He's
about
not
it
giving you
amongst yourselves.
treats. Matt, you're not giving her treats.
Tomorrow morning. And that helps us know early so that the sheriff's department can schedule deputies. Once again, before we leave, I must remind you of the admonition not to talk about this case among yourselves.
What time tomorrow? What time tomorrow? What time? Judge. Your Honor. What time? What time? Tomorrow. Yes, Deanna. I need to at least maybe tomorrow or Sunday or Monday.
Tomorrow is a rain day. You have a lot on. So jury trial at 10 tomorrow. We can get stuff done. Regular docket if we can, because you know there's a lot happening on rain day. But we will stop at 10 for this jury trial.
It's 7 o'clock there.
Preference is to work on Saturday and take off Sunday. Is there anything about Monday that would conflict with anything that the state or the defense wants? Okay. So I'll just keep in communication on this and we'll proceed. We'll try to see tomorrow at 10.
I'm just trying to prepare. If the state's going to close, I don't want to have.
9 a.m. is Central. They're Eastern.
I'm just trying to prepare for tomorrow. So if the state intends to close tomorrow, I don't want there to be. I'm going to attempt to not be a large gap of time between the state closes when state or defense prevail.
The indication I got is they are likely going to close tomorrow, whether that's morning or afternoon. I don't know. Just get with them and we'll take up the motions we need to take up after they close. And if you want to put on any proof, that's time, we can maybe do it tomorrow, so you can hear. All right, thank you. Of course, adjourned until 9 a.m., this trial is adjourned until 10.
Yay. Yay. Okay, we're going to listen to her for just a
Okay, so court has
second.
just wrapped up after a very long day of testimony.
We're
First from
almost
the
at 10
Hamilton County
hours.
Medical Examiner,
9 hours,
and then
45
from
minutes.
a TBI analyst who was the very last witness of the day, but she may have given us the most to talk about this afternoon. And that's because at issue is we finally got some answers about all of this TBI evidence and what was tested and what was not tested in the murder trial of Jasmine Pace. So let's back up just a little bit and look at some of the samples that they were sent for testing. You can see here, this is the Hamilton County Medical Examiner. It was part of his testimony today, and he pulled out the carpet that we know has bloodstains on it, as well as some of the shackles that were found on Jasmine Pace's body as well. He was using this moment to show the jury where
No,
the
don't leave. We got the
autopsy results
giveaway.
support that Jasmine Pace's body may have laid on top of this carpet. Now, I do see that Attorney Bill Speak is joining us now. Bill, thanks so much. I know it's later in the afternoon than we usually wrap up, so we appreciate your time.
Absolutely.
I want to get right to this TBI agent, Bill, who we just heard testify. There's been a lot of questions about why the prosecution got some items that had blood on them tested and why some of them were not tested, and we may have just gotten our answer. The TBI analyst testified that there is a prohibitive amount of 10 items in cases, but that people can then go, prosecutors that are submitting these or investigators that are submitting these, and ask for more to be tested. Now, upon first testimony, she said that more items were not sent by CPD, which seems to be what the defense was asking about. We go back to that dumpster with the pants that have blood on them and the shoes that have blood on them and the underwear there.
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
that's not unusual. There would be a limit that TBI would have, but there's always
That's on
an
their
avenue
side.
to get more stuff tested. Certainly in high-profile cases, murder cases are given a priority. Upon request of the district attorney, more things can be tested. I'm quite certain a lot more was sent, more than 10 items in a homicide case, certainly in one of this nature.
Right. And that's what, upon redirect, when the homicide prosecutor got back up, he asked her more specifically, we sent 2 batches of items, correct? She said, yes. Did you test all of those items? And she said, no. So she said that more items were sent to the TBI and some of those items were not tested. I'm having my producer, as we speak, transcribe some of her testimony specifically. It looks like he's just done in our document here about why she said she did not test them. And I want to read this specifically. She said, and this is TBI agent Kim Lowe, quote, I ended up looking at what was there and noticing that most of the swabs originally came from the bedroom or the bathroom. Now there she's talking about Jason Chen's North Shore apartment.
Sure.
So I tested the items that were closest to the bedroom and the bathroom to start with. And then she says, I did not test those swabs, talking about some of the carpet in the other parts of the apartment. Your take on that, Bill?
Well, I mean, you might
And I
have
have it full blast.
10
I had to
samples out
turn
of a
this
particular
down.
bedroom, different items that are being tested. I don't agree with the TBI's policy that they don't test what is being sent. Prosecutors are not sending them things to test that they don't deem important. TBI should test whatever is being sent. It's a matter of resources. So they're making a decision that they're going to limit it. They might test a few things in the bedroom and find the rest to be somewhat duplicative. But the district attorney is requesting all of these to be sent, certainly, and you would expect they would be. There is a policy and there is a budget that does come into play, and so decisions are made, and that's going to be exploited somewhat by the defense, talking about incomplete testing. But that'll all play out later in arguments.
But what does that mean for the integrity of the case? If they show that Jasmine Pace's blood was on several parts of the apartment, but yet we have some samples in the same apartment that weren't tested, what doubt could that bring to the integrity of the case?
I don't think it would bring significant doubt, because I think it would be a pretty reasonable assumption that we tested several items. These are all out of the same area. They all tested positive for blood. The DNA did match a particular person. It is a reasonable assumption to say that we just didn't. The fact that they were not tested is not proof that it was not present. That's an argument a defense attorney might make, is that it was an incomplete investigation. They didn't test all the stuff. But a reasonable assumption would be that they didn't test it because it was duplicative, and it could be reasonably inferred that there would be, the results would be similar to other items tested in the exact same area. It's not a burden that can't be overcome. It's something that if there was a better budget and everything could be tested, this wouldn't be even an issue brought up. But I don't think it's going to make a lot of ground for the defense. It's just the defense will continue to poke holes in the investigation in an effort to show some flaws are made, and then use that in their argument later in this case.
And I guess it does beg the question, whose decision is that? If the prosecution does send, let's say, 10 items, is it an analyst's job to decide these items should be tested and these items shouldn't? Or are they obligated to test the ones that they are sent within at least that prohibitive amount of 10?
Well, I will say, in my experience with the district attorney's office, they send items to be tested that they deem relevant to the case, and they want those items tested. There is a policy that the TBI has, just because of the sheer volume of work and the limited amount of resources they have.
That's true.
Where they are exercising some discretion, and it ends up becoming problematic in the discussion we're having right now. I've had drug cases where they've tested 3 types of drugs, but not 2 other kinds of drugs that were being sent, because they thought, whatever the reason might be. But in a murder case with a high priority on murder cases, I think all the items that are sent should be tested. Certainly the district attorney did not request that there's a limited number of items to be tested. They wanted everything tested that they sent. The TBI made a decision, and hence we're talking about it. But I don't think it's going to have a big impact on the theories of the case moving forward.
No, I don't think so either.
More of the jostling back and forth between the 2 theories of the case by the defense and prosecution.
Before you go tonight, Bill, I want to get your take on the medical examiner, his long day of testimony here today. One of the things we heard about a lot, the fetal position of the body in which she was found in that suitcase, and the fact that Dr. Cogswell believes that most of those wounds, those stab wounds, were given to Jasmine Pace while she was in that same position because of where the wounds were. And then at the end, the defense bringing up and asking, does this show a lot of emotion to have a large amount of wounds within that one area? What's your take on how some of that played out today?
Well, you could see a little bit from the prosecution side that they're trying to establish the fact that she was in a fetal position, maybe perhaps was even bound at the time. That would be an inference in an argument later on to talk about the premeditated. She was bound, and then the stab wounds took place. So that's kind of playing into their theory. The defense on the other side, talking about the number of stab wounds, is talking about an emotional response. The mens rea, again, as we've said for several days, is going to be the key point. The defense is going to be pushing more of an emotional reaction, less of a methodical, premeditated act by the defendant. So we're seeing both sides kind of elaborate on their theories and finding different bits of testimony that they can use later in argument as persuasion with the jury.
All right, so much to hear tomorrow. We know the prosecution will probably wrap up tomorrow, and then the defense, it'll be their turn. Do you still feel like Jason Chen will probably take the stand? That'll be a personal decision by the defense team. But given the position they've taken in this case, I think the only one that can really say what happened inside that argument, inside the apartment, is going to be the defendant. I would expect him to testify. All right, Bill, thanks so much for your time tonight. We'll see you again tomorrow. a very long day of testimony today. The judge talking to the jury about how they want to play out the next few days here. We know there will be testimony on Saturday. They're questioning now whether it will be on MLK Day, which is Monday, and a federal holiday as well. We will keep covering the trial of Jason Chen in the murder of Jasmine Pace. Lots of questions here, starting to get some answers, but we've still got a long way to go in this trial. Thanks for joining us so much.
Okay. Thank you. Bye. Bye. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Yo. Here's your winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Congratulations, Candace Huff. You are in for the end of the month drawing. Huff, I'm sorry. I have a friend named Huff. Okay. I want to clarify something on this. For every membership, sub, and gifted memberships, all are going in towards the end of the month. I'm only doing the once a day because otherwise there's just too many in the drawing and the system bogs down. So keep doing every day, every day, every day. Hi, Chris. How are you? I appreciate you hanging out with us today. I really do. There's a lot of you that were on here today. I can't thank everybody, but I do want to thank my precious mods. All of y'all are amazing. I can't do this without you. And I've got some new mods. Y'all are all rocking it. You did a great job today. And now, without further ado, time to go home. It's got 10 minutes before the store closes. Yay! Yay! Yeah. My window. Okay, we have been live. Well, I'm going to wait 3 minutes because we've been live 9 hours, 57 minutes, and 29 seconds. And how much you want to bet I get a copyright strike on that little critter? How much you want to bet? I'm going to go see. Did I get a copyright strike yet? I wonder how quick it hits. Well, it doesn't say one yet. But I loved that little guy. That was awesome. You guys, this case has been a little more interesting than I thought it was going to be. A little slow, like all other cases can be. Good night. Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's cray-cray. It's cray-cray. Cray-cray. But I can't wait till Saturday. Chris H., thank you so much. Where are you from? I like your little, what do they call those little thumb things? I like it. I like the colors. But Candace isn't on right now, but congratulations, Candace. You did get into the drawing. Everybody, yeah, she's there. Oh my God. Oh, that was 5:47. That was a while back. Guys, thank you for the conversations. We've had a very active chat tonight, and it's been freaking amazing. It was okay until I got the low. You too, Bama. So tomorrow we got court. I gotta find time to spend with my daughter because she's going back to college on Sunday. Yep. I gotta find a way to spend time with her. So what I may do is put the live up, and then maybe in the afternoon for a couple hours, she and I go do something, and I'll be on remote. I've got to spend some time with my daughter. I got to. have to. Okay, guys. Yes, please join us tomorrow at 9 a.m. Well, I have it set for 9, but I will probably be on about 10 minutes early. I always am a little early unless I oversleep, which God, I hope not. And that just gives me time to get things worked out. And then tomorrow's Friday, right? Today's Thursday? Yeah. Tomorrow's Friday. And then Saturday. Okay. Just trying to plan I got to figure out my Sunday Night Live. I've got to figure out my Sunday Night Live. And that's going to be, got to figure that out. So if y'all have any ideas, let me know. All right. Bless y'all. Hug your loved ones. You don't know how to spell. I don't either. Hug your loved ones. Pray for those who are suffering. And take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Get some rest. I'm going to go hydrate. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.